now. But
Really?
I think now we're do this. They added
Uh,
yes.
okay, yeah,
Okay.
that's weird. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. We're both upcoming and alive, according to what I'm about to send you.
Well, that's
If you
what
look
is.
at this,
Oh, it doesn't say that on mine
the
anymore.
profile picture thing says live, but it says upcoming on the thumbnail. Okay, now it just says live, but
Okay.
but for a little bit there, we were both.
Like in a state of purgatory. Shout out false perfections. But
We were in
anyway.
limbo like Sakumo.
And you know what? That's a great segue to Naruto. So, hello, Ryzen.
Yo, what's good?
You like
Well,
Naruto.
Ryzen, who are you?
Hi, I'm just a random Naruto Boruto fan.
Random? No, no, no. You're not random because Oodie thought you were a terrific guest on the Cloud podcast.
Okay.
Isn't that right, Oodie?
Here we go. Well, I didn't just draw his name out of a hat. So I guess there's some merit there. But yeah, so
But you used interesting wordage. You said Boruto fan. Does that mean
well,
you're not a Naruto fan?
well, to clarify,
No, I'm a Naruto fan. It's just
I
Boruto's really grown on me, to be honest. I mean, it keeps me going. I'm gonna be honest. I did lose interest a bit in
At what
like the
point?
middle segments of Next Generation. But and I
like
hate
the
to
best
say
parts.
I hate to say this, but I came back when Kawaki got brought in, and I hate this. I hate saying this because I'm a big anti Kawaki guy. I'll be non-biased. I'll have a objective debate with Kawaki, but it's kind of interesting that Kawaki was part of the reason I came back to like, reading the manga monthly again.
So was it just like the early part, then like the Momoshiki arc, our arc of Vegeta Bandits, where you tuned out?
Yeah, I kind of tuned out the Momoshiki stuff because movie and stuff.
You'd already seen it, okay.
So
I mean,
I
that's
was gonna
reasonable.
wait until like the manga stockpiled, and then
Yeah.
Kawaki came back. Kawaki came in. I saw what was going on. So you know what? I will read it early, and then since I think chapter 24, 25, I've been reading it monthly.
Well, that
Yeah,
definitely wouldn't be the middle
not
of
because I
Super
tuned out, but I started around a similar time. But that's just because that's when I discovered manga was a thing, as opposed to just the anime.
But I was watching the anime. I did. Funny enough, I don't know why people don't. I've known a few people who don't like the Academy arc, but I thought the Academy arc was cool.
I like
Yeah.
pretty much all the actual arcs in the anime. I'm not gonna count the Chocho episode as an arc. You know what I mean? Like the one-off or the 2 episode arcs. I'm not gonna count arcs. You know, I like them all.
Yeah.
Because I feel like there's a reason why there has to be slice of life in early Boruto. Because if even though we do like action stuff and like high stakes events, we do gotta showcase what Naruto and Sasuke and Kakashi and everyone else accomplished. So you do have to, since we're viewing this in the next generation's eyes, in Boruto's eyes, in Sarada's eyes, Himawari's eyes, we have to show a more peaceful situation with the village. We can't just go guns blazing into another Cold War or another evil organization. You got to show them actually being kids and living life to show that, wow, okay, there's still skirmishes. It's not exactly a quote unquote fully peaceful era, but it's peaceful enough to the point where your family's safe and these kids can just be kids.
In addition to that, now this mostly applies to the anime in very early Boruto, like Kodachi Boruto, Kishimoto Naruto Gaiden Boruto. This isn't really a thing they actually emphasize after a certain point, but in especially the anime, they're emphasizing the difference between the generations because of what they experienced. The best example ever is when Kakashi's talking to Boruto in the car actuation Arcadipa, literally about this, because Boruto hasn't experienced what Kakashi experienced. And from Boruto's perspective, he's looking at the downside of his life compared to Kakashi's. He goes, well, because you were in war, you got X, Y, Z out of it. Whereas Kakashi's looking at him like, well, I was in war, so I had to suffer X, Y, Z. You get to have the better life, you know? So they're kind of highlighting the differences there, which is a nice thing to do. And you can't do that if the generation is exactly the same. There goes that whole thing.
Yes, and I feel like there's also like a trade-off with like Kakashi's era. You didn't really have time to train, so you were like what Kawaki would say, you're getting pure combat training. And while, for example, someone like Boruto or Mitsuki or Sarada, who were right out of the gates hitting Chunin level or that Jonin level as new Genin, they had the power, but they didn't exactly have the mindset of how to use it, or like, you know, how they were untested or they could be caught off guard multiple times. So it's kind of like a give and take.
Yeah, exactly.
Which,
Because like Kawaki's style of training with Jigen, the one he's like talking about in the code art, that's kind of more like the Kakashi era, where it's just live combat training. So that helps Kawaki get stronger really fast in a certain way. However, you look at someone like Boruto, Mitsuki, Sarada, and they have a distinct advantage with their slice of lifey life with their parents that they have, and that's that their parents can teach them everything they learn, and they have all the time in the world to kind of just have the answers. In a way, the shortcuts. It's kind of like Boruto's future training with Koji. Like Boruto just has Konohamaru and Naruto to tell him how to do the Rasengan. Whereas if he had to learn on the fly like Minato, that's very different. And
yeah,
the same thing
100%.
applies to Sarada when it comes to Sakura's enhanced punches. She's just got all the time in the world with Sakura to just tell her how to do it, which is something Kawaki's not going to have.
And I feel like, unfortunately, Kawaki's statement can be proven true to an extent. It's just for his character personally, in my opinion, I feel like he would have benefited off ninja training.
Well, he
And
did.
then-
You literally see it in the Kawaki arc. He's actually very talented at it.
Yes.
And in like 2 weeks, he learned walking up trees, the shadow clone jutsu, a fire style jutsu with one hand, by the way, one-handed hand signs.
Yes.
Like
But
he just learned that shit.
What I meant
But then
was
he
like
stops
that
training.
3-year gap where he was just doing
Oh, yeah.
combat training with Mitsuki, and like maybe Delta, we'd have to see like flashbacks for that, but we know he was doing combat training. I feel like that would have benefited him so much, and it would have only made his unlimited self even stronger. If I had to compare it, because a few people think that Kawaki was like limited to like where he can't get stronger, but he can get stronger. It's just he's always gonna have like
That
a
nerve.
limit to
Yeah.
his tech. If I had to compare it, I usually compare this with my friends. Think about it in Dragon Ball. Piccolo, not merged with Kami, was weaker than the Nameless Namekian. But Piccolo kept training, and then once he fused with Kami, that just made their fused form exponentially stronger.
Yeah,
So-
Kamui. Just think about it in terms of
Kawaki-
Dragon Ball, Kamui. Go ahead. Just do that.
Well,
I mean-
another example for Naruto would be when Orochimaru does the 5-prong seal on Naruto and that messes with his chakra, so his chakra control is even worse than normal.
Yeah.
He was still able to train it and get better. Like he got better at walking on water.
And then once the
despite
seal
that
came
permanent
off,
nerve.
he was
Yeah, he
was perfectly
able to
skyrocketed.
walk on
Instantly
water.
way better. Exactly.
yes,
But he probably wouldn't have been perfect if he hadn't done the training while nerfed in between.
exactly. Or
of
like
course,
even
skill versus
sorry.
literal strength things can be tricky there because
yeah,
you could write it in a way to where no matter how much Kawaki physically trains, you just can't get strong. You could write it that way, but it doesn't seem like what Amado did. It's more like a power partitioning type thing anyway.
yes. Plus, you know, he's still flesh and blood. He is amped as a cyborg, but he can still get stronger. He can still learn techniques. He can
Yeah,
still
he has muscles.
yeah, do a bunch of other things, and then getting the limiters off and getting like kind of overclocked. If we go by Kawaki's statement, yeah, do everything you can in your power to make me a monster. It would have just made him exponentially stronger. And then Boruto seemed to imply that he could reach that level. It's just they don't have time right now. So it's
Yeah.
really interesting to see what Kawaki could have been if he
trained with
used his
Naruto.
whole arsenal. I
Yeah.
get why he didn't. It would go against his character, but it's really interesting to think about how strong he could have been.
Well, I think another point of evidence to prove that Kawaki can get stronger despite the limiters is the fact that when he uses karma, he gets stronger. So he can. So like, there's no reason to believe he can't just get stronger.
Yes.
Just
Plus,
gonna have the permanent.
we do have and I don't like power scaling, but we do have a rough estimate because we know that 3 years ago he would have lost to Code, and then it seems to be implied that even though it would be a hard match, he'd be able to edge off Code 3 years later. So he did.
I don't know if you'd be able
get
to edge him
stronger.
off because Mitsuki. You could interpret Mitsuki's dialogue as Kawaki wouldn't be able to make Code retreat because he says like, "Oh, you made Code run away." You know, not even Kawaki could do that. But it depends on whether you interpret as Mitsuki saying, "Oh, you slammed Code, Kawaki can't do that," or you beat Code in general, Kawaki can't do that.
That's how I interpret it.
That's a 100% also a good point, and you know it depends on what Amado is doing because with what Boruto said, it seemed like Amado was thinking that the strongest being that Kawaki would ever have to go against is Code.
Yeah.
So in my mind, he's at a point to where he wouldn't die to Code now. That would defeat Amado's whole purpose. Maybe not beat him, maybe not be able to kill him, but at the very least be able to hold his own to the point where Amado could make a deal with Kawaki for
Now, of
Akuma.
course, based off what they show us with Kawaki, I have no doubt Code could slit his throat and kill him. But going off of the dialogue,
the best timeline,
yes, he
of course.
should just be a thing where Code's AP isn't enough to kill him. He can beat him around, but just Kawaki's not going to die. That's basically what they're implying, even though I think they did a terrible job of showing it. But that's what they're telling
Well,
us.
I think more important than that, it's the fact that we know that Kawaki's in the village. He's not really planning on running away anytime soon. Damon and Ada are there. So as long as Kawaki just has defense, he's untouchable in the village.
Yeah. And then there's also people like Mitsuki. Like, there's just so many people around him.
Yeah.
Kawaki also has Sukuna Kikoda to just counter the claw marks too. So like he's got a lot of things going for him against Code.
And what I really hope they do when the anime comes back, I at the very least hope they expand Koji's prescience flashbacks, because we know that Code was able to beat a Kawaki who was fresh off from killing Boruto. So I really want to know how that Code was able to do it, because he'd have to actually be able to defeat Kawaki and get him to be fed to Ten Tails or to a Claw Grab, to one of the Grimes. So it's really interesting to see how Code could have finessed that, because you'd think that we'd have to operate under the assumption that it's a Karma V2 Kawaki.
Well, there's another thing to consider is, so I think this makes absolutely no sense. But depending on when Amado actually put the limiters on Kawaki, personally, the most consistent answer is when he restored Karma in the Code arc, or maybe pre-Kawaki arc. But the way the story treats it, even though it makes absolutely no sense, complete plot hole makes absolutely no sense. If Amado did do it over the time skip, if he did that would mean Code beats a unlimited Kawaki.
Yeah.
Because let's remember, one of Koji's 10 Directions futures is that Code just kills Kawaki's, and that seems like it's more or less implied what would happen if they fought, rather than like, oh, in 6 out of 10 futures, that's what happens. I don't know, it just feels like Code should be stronger.
The whole point with Code was, I'm going to get my limiters off so I can beat Kawaki this time because I lost to him with the limiters on. And now Shikamaru's saying, oh, we can beat Code, not because we're going to 1v1 him, but because you got the whole village. And it's like, okay, we could probably handle Code if he's less than like.
Something that would be way easier to scale based off of that just isn't the case would be Delta. We have no idea if she's equal to, a lot stronger, or a lot weaker than she was in Naruto Next Generations. And it seems like Kawaki's probably relative-ish to Delta now, maybe? I don't know.
The problem is we don't see her do literally anything but kick him that one time when he was under shadow protection. That's the only thing Delta's ever done. And there's reasons to believe she's stronger or weaker.
Exactly.
Reasons to believe she's stronger. She's the new one. Reasons to believe she's weaker. The old one had Shibai cells. She might not have Shinjuju. but she had the cells.
I
They
also
probably
don't think
did
she has
something.
as much scientific ninja tech, but she might just have upgraded scientific ninja tech. I don't know.
The story
I
has
think
this again. We always make fun of the rocket boot thing, but no, Mama's gonna say, "Oh, it's obvious that they're just better." Than blah blah blah. The story hasn't told us that she's got upgraded ninja tech to where she doesn't need the rockets to fly. They haven't
Yeah.
told us this. We don't
Because-
know Mikimoto forgot the draw because he's not telling us that she's upgraded. They haven't said she's stronger. They haven't shown she's stronger. They've
Exactly.
shown us that. So
And I know that Amino, it's been like 3 years or whatever. He's working with Katasuke, but like, come on, he had a lot more stuff at Kara, especially because of Jigen. And Victor.
Yeah.
because
plus, you know-
Amino's lab at Kara is way more advanced than Katasuke's lab.
Yeah.
We've seen it.
Yeah, plus, you know, Jigen basically had a ton of funds. They had the budget of countries.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
Exactly.
Victor.
the Leafs budget is shrinking every year to the point where they don't even have enough money to stay as a village. If
They
the
can't even buy a door. Whereas
Yeah.
Victor can buy a nation.
So I definitely do think she still has her Shibai cells just because there was kind of an emphasis on it. And I feel like it would be a good story arc to have her actually unlock a Shinjutsu in one of these arcs.
I mean,
In
I
my
agree.
mind, though, my
Yeah.
mind, I wonder what the narrative will be when we actually reach the point where we have to make Akabe relevant again, and what Delta's point of view will be towards that.
So okay, we got a lot of good topics with Delta. So we've actually done. I don't remember all our answers, Oodie, but if you could find where we might have written them, we covered the Delta Shinjutsu topic. Now you don't have to have a specific, the ins and outs, the weaknesses and strengths of the jutsu, but if you were to pick a concept behind Delta's hypothetical Shinjutsu ability, based off other characters that you would parallel her with, what concept would you play with for her ability?
Ooh, I've said this, and because Koji and Deltas to an extent plays with time, not Deltas, I mean Ada's. So how Koji can see through the future, Ada can see the past and the present. I kind of wanted Deltas to be something time related, but something like, okay, so are we all caught up with Bleach?
No.
I am not.
It would be the Fullbring arc.
Well, I've seen up through the Mount Dark.
Ooh, then I can't spoil it, but it would have to do something with time.
Okay.
So without spoiling it, it would be a power where she can manipulate the events of a person's personal time without affecting like time itself. So like, say for example, in Konohamaru's history, right? She can make it so he wasn't affected by omnipotence, but she didn't change omnipotence happening in and itself, which I feel like would be a perfect buffer zone to the people who don't want omnipotence removed. The people who do, you'd have like kind of a little meet in halfway where some people get freed from omnipotence with that loophole, but the world as a whole just stays under omnipotence. Even though I'm personally on the side of figure out how to fix omnipotence, please.
I mean, I don't like the time idea. I can't. We must have deleted these, Oodie. I can't find what we wrote in the past
Same.
for answers. If you remember any,
I don't know. Well,
I think we had at least a few time answers because of the Koji reason, but
going
I
back a
just
little
don't remember.
bit, something else that we could cover is because I just thought it was funny, like when you brought it up, the Thought Crush.
Cool.
We can operate under the assumption. I think it's safe to say that he did have other like agents in other countries, because if he has them in the Land of Fire, he has them in other lands. I would say he had his whole network around the world just to make it make sense. But going back to
what the novels imply anyway, or that whatever Kodachi wrote in the back of a manga chapter, but wherever he wrote that. I don't know where it comes from.
Going back to what you said, Cam, about the interrogations, I think we'll get the important parts. I think, for example, unfortunately, Konohamaru's going to be used as that comic relief to where he doesn't know anything, but Kobu might see him as the mastermind, to be honest, because who benefits the most out of Shikamaru being gone? and
Yeah, 'cause
Naruto
Konohamaru
being
gets to be
gone.
Eighth Hokage.
It's
He's like, I'll be
Konohamaru.
the Eighth Hokage.
Yeah.
It's Konohamaru. So, and unfortunately, it feels like because Konohamaru was hypothetically supposed to like get off, Koji just doesn't really have anything better for him to do than to be used as a scapegoat. And he even tells Shikamaru, yeah, it's better they be angry at him than you. I need you. I don't really need Konohamaru. Like, you was supposed to be gone anyway, probably.
I mean, it's kind of sad though because it's like Konohamaru's almost in some ways in the best situation, but it's always the worst because he is the most innocent of all because he's quote unquote worth with Boruto, but innocently didn't know anything. He didn't know idea what was going on. He wasn't like secretly breaking Boruto out of prison. It's more just like Boruto showed up and saved his life and then just kept fighting Jiraiya. You know, it's like so Konohamaru wants to advocate like, hey, Boruto's been helpful, but he doesn't know anything. So it's like he's so clueless that he's innocent. Like they can't be mad at him, but because I like Konohamaru and I can see what they might do to him, I could see him being blamed. It's so sad. That's why it could work because you feel bad for him. You have sympathy for him. So it's like,
Yo,
I
don't know
like
what-
if
what's up?
Yo, what's good?
mellow.
Yo,
What's going
what's
on?
good? What's good? Phoenix, I got Kamui, Oodie, and who is this? Sorry, my memory sucks. Have I met you before? Bro,
Oh no,
I
not
keep-
officially.
Okay, thank God, bro. I swear if I met you and I forgot you, I would feel so awful. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm
Hi,
Mello.
what's good?
Welcome.
I'm Ryzen.
Sorry to interrupt you guys' conversation. Please continue. What's the topic, by the way?
Right
now we're talking about the interrogations that the Kobu and the elders are going to do
Wow.
to everyone. So
Slight
Oh,
tangent
the
from
probably
that
started
point.
bro.
Shikamaru, and everyone else.
I love that scene. Yeah.
But slight tangent
I got
from
it.
that point.
Yeah.
So back to the Konohamaru versus Matsuri.
Oh
so
God. Okay, what's going on there?
so I really wish that we could just know how that fight was going to go because sure, Koji saw that Konohamaru was indispensable. Or dispensable, I should say. What from there, though? Because Matsuri would still be around, and then she would probably go back and heal, and then she would probably go and kill the unconscious Sarada, as well as Mitsuki, who's probably not going to do anything if she couldn't do anything against Ryu.
Well, that's the thing, though. So I would like them to address it because the implication is Konohamaru is going to die. If you have to pick gun to the head, that's probably what you're going to lean towards. Whether it's 60% he dies, 40% he lives, it's more likely that he's probably going to die. But then what? Koji was like looking forward to this. Didn't want Boruto to show up. So that either means Matsuri just goes home and doesn't come back, or Mitsuki stops her and kills her. It's one or the other. And if Mitsuki was going to do that, then I would kind of like them to address, like, hey, Boruto, Mitsuki missed out on his character arc where he gets stronger, and now that's going to be a problem when Mamushi shows up, or maybe if Mitsuki does fight Mamushi at some point, I don't know, maybe Damon's not there yet, I don't know. If Mitsuki fights him, and then he has it there, and the coach is like, oh, we were lucky. Mitsuki still got his power up anyway. Like, I'd like them to kind of backtrack back to that, because I agree. It would be nice to just get a confirmation. Like, no, if you're spoon feeding the audience, get out of here with your spoons and feeding, guys. Okay, you can give us a fork. I don't care. Just give us something. Tell us what would have happened. We want to know. They told us through Koji what would have happened between Kawaki versus Code in that flashback, so they can do it here.
At least a relevant
That's
fight of all
why
time.
Interesting. Well, I would say number one, there is no spoon. Okay, shout out to my Matrix fan. Number two, look, look, my boy is going to win. Yes, I am the resident Konohamaru fanboy. Oh, well, take the boy out. My bad. Fan man. Okay, I'm the resident fan of Konohamaru Sarutobi, and yes, I think he would have defeated Mamushi or Mitsari rather. I think he would have won. I think he would have used some talk no jutsu at the last minute. Look, this is the student of Lord Seventh, so like, what other conclusion did you think he would arrive at other than success? I mean, he's big Sarutobi energy. Now, was it looking a little scarce? Sure, right? But, I'm thinking from Koji's perspective. I'm like, well, these Shinju seem to be a threat. Personally, I just think it's Mamushi, and the rest of them kind of look like future Piccolo's and Vegetas to me, antagonist turned heroes, but we'll see. At least Jura for me. But it's interesting that he wouldn't take the opportunity to take out one of the Shinju, seeing as how he could have just deployed Boruto purposefully and then he could have just did that, and that would have been one off the board. So it almost seems like she didn't either A, pose a threat that was worth taking her off the board in that moment, or B, it was going to get resolved with or without Boruto's help. And seeing as how no one else was around, and when Kawaki was going to show up, that only leaves really just Bit Konohamaru. So by process of elimination, just using some like Occam's razor energy, yeah, I think Konohamaru was going to actually win that fight, even if it ended in like a death, like double draw or double death. But I still think he would have gotten the job done for sure. But it's my opinion.
It definitely feels weird, though, because the whole reason that Boruto goes is because Koji isn't telling him, so what doesn't he want Boruto to know at that point if it's most likely to go that way?
Konohamaru's gonna win. He doesn't want him to know.
That's kind of that Konohamaru's about to win and get a dub, and he wants him to... yeah, I don't know.
My sensei getting a dub? Not under my watch. I gotta go.
Exactly. He said he's getting too much aura, bro. Too much aura.
Speaking of Konohamaru, it's kind of funny because in the chapter when, you know, he wanted Konohamaru to pretty much be the scapegoat for Shikamaru, because apparently, you know, it's a lot better for Konohamaru to fail than, you know, Shikamaru, because I guess Shikamaru is needed for the future. I was just thinking to myself, how would Boruto feel if, you know, they ended up punishing Shikamaru in
real quick,
any way?
When you say that, does Koji just like hate Konohamaru? He's like,
I feel like he just doesn't care about Konohamaru. Not in the same way Boruto does, but we pretty much see how this plants the seeds of, you know, conflict between. This already plants the seeds of conflict between Kashin Koji and Boruto, because we've seen this happen in the chapter, and we've seen him, you know, ask Kashin Koji, you know, why did Yodo have to die in order for Sarada to awaken her MS? Huh?
It's he basically doesn't care if you're not useful. Like, if he sees Konohamaru as useful, he's gonna change his tune. But if he sees that, okay, if I sacrifice Konohamaru in turn A, then turn C we'll get a favorable outcome. So
yeah,
I can sacrifice.
But for Boruto, it's not. For Boruto, he doesn't see. It's more so like he grew up with Naruto's, I would say, not really teaching, but actually, you know what? He's Naruto's son, and he was taught to pretty much care for everyone's lives, no matter whether or not if you aren't or are important in a sense. For him, Konohamaru, that was his sensei from day one. So pretty much seeing that Konohamaru, like, let's just say Konohamaru in any future Konohamaru dies, and Kashikoji pretty much tells Boruto, you know, hey, don't go help him. This is needed for the future or stuff, for a favorable future or favorable outcome. That pretty much would not fly by Boruto at all.
Yeah.
So, yeah, because when I was looking at the chapter, I was like, I wonder how Boruto would feel if he found out that Kashin Koji. Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, he was in the room with Kashin Koji. Am I not right?
You are.
Am I right or not? Yeah. So when he was talking, I don't know if actually no, that was through Inojin's telepathy, or maybe he wasn't on the same call or frequency with him at the time.
Oh, like was he listening to the call between Shikamaru and the elders and stuff?
Yeah. I don't know if he was listening in on that or what.
That's a good question. I mean, I feel like he
might have not.
Could be either way.
Because if I'm not mistaken, he was in the room with Kashin Koji and Inojin.
He was there, but they never, to my memories, make it clear if he's listening. But I feel like he was. But
he should be. It'd be weird if he was just sitting there watching silently.
It seems like he was still in the same room, but he wasn't talking or being shown. So I'm guessing it's a 50-50 shot. I feel like that's something Boruto can know. It's not something like, oh, Himawari is in danger, he shouldn't know that.
I don't know. I mean, at the same time, it seems like anyone's able to just get on call whenever they want. Ada can just call the Yamanaka and be like, hey, connect me to Sarada and Sume. Like, how can she do that?
Well, that's the really sensory comm thing. That one, they set it up. They never specified for everyone, but they do know for the room sharing mission at least. They were given the ability to do that. It was set up with that in mind for all of them to be able to do that. but I don't know if that applies to like any
What's the
random
topic
bozo.
again? Did you get shift a little bit?
We were talking about Konohamaru and we're still talking about Konohamaru.
But going back to the Konohamaru situation, I really hope there's a consequence for Boruto just a bit, because it seems like he's been winning a bit too much. Like Yodo died, sure, but we didn't really get a lasting a consequence for Yodo. The 2 to 3 people who could have cared about Yodo, we skipped their meeting. We didn't get that meeting. Gaara's still unconscious. Shinki knows Yodo's dead by now. We didn't even see the reaction, so no one really cares.
Shinki. We're just told his birthday.
Yeah, we didn't. Yeah,
like Yodo's dead. No, everyone moved on. Like no shade to Konohamaru, but if that was Moegi, he would have been acting.
Had a reaction and didn't move on is a Boruto. He's never even like met Yodo, but he's the one who cares more than Araya.
They're like Shinobi. They have to easily suppress those feelings and move forwards.
But
even though they're all like super emotional.
But let's be real for a bit. If that was Moegi, Konohamaru wouldn't be talking about the mission, or that she'd be happy that the mission was getting accomplished.
I feel like Araya would be the only person.
Shinobi thing.
Yeah, I would say Araya would probably talk about Yodo.
You would think, but yeah.
I mean, they were. I don't know much about the history between Shinki, Araya, and Yodo.
It's a love triangle, I think. I could be wrong though.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah. Yeah. That's all I gotta say. Because we've only ever seen them during the shooting exams, and then afterwards, it's been like what, 70 or maybe 60 chapters.
They had a mission during the Deep arc.
In the anime?
Retrieve the puppet. Yeah. They had a mission there, and they got taken out pretty easily. And it was pretty much just a Shikachou and Shinki show, but But Shinki is definitely him, and then Yodo likes him, and then Araya likes her. But Shinki he likes himself, so he likes responsibility.
Shinki likes
a very
Gaara.
stern young man. Yes, his father figure. Yes, he's definitely.
That's all he cares.
He's trying to walk in those shoes, and there's some big shoes to fill. So I feel it. He got to focus all of his attention on peak. So I rock with it. Oh, what's up, Trap? What's good, bro? Bro said, "Do you think Boruto can kill the Joker?" I'm like, not absolute Joker. Okay, have you seen that monstrosity, bro? Phoenix, I've been keeping up with Absolute Bane too, bro. That is some gnarliness. I ain't trying to change the topic though.
Well, I noticed somebody has shown up, and his name is Keto Maki.
Oh shit, Big Keto. What's up?
He is muted, so he might not be ready yet. But I did have a topic from the chat. So, out of these 4 possibilities, what do you think will be most likely to happen next chapter? So again, 4 possibilities. In fact, I'll probably just copy paste the possibilities, just since like saying 4 possibilities is probably gonna be hard to like remember. So let's just do that. But one is Sumire uses the shutdown code. Another is Sarada actually got her second ability off before David jumped.
I'm driving, so I can't read it.
Driving is crazy.
Copy and paste
yeah, let me do that. And then there's the 4th one, since it was 2 different comments.
And this is like what's most likely to happen next?
Yeah, so what do we think is most likely to happen next chapter? There's the 4. So one is Sumire uses the shutdown code. I'm guessing on Kawaki. 2 is Sarada actually got her second ability off.
Why is she? Wait, hold on. Why is Sumire shutting down Kawaki right now?
Well, it might be likely. Let's find out. 3 is Ada stops. I don't know what she stops.
Hold on. Sorry.
I'm gonna guess the conflict. And then 4 is Sumire. Remember, she has Nue and does something useful.
Sumire fans despise you now.
I'm
All 5
gonna say
of them.
3.
Okay.
Same, yeah. It just stops the conflict.
I feel like doing anything to Damon right now defeats the purpose of him potentially fighting a Mamushi and reaching his limit. And then Sarada just had her first ability show up. So I would say Ada. So she has a reason to stop it.
Ada makes the most sense narratively, like realistically.
Ada stops what?
The conflict between everyone, yeah.
Everyone? Like
Well, as in the most recent conflict.
Damon, sorry, it stops that
between Saru, Samurai.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you didn't. Well, I guess number 2 would kind of fill that role. I actually think Sarda might have put him in a genjutsu, but that's just like a thought. I'm not sure. They did show her eye a little bit, but who can say? I'm not even sure if bro is actually behind that couch right now. Okay.
How would that work
He might
with
just be standing there
the
trolling.
reflect?
Huh?
How would that work with the reflect?
I mean, how would he reflect?
The same way he always reflects.
I mean, so I kind of figure where this is going. So
Yeah, the palm thing is irrelevant.
yeah, I have to touch someone to reflecting. So some people are saying that's not a thing. Some people are saying it is. I went to the chapter where they say it's not a thing. Amato did not say that, bro. I don't know what y'all read, but that's not what that says.
No. So what they say is he has to touch, but there's more than one scene where he seemingly reflects something, blatantly not touching anyone. So
Like
the theory that I've heard people say, at least it's just a theory, it's not confirmed, is that the action of reflecting, the one that reflects all actions, he has to touch someone. But the one that reflects their mind thoughts, like when Kawaki thought about slapping Damon with whatever he did, that one might not require you to touch someone just based off what Damon's done. Because unless Damon has 8-foot-long arms and he's doing Mizumi's bendy wendy jutsu to wrap around the couch into Ada's lap in a weird way, he wasn't touching Ada when that happened.
Well, just from me, my perspective, I don't care about any of that stuff. I just go based upon what's been presented. Like Amato didn't refute anything that was presented. He pretty much just confirmed it. It was presented when Bug was trying to warn Code, given the circumstances. I don't know why he would lie about that. Just everyone's reaction about like yeah. So just for me, I go based upon what's been presented. Like all that other stuff is just pure interpretation, based upon visual.
But the other thing to consider is, I know Oodie and I are like Ikimoto's #1 haters, but like, I don't trust Ikimoto to necessarily draw it consistently with what he's saying. So what he's saying,
but at the same time, I don't trust him to remember that Bug said it.
I don't trust Ikimoto to say what he means because he's done that too. So.
Well, I think Ikimoto has some problems, obviously, as a writer. I mean, we all have problems as people in general, lack of perfection and all. But I think he's improving greatly, and I actually do have faith that he would be able to pull something that at least that simple off. But I understand where you guys are coming from as well, because I think we have some shared complaints about some of his recent decisions. But ultimately, I approach it from a glass half full perspective, so I like to be a little bit more optimistic about it.
Is this doing it right or is it doing it wrong? If you don't.
Well, that was very robotic.
Up, or maybe yours.
No, that was definitely Kamui. He's driving right now, so that's probably why.
That's probably because I'm driving in a car on the way to the store. So
yeah,
the absolute Joker's nightmare fuel, Roy, 100%.
But pivoting slightly, since we were talking about Damon.
Well, real quick on Damon, because going back to the Bug thing, let's just say the palm thing is true. It would be weird for Bug to say that to Code, for some reason thinking Code could defeat Damon with that information. Why would he make himself a traitor to the stronger person?
I feel like he just overestimated Code.
Well, no, he thought Code. He didn't realize Damon would be able to stomp Code physically in taijutsu like that. Yeah. Like he thought they were going to take each other out. The Bug just didn't realize that.
But exactly.
Code is also stronger than Jigen. He's just not as strong as Damon.
So if then he's misunderstanding Damon in that regard.
Yes.
Well, that doesn't.
Yes.
That doesn't really like have anything to do.
Ada was hiding abilities. It's entirely possible she's hiding something else. But then again, Ada was also mad that Bug said that. So yeah, it's like.
We also got to remember. Oh, sorry to cut you off, Mello.
Oh no, you're fine. Please.
We also got to remember that Bug hasn't really seen Code's full potential. So we have Code hyping up his full potential. Bug can't really gauge Code's raw power in comparison to Damon's. So I'm guessing he just took a gamble, and then he overestimated Code's raw power, and then realized that.
Because when you look at Bug's dialogue during the fight, he's not saying, "Oh my God, Damon's stronger than I realized." He's saying, "Oh my God, Code's all bark and no bite." So it's basically, "Oh, Code's not as strong as I thought," as opposed to, "Oh, Damon's even stronger than I thought."
Yeah.
But yeah, I just think you know, it's possible that she got a genjutsu off. Me personally, that's I don't even want that to happen. I mean, to me, this is basically Sasuke versus Rock Lee before Sasuke was fast enough to have his physical body react to Lee's speed. But then later
Kind
on,
of
he was
similar,
able
yeah.
to exactly. So all this is just a plus for Sarada, no matter what way you want to go. If she puts him in a genjutsu, super cool. If she just matches his movement speed and matches his chakra output, his chakra control ratios like she did in the anime, if that's canon, which is not, but I'm gonna say it is for this glazing session, then also very cool. But no matter what, I think this was just a fantastic chapter in general, and I'm excited to get to like the
I really
whole
like
Daimyo Chamberlain scene, okay? Because that
Yes.
was fire,
Yeah.
bro.
It seems like this chapter is pretty mixed reviews because you definitely seem to like it. I know Oodie and I, it's one of our favorites, at least in a long time.
To me,
But
it's a
I've
10 out
heard
of
some
10.
people hate it, so.
I just want to see Ino get screwed over in the interrogation because
That's
Koji
right.
has her son. Her son committed treason. Sai is potentially on Shikamaru's side, so I want to see what Koji potentially
Oh, I think
tells
Sai's
Ino.
the one who told on Shikamaru
Yeah,
after
Yeah.
Ino told him about it.
Now, okay, now I want to hear your guys' thoughts on this, and I'm just going to say this outright to get everyone's shocking reaction. Me and Kamui think the person who would be the best person to be the next Hokage is Sai. Thoughts?
I feel like I feel like he's the only option if we're going by known characters, unless the Daimyo introduces something new. Because every other character has stigma on them. Sakura, self-explanatory. The wife of the traitor, mother of the girl who's always defending Boruto, the Hokage killer. Kakashi helping pardon Sasuke. Tsunade's too old, I feel like. Konohamaru had it until he started defending Boruto, so he's off right now.
Yeah, and
Wait,
Shikamaru's been taken out
is
too.
Tsunade older than Hiruzen?
Yes, he's in their early 70s now, if my math's right.
Okay, fair enough.
So
I mean,
Konohamaru
to be
had
fair, though,
it.
Natsu was going to be Hokage at the same age, so she realistically she could
Plus,
do it.
but
really
she
wanted.
sucks at money, so we don't want her back anyways, bro.
Tsunade-
We don't got enough of
Yeah.
that to go around.
Yeah,
Based on the
backstory is
novels,
going to be going towards like alcohol instead.
yeah, Tsunade
then
has
Konohamaru-
PTSD from the war. She doesn't want to be Hokage.
Yes.
But she has
Speaking-
PTSD.
From the fourth
Yes.
war, yeah. Since Madara
Oh, I
almost
never knew
killed her.
that.
And getting like
Yeah.
bisected.
What novel is that, by the way?
I'm not sure exactly, I don't
Kakashi
remember,
novel?
but might be that one, yeah.
Not sure which.
The fact that Kakashi is my favorite character and I haven't read that novel is blasphemy. I need to pull up on that.
But
You know,
Konohamaru was
actually,
in that
yeah.
top running until he sabotaged himself. So honestly, the only known character who fits that role is Sai. There's literally
Wait,
no one
oh,
else
yes,
unless they
but
introduce.
How did he
new
sabotage
about-
Speaking of
himself?
Kakashi, speaking
He's-
of Kakashi, though,
Oh,
He
I don't think
defended
I was
Kakashi-
himself.
about to bring. Yeah, I was about to bring
Hold on,
that up.
real quick,
Kakashi makes
real
sense
quick,
as the Hokage.
Kamui, real quick.
Yeah.
Can you answer that real quick?
Can I what?
Oh no, Ryzen, I had asked him
Yeah.
a question. I think he's
So
asking.
basically, in the last chapter, he started talking about Boruto, how maybe something's more is going on, which led him to being interrogated. That brought the daimyo's council and the elders' ire. So that kind of debuffs him on that Hokage situation. Now we have Kobu using Sai as his right hand to go escort Konohamaru and everyone else who had contact with Boruto.
Is
so
that the
at
guy's
that
name,
point-
Kobu?
Yeah, Kobu.
Yeah.
So at that point, you're gonna second guess Konohamaru and put him in that same stigma of where I don't think I can trust Konohamaru now because he is not outright hating on Boruto. So the only one who still has a clear record and is high up in the lineup is Sai.
Mhm.
Everyone else doesn't fit unless you add a new character that we've never seen before.
What if you just have Kobu be the interim Hokage?
That would be hilarious, and I'm all
He's a
for
ninja,
that.
I guess.
I'm all for that. Seeing it, and I definitely see the vision. Because the only other option would be Kawaki, and I hate that.
Well, technically, there would be Kakashi, but the thing about Kakashi is, I feel like it would make sense for like the Elite Village to want to appoint him, but Kakashi would just be down to do everything Shikamaru's doing. Like he's just a good guy. He would just support Boruto. Like he would just understand. Like we know he would. He's gonna be like, yeah, Sasuke didn't do that. And Sasuke's not a traitor, so he's just gonna believe in him. So that's the
That's
problem
true.
with having Kakashi.
But that's
You could be the
why he's
same
not
one,
going
he's
to be
just gonna have to
Hokage.
get kicked out too.
Exactly.
But
And-
this is wait, this is Kakashi though. Like he's hella strategic. I mean, I'm pretty sure he can play the role. Like
He definitely could pretend. I do agree there.
plus
Yeah,
he
Well,
has
but
the
even
That would
it's
be
probably too
cool.
late because he said that when he freed Sasuke after the Fourth War, that he's going to take responsibility if Sasuke ever does do something crazy.
Ooh.
Yes,
That is
but even
true. If Kimoto comes back to that, they could do something there. That's why he's not Hokage, I guess. They could do that.
Yeah.
But even if he was still in the running, Koji's words makes it seem like it's a moot point because he says it would be more beneficial to
Exactly.
have Shikamaru as Hokage. If
I
Kakashi's just
completely
gonna
agree.
be a second Shikamaru where Shikamaru is literally telling him what to do, it defeats the purpose. So you do need
Yeah.
someone, which is why I'm iffy on Sai. I want to see Sai's opinion because so far
Well, that's why I
we know
think so.
Sai saw the same thing. He saw Amado. He relayed everything, but part of me believes that Sai would be on Shikamaru's side as a double agent.
I would have
No,
thought that
no,
before
no.
this. In fact,
But-
before this
Yeah.
chapter, I would have been down for Sai to support Shikamaru and Ino to go against them. But the
But
way
then-
this chapter is drawing Sai makes
Exactly.
me think he's on Ino's side and he's mad that Ino-Jin almost died. Like he could almost
Exactly.
be blaming
Exactly.
Shikamaru for that. It's also technically possible that Sai basically did what Ino wanted and like pulled on Shikamaru, but his heart doesn't necessarily believe it, but he's just doing what his wife wants. They could do that, but the way he's drawn makes it seem like he's either mad at Shikamaru or he's mad at himself for having to do what he did. It's one or the other.
I'd
But
go a
he's
step
clearly
further,
mad.
Kamui. I would say it's possible that Ino told Sai, not expecting or not wanting Sai to tell anyone else, and Sai
Yeah.
went out of his
Yeah.
way to do so. It'd be even cooler.
And then I feel like it would be a nice callback because we have Boruto himself telling Kaoki, yeah, if I spilled the beans, some people would believe me and some wouldn't, and basically cause this civil war type situation. So it would be nice seeing this kind of like old gen versus new gen because we have Ino, man, my boy Ino Jin. I used to hate him, but he made me do a 180 with him committing treason. I love to see it. So we see Inojin already basically by proxy on Boruto's side because of Himawari.
Well, he definitely didn't have any choice. What,
Yeah,
like
I mean,
that's like
it's too late
saying
for him now. He already
Naruto
committed
committed treason by following the Akatsuki when Itachi and Kisame asked him to step out of the room.
I mean, he kind of
mean-
was, bro. Like,
I don't know about
they
I mean,
told him a
with-
direct order.
With Naruto's case, every time he basically committed treason, he had the Hokage on his side eventually, or like a
Wow,
higher
we're
up person on his
crazy.
side. With Inojin, he's basically kind of screwed. Yeah, you committed treason. I got you right now. The daimyo is breathing under Shikamaru's neck, so you do what I tell you, or I'm stitching on you. So it would be interesting to see how Koji tries to deal with Ino, or how we get this Yamanaka family drama, and seeing how the rest of Team 10 gets incorporated. Because I feel like
Coolest thing for Koji's perspective you can do is so Ino's not going to help us and she's actually through side telling on Shikamaru, fine, we're going to get your son involved. So then like Ino's basically going to Ino and Sai will see that Ino-Jin's been helping behind the scenes now. Like how are they going to react to that? That would be cool to see.
I think how they write this part of the story is going to really kind of determine. I think ultimately how I feel about Ikimoto as a writer, because I think this is probably, in my opinion, like the most interesting thing they have going right now.
Mhm.
It's like the shinobi, espionage, spy, mystery, who's infiltrated what, like that. The Shinju stuff is, but it's a little touchy feely right now. It's fine, but I'm more big hype for this right now. So
Well, it's something
like-
refreshing because they've done the Shinju stuff was good,
Mhm.
but they've been doing the same love. This is just something different that does touch back on previous themes with the whole Shinobi system in general. So it's just refreshing to get this
Plus-
finally.
I'm super interested in like perspectives because like the Chamberlain, I forgot his name already. The Daimyo, the
Kobu?
Feudal Lord's Chamberlain, Kobu. Yeah, he's not wrong from his perspective. He's actually quite right. And if Sai would take his side, Sai from his perspective would be quite right. Now we know ultimately because of omnipotence, but there aren't really any bad guys here, which also makes it kind of interesting because you're kind of
Oh, the elders, I'm calling them. They suck.
Oh no, they're definitely not bad guys. They're jerks, but they just want what's best for their people for sure.
They're just such
Um,
assholes.
They were, bro. Like I literally thought I was like, oh my god, it's time. Konohamaru, like bro walked in, he was like, oh my god, it's my replacement. I was like, yes, yes, yes. And then they proceeded to disrespect him in ways. They called him Sarutobi. I said it on my show. I'm like, they liken this boy to his granddaddy. They reminded him of his heritage, how he's supposed to behave in this moment. Like
They were
that's
really
some
getting that nostalgia vibes.
yeah, bro. Like it
Yeah, I
was
want
crazy.
Konohamaru
Like
to be
it
like,
reminded me
it's
of like a mom calling
Konohamaru.
your full first, middle, and last name, bro. It was like, damn.
Bro,
Sarutobi.
Konohamaru
That's
did
crazy.
not step out of line. He's just like, yeah, guys, Boruto, he like saved my life. And they're just like, oh, he's a traitor. Get him out of here. Interrogation time.
No, he
Nah,
definitely
Mirai-
spoke out of turn, bro. He spoke. out of
Mirai's
turn.
really moving up that Sarutobi
Crazy.
chain, because it
I
seems like
forgot she
Konohama's
was
gonna
in
be indisposed for a while.
You know, speaking of Mirai, we're not gonna explain it, but Oodie and I did a cool ass Mirai rewrite the other day. Mostly about
My
Hidan and
God.
Kakuzu, but Mirai was involved.
I don't know why you're saying that when you said we're not going to explain it.
But you guys should, everyone should watch it.
But you know, adding on to a few points, I'm really interested to see how these clans interfere, because now we're gonna have a whole political situation. So yeah, if Konohamaru gets thrown in jail, you're gonna have the Sarutobi clan butting in, just like how Shikamaru has, unfortunately for the daimyo, too much clout. Head of the Nara clan, brother-in-law of the Kazekage, who Shikamaru's quick actions just saved. So regardless of the feelings that the other Kage had pre this, Gaara is now implied to be fully on Shikamaru's side because dude got saved by him.
Right.
So it's really interesting to see that. Plus the Sarada situation, where even though Sakura does have a blemish on her record, she also to an extent has a lot of clout. Plus, you interfere with Sakura's family, you gotta bring in Kakashi and Tsunade hypothetically to help. So I want to see how these high priority characters get dealt with in the interrogation.
Well, also,
I think
when it comes to
for
Sarada, her quote unquote bad things that she has, we're yelling at Konohamaru and Shikamaru, who are just not gonna say anything bad about her now. It's not like the elders heard her complaining and supporting Boruto. It's just Shikamaru and Konohamaru. So she might not
gotta
really
remember,
have
for the
on her
past 3 years, she's been advocating for Boruto.
Yeah, I think she's
to
going to be
them,
caught.
to the
she's
people
also
who are
like
also in trouble.
you have that that heritage with her being Uchiha, Danzo, and then those elders being linked to Danzo. So there's a whole bunch of prejudice that's happening with her in general, her father's history, all of that stuff is
I mean,
kind of
that is
boiling
true.
to it. And then I even said I liken the Uchiha to like kind of like black people in America. I think Konoha is pretty much America. And I was like, basically what you have is this like little black girl talking about she's gonna be the president, and they looking at her like, bitch, please. So for me, I'm like, yeah, like I kind of I feel the stress. Like I think a shinobi. See, I think they're gonna they start off slice of life and then they build towards like the grandiose cosmic level stuff. I think they're gonna start TBV obviously because they did it with the grandiose stuff, and then kind of slowly but surely towards the tail end of the Boruto franchise, bring it back home to shinobi. I think they're building a civil war. I think the era of the shinobi ends has nothing to do with some cosmic anything. I just think this is the beginnings of Boruto. I'm going to send you to the place I sent the seventh or whatever. I think the ruins of Konoha is because of this civil war potentially. But again, just some thoughts on that.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see that. I just want to see it in the series.
I feel like that could be part of it in a way.
Plus, I
agree with you on that one.
I feel like if Kawaki gets hypothetically interrogated, and Kobu was one of those people who generally disapproved of Naruto, like how the data file said, like a lot of the council members weren't really too happy that Naruto had such a good relationship with the daimyo. It would be interesting to see how Kawaki's already not so high opinion of shinobi kind gets warped to the point where he might even try to fan the flames of civil war just because he thinks that the shinobi world or shinobi system is dangerous for Naruto in general. So I really want to see how Ikamoto does his political arc, because I think he can definitely get a lot of mileage out of it, since in world we have a week.
Thank God for that week. I was actually kind of surprised they gave us a specified time frame because typically.
No. You cannot say you like the week extension after we've been waiting for 3 chapters after Koji said, "Hey, Mamushi's on the move." You cannot say
he was
like
moving to get the next magazine so he could goon, bro. I mean,
Yeah, is that what Koji meant?
Bro.
I swear, if they make Konohamaru useful with the harem jutsu on that side note, that's
crazy.
I really want to bring this up,
bro. That's a good callback actually. No, I think
no, because here's the thing, though.
100% see that scene.
Oh my god.
Here's the thing, though. Koji literally said to Shikamaru that I have to tell you how to beat Mamushi, so it makes me think it's not a pure power situation, because right now Konoha's kind of stacked. So if it's not a pure power to where I can just send Damon, Delta, maybe even Kawaki to beat Mamushi, there has to be a trick to his abilities.
I mean, to be fair, though, you don't really need Konohamaru's sexy jutsu. Like, Ada could literally just, like, take her top off. Mamushi's just, like, drooling anyway.
Come on, I want to throw Konohamaru a bone, though.
But, like, it would...
Yeah.
She won't do it. And that's why you need Konohamaru. But it would be
going by Konohamaru's past escapades, it wouldn't be too far to say harem jutsu Ada style or something. I don't know.
If Ada did some shit like some Dragon Ball Boma Master Roshi shit, like if she did, I'd drop this series, bro. Like, oh god, I'm like, man, that's too far, bro. Y'all doing too much.
I was gonna mention this.
Surprised they actually had Mamushi like that poor. I mean, at this point, now I want him to be reading Jiraiya's
Koji.
books. I thought it'd be funny if like Hidari was reading it, but I could see them having Mamushi do it now at this point.
Nah, exactly. Koji tells Shikamaru, I need you to get all the signed copies of Jiraiya's Makeout Tactics series. Distract Mamushi with them.
Turns him into a fanboy.
I was gonna say, hello?
Sorry, I got disconnected. Oh, you guys can hear me?
Yeah, you good. Go ahead, Mortal.
I was gonna say, it's kind of funny. Whenever I look at Mamushi, he kind of reminds me of Master Roshi, but just a more evil version of Master Roshi from Dragon Ball.
I can see it. That's hilarious.
Like, so here's the thing. So I kind of knew that Mamushi was gonna have this little predator side to him, because he immediately gave off that vibe to me in chapter 4. So I had no idea that he was going to start gooning in this chapter. That was crazy.
Dude, I want the emphasis to be on like predator in terms of devouring, though, not in terms of like. I don't want him banging Ada. I want him like biting her neck, like eating her flesh, but not humping her. Please, go add I don't want to see Mabushi schlong sticking out. Okay, none of that.
Please.
Keep that out of it. He can bear his bag, but the moment he goes in for anything else, we're dropping this series. Okay, I don't need Mabushi being a pet.
Okay.
I mean, let's remember,
here's the thing.
Mamushi's only like a couple weeks old, to be honest.
Yeah. But the one thing
I don't care. He looks like an old man.
Yeah, Milo, get down. So, my dog. Sorry, Milo, sit down. Sit down.
Like, bro named his dog Mellow, bro. I was about to.
His name is
happening, yo.
His name is Milo. Sit down, Milo. Sit down. Stop.
Oh, that's so good.
Hold on.
You gotta work on that summoning jutsu, buddy.
Immortal, did you have another topic you're about to say? Oh, no, he muted. Okay.
I think you.
Okay.
Sorry, my dog is just like.
All right. Well, while Immortal gets that situated, Mello, did you have another topic you wanted to bring up?
Outside of Sarda and Konohamaru Glaze, no, not really.
Okay. I guess we'll go back to the.
In fact, I'll look over the chapter really quick while you do that.
Sure. Yeah. I was gonna say, going back to the interrogation, since we were talking about that a little bit. How I see them doing it, I don't think they're going to do like 8 dedicated chapters to each individual to see the full interrogation.
Definitely not. Like, some of them could easily be lumped together. Like, they could do Saren and Mitsuki together if they really wanted. Well, actually, Mitsuki I kind of want solo because he broke Boruto out of prison.
I think they're going to do it individually.
That's the problem. It's like, you could do some of them together, but I want them to be solo at the same time.
I feel like Mitsuki might be used as the scapegoat because it feels like we're having the inverse of Next Generation to now, where Boruto's that pseudo leader of that new car organization. So he kind of has Inojin on his team right now with Koji. So I feel like Mitsuki's really easy to use as a scapegoat for Shikamaru to keep his job. Son of Orochimaru.
See, that's the thing. If they blame Mitsuki for shit like that, I really want them to be like, oh, of course it's the son of Orochimaru. Must be him being involved. Like, I want them to do that, and I want them to get Orochimaru in the story. But at least blame Orochimaru, because that's cool.
Because narratively, it makes sense. Sasuke was Orochimaru's student. Sasuke helped Boruto. Who's to say this isn't part of Orochimaru's plot? Have Mitsuki finally be able to get out of the village and have like an actual talk with Boruto and try to find himself. The only thing is, if they do that, they kind of do, like you said, they kind of do have to introduce Orochimaru, because now all those ninjas like Yamato keeping watch on Orochimaru has to be put on high alert. So you have no choice but to include Orochimaru with Mitsuki.
I mean, they've had no choice but to include him for the last like 600 years. So
or at the very least, name drop him.
Just do it already. Like,
Yeah.
They're saying his name and shit. Oh, you're using his hideouts. If there's, I mean, in the anime, the elders literally all like, "Oh my God, Naruto Shikamaru, I can't believe you let Orochimaru's son here. No wonder he's doing all this shit." So they're doing that in the anime. Just put in Ikimoto already copied Mitsuki's character arc from that arc in the manga. You might as well copy that as part 2.
But yeah, I feel like that would be kind of weird and like I don't want to say bad writing, but like it would be weird if you get Mitsuki as a rogue ninja and you don't name drop Orochimaru at all, other than the relationship with Mitsuki, because that would imply that they're still keeping watch under Orochimaru instead of taking action, and even Orochimaru is not interfering at that point.
Even if they don't do Orochimaru, similar to what Mello was saying about how, oh, Sarada's Sasuke's son, and that's kind of dirt on Sarada, they can just do that. They can be like, oh, they can be prejudiced against Mitsuki because he's Orochimaru's son, and that can be as far as it goes, and that's still technically good. I would like them to do more, having Orochimaru involved, but technically just blaming him is something good. So what I would be really upset about is if they don't do mention that at all. Then I'll be kind of bummed. I'll be like, really? You're not going to include that? Why not?
I want them to at least say to the story.
I think a lot of this is going to manifest through the anime. Like some of the parts where they're not like fleshing things out. Like, yeah, I don't think they're going to have like a chapter per interview for sure. But but I just want a scene that kind of harkens back to the Chunin exams written portion, where they had to like cleverly, while being under observation, like pass information from party to party, or use some kind of strategic way to get past the obstacle at hand, which was kind of psychological in nature. I think if they did something similar to that in an interrogation scene, it could be so fire.
Oh, wait,
like the potential here is outrageous. Yeah.
Mello, adding on to your point, Inojin's right there. So
yeah,
Koji through Inojin could give them the correct answers of what to say, unless Koji specifically wants a fall guy, because he doesn't necessarily have to talk to them. He can just tell Inojin, okay, link up with Sarada, have her say these exact words.
That's a great board.
It depends on whether he wants them to go with their heart or if he wants to tell them what to do. But either way, Koji has the power to do that.
No, I think I'm fully on board.
Whether he wants to help Boruto or not, he doesn't want Sarada and Mitsuki to go to jail. Like, he likes them. He doesn't want them in jail. So
I want
he
that
should
to
be really
visually. I want that to visually, like, because like, was it Ibuki? Like, there's like scenes visually where he's like, you could see him in the mind, like doing things.
Yeah,
I want to see that. Like, I don't want, like, if you do go the Inojin route, I want him to like have obstacles that he has to get past within like the mind space as the interrogators are. So just to make it more tense, more tension, more drama, like all that stuff could be pretty sick for sure.
As cool as that would be, Mello, I confidently don't think they will do that, because clearly Ikimoto forgot that jutsu exists for 2 reasons. 1, he calls the mind transmission jutsu the mind transfer jutsu, and 2, he didn't have anyone do that to Boruto in that interrogation, when that's the easiest way to get the info. And then Ibiki's not doing his, psychological torture. He's just bashing his face on the table. So I don't think they're gonna do that. As cool as that would be, they should do that. It'd be cool, but they're not gonna.
Well, I think they were going to. I think that's the entire point why Ibuki was there. Like, I think they were going to eventually get busy like that. But of course.
But that's what you would start with Ibuki.
Well, not necessarily. Like, because you gotta remember, this is the person who supposedly killed Naruto. He might just want to rough him up real quick. like let him know something and then get busy on him. But you know, it's just interpretation for sure.
But anyway,
Oh, no sound. My God. Oh shit.
I mean, Ibiki's like the master of mental torture, which was like what they're really emphasizing during the written exam. So I feel like he's better at that torture-wise, harming them, than he is at physical torture. Like he's gonna give him what, a nosebleed?
That's what made him famous. Is
Exactly.
That's how he does it.
Yeah, it would just be weird to do that.
Because if he was better at physical torture, but yeah, he can be cool with his mind torture for the written exam, but then he would just do physical torture in real life, and that would be his thing that he's known for.
Especially since he understands the importance of information. Like, I don't think that Ibiki would just be in his character to do that just because Naruto. I don't think he would randomly emotionally
Well, I mean, like, they
do that.
can't. I mean, oh, that's right. I forgot. I finished the video but never like finished it. My Ibiki rewrite, but I addressed this in the rewrite. Forgot exactly what I wrote, but they could still do the whole Ibiki loves Naruto thing with a couple of small tweaks. It really doesn't take much.
It doesn't. I actually think it's already there. Like the whole village it was said like the village loved him, and like I just don't see why Ibuki like wouldn't like it's not out of the realm of possibility that given that somebody that they all cared about and he watched grow as a boy and really made an impression on him during that written exam towards the end of the with him not even having a single answer. Like I just think there could be something there. Could be in the operative word here.
Well, yeah, it's not that Ibiki wouldn't love Naruto. I'm kind of driving, so it's kind of hard for me to find exactly what I wrote.
It's not necessarily love. It's just,
well, definitely don't do that, Kamui.
Yeah, plus
just
it was
like,
already.
I care about this boy.
Plus, he already made it known that he was pretty pissed off at him.
And you said this was in the manga volumes. Which volumes?
I think it started in chapter 30-ish, which is volume. Hang on, let me check.
Because like with this, it's like. Yeah, like
we even have the daimyo and shinobi relationships, which is column 5, and we have a lot more info. So this specific one is volume 10. So volume 9 also had it. So starting from volume 9.
This will be good content to cover.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was saying like Naruto is like a super incompetent Hokage in my opinion. I mean, it's just my opinion, but like I've been saying that for a while now. So like a lot of this adds like more fuel to my flame. So. I'm gonna read over this. I like this.
Yeah. I got another comment here that I'll post in chat. As y'all seen, Ikimoto's low-key starting to focus on side characters after advisor Kobu interrogates them. Do you think he will be the catalyst to bring back the side characters like Metal Lee? Well, I guess he's talking about like the anime-only cast in that regard. I don't know about that, but I feel like something that could be really interesting if they get Kitasuke back in the story. With whatever they want to do with Boruto there or with Amado, I definitely think Kitasuke could definitely add some fuel to some sort of fire.
I feel like
again?
He's like the lead scientist.
Not Amado, but the other guy.
It's oddly enough Denki.
Oh, okay.
I feel like they could use Denki because of how much his company has influence in the village. So I feel like seeing those companies affecting the political spectrum of the village would be kind of interesting, which gives us an excuse to see Denki. But Mello, going back to what you said about Naruto, funny enough, one of the columns talking about science make it a point to like exclude Naruto even as like an adult, to where he's still that dumb that he's not going to understand any of the science, even though most of the shinobi do have a basic grasp of basic science and basic concepts.
Yeah.
But
my thing is, they know this, but it's linked to the Kawaki stuff primarily. It's just decision making, him ignoring Shikamaru, all that stuff, putting his family at risk, all that, and it's just putting his village at risk. It's the whole stuff with Code and him breaking down in the middle of battle, even though potentially the lives of the entire universe is on the line. Stuff like that. Just not living up to the moment, not meeting the moment, which is not what I expected for my main character.
Yeah, and then people want to argue that Naruto's been smart since the beginning of the story, even though that's against the fundamental of his character.
Yeah, like they'll probably. I mean, I don't know who these people are. I don't know what the narrative is, but it's probably something. I mean, like he's a battle genius for sure, but like if you're trying to point to like some other high levels of intelligence outside of that, I mean, it might be a little few and far in between. I mean, he has extremely high emotional intelligence. I'll give him that much as well. as well. But you know,
I feel like he had better emotional intelligence as a kid, though. That's crazy.
Kid Naruto is he's just a different character, a better character, like the best version of the character is Kid Naruto, in my opinion. Like I do not like adult Naruto. Like he's such a dweeb, and like teenage Naruto, before Sage Mode wasn't shit. And then after Sage Mode, yeah, he was kind of him. I ain't gonna lie. But like Kid Naruto and like post Sage Mode Naruto is just peak. But everything else is kind of. Although I can't wait to see old man Naruto. That'll be fire with the beard and the white and the. That'll be fire.
You kind of reminded me of one of Ikimoto's drawings. It was in one of the Naruto volumes. He drew Naruto as like this old guy with this little mark on him. Like, let me post it in chat. I'm gonna find it.
Yeah, I have the picture.
Oh yeah, go ahead, post it. I think Ikimoto had drawn a version of Naruto where he was like older and he has a beard and everything. He just looked. Yep, that's it. Mm-hmm.
When did he draw this?
I can't remember.
Naruto was still running in the 15th anniversary.
Okay.
How do you guys think Naruto is going to catch up, or is he going to catch up?
I think, in my opinion, and I could 100% be wrong. I think at best, you get him to what he used to be to help out in the final fight. I don't think we're gonna get a situation to where he surpasses his original power set. I feel like
he should
that ship has sailed. Even without Barium, I feel like we won't get a situation where he's as stronger than his fight with Jigen with his chakra mode. I think at best we get that power set back, if any. And I don't even think that. I feel like with Kurama back, you can share his chakra with Naruto, and you can.
I don't even think he needs it.
Yeah, he doesn't. To help.
Like, I think in this verse it's clear that anybody can catch anybody with enough time. It doesn't matter if you have like external god, deity, angel, ninja powers, or like karma, parasite god, demon powers, whatever the fuck. Like Saruta literally went from like she's just a normal shinobi and she's like above Jigen in like 3 Tomoe Sharingan.
Yeah.
Per her Hirari scaling. Like it's fucking insane. So like Naruto to me with his genetics and his potential, like just the shadow clone training method, his speed of progression, like bro, this dude could easily surpass Barium mode in base.
It would just have to depend on how much. I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, you're fine.
I think it would have to depend on when he's unsealed and how much time. Because if it's a situation with like how like the four Hokages were just entered into the war, if he just gets like entered in the final battle, he's working with what he has for the most part. But if he gets unsealed to where they have downtime, we can make the argument for it. We do know that Sasuke to an extent did get stronger from
the dumbest argument for how Naruto could upscale with while being unsealed at the end. I have a really
Sasuke is definitely very powerful when he fought Code during the Flash a little back.
He gave him the scar.
How he can catch up Naruto specifically, since Sasuke does have a bit of a head start over him.
Yeah,
that's gonna be interesting.
So you know how Naruto could actually catch up without doing anything. So what if, when he's sealed in Daikoku 10 and isn't moving, he's been gathering so much nature energy, he's got like thousands of Seijo's worth of power. It's kind of like what Kurama does in the final fight with Sasuke, but even stronger. So he just got insane Sage mode.
Let's ignore the fact that no time has passed.
I know.
It's a contradictory
but it'd be really funny
realm,
if Ikimoto did that. He just wrote that in there.
How is it a dimension where time doesn't flow, but it flows for Kawaki?
I guess it maybe
so
doesn't
a
affect
dimension where time flows. Like what the fuck? Like
it's possible. I mean, to be fair, when Kawaki was there, he was just standing still. So it's possible he was just frozen, but his eye lets him like leave.
He goes into Daikokuten dimension and he just can't ever leave again. He just stuck frozen in time for all eternity.
Just staring at Naruto.
That's what I was thinking. Like, even if I had like time stopping abilities, it would be the lamest and most stupid thing to do. Like you would literally just do it once and be stuck. Like you don't it's over for you. You don't have time restart abilities. You just have time stopping abilities. It's the worst point of power ever.
So I'm guessing I'm guessing potentially he can just perceive the realm, like how Sasuke was able to perceive Momoshiki and Boruto's talk through the Rinnegan, but he himself
he might be able to
couldn't
just do
move.
that and then like
So
activate
that would
his
be
eye or
hilarious.
something.
I'd say an explanation of that could be something similar to Kamui, to where Obito can just teleport to Kamui, his physical body, or he can do this weird intangible thing to where he exists in reality, but not really, but kind of, but not really.
Like see-through.
Every time I think of Kamui, I just think of that scene where he just does the hand thing and just disappears for no fucking reason. Like
Dude,
right
I
before the
know, it's so
Itachi-Sasuke fight.
cool.
Yeah, it's like, what is that? But I like it. It's really nice.
What did
Like,
he
that
do?
version of Obito is just so good, bro. When he was
That,
still
like
pretending
that's
to be
not
Madara
how Kamui
slash
works.
Tobi.
I don't, like it doesn't make sense how he did that, but it's the best way to do it.
It was so unnecessary, but the aura was crazy.
Yo, I just thought about something. Imagine if Sarda can have an ability where she can enter a black hole, but she isn't affected by it, and she's still able to pull things from within that black hole. And just
Man,
like,
if only if
question would
Sarda
be,
had some
what
kind of black
benefit does
hole
she
ability.
have, like going into the black hole?
Huh?
What does
I
that
gotta
do?
stop making her
for-
too powerful, bro.
I'm
I'm
guessing
sorry,
the
it's
benefit
just
would be
like-
defense. To be
You
honest,
could-
if she's in the black hole and she can pull people into that gravitational orb, it basically operates as a near perfect defense for her.
I guess
She
she's
doesn't-
basically
she
gonna like
wouldn't
make
use
someone jump
Susanoo.
off a cliff, but when she lands, she's fine. Kind of the concept.
Basically, she wouldn't
Sarda
even use
gets her
Susanoo.
if she gets her ability off, nobody's beating her in the verse. Period.
I
just
like
want
the
her second
idea.
ability.
The idea that she just goes inside the black hole, holds like a kunai up, pulls someone in, and they just get stabbed by the kunai.
Oh yeah, it's kind of like
They
what
can't even do
Pain
anything.
does versus Kakashi.
Yeah,
with
yeah,
the
yeah.
Universal pull with the Oscar bad. It's like
Wait till she
that
starts.
concept.
Exactly.
Wait till she starts infusing shadow clones with her Mangekyo abilities. to
Oh my
manifest More
goodness.
spheres
Oh.
and to
Oh my
spread out her
goodness.
spread out her
Does
domain.
Sarda even
Oh
know
my
the
God.
Shadow Clone Jutsu?
In the
She
anime,
should.
yeah.
It would be something
In the
easy she
Academy
could just
arc.
learn.
I mean, she could just like
she
copy
doesn't
it,
have
but
it.
like
Yeah.
But then
I'm
that
saying
would
she's-
also
She saw Damon, bro. She copied that shit, bro. It's up. Like however fast and strong he is, I'm just attributing that movement speed to Sarda moving forward.
what if she
It's
copies
up.
David's movements like Sasuke with Link?
Yeah,
she
so
should
that's
have
it.
chakra. See, that's the thing.
She's
She
gonna
should
pull
have.
the lion barrage, bro.
She should have access. She should have chakra enhanced strength, just like Sakura does. I mean,
We've seen it.
we've seen her
She
be
has
able to
fucking
lift.
everything. It's ridiculous, bro.
Yeah, she.
I want her second ability to be something she can casually use and it'll work instead of like where the Amaterasu kind of lost its flair to an extent.
Wasn't-
Like we had the same thing happen with the Rasen
Trash.
Shuriken. We had the same thing happen with the Rasen Shuriken, but the Rasen Shuriken was also used as a power move, so it didn't really matter. But with the Amaterasu, at some point he was just spamming it and everyone was countering it. So I really hope it's something she can use casually to an
It's
extent.
never worked. Like
Yeah.
I don't recall ever seeing that shit work once.
Well,
It's
it
crazy.
Worked on those
did
samurai.
get A's arm chopped off.
Oh, on the samurai, my bad.
And the Zetsu.
Fire.
Yeah.
So
It,
what
yeah,
do you guys?
true. Actually, yeah, the one thing it did, the worst thing Kishimoto ever wrote, it killed the original White Zetsu, as opposed to anything cooler for White Zetsu.
Oh, and
I
the
just want it to be
Orochimaru
something she
snake
can
that was
use
going
on
to get
the main
away.
villains.
That's oh my god, yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
same.
You know what? The only things Amaterasu has ever done are the worst things Kishimoto's done.
I feel like and this is where Sarada wins the genetic lottery. Sasuke got really shafted by having flame control in one eye and Amaterasu in another eye. I feel like that should have been one power.
Okay. Yeah, in a way, I agree. In a way, I disagree because it kind of should just be one power, but at the same time, if Itachi just has both of Sasuke's powers in one eye and Tsukuyomi, that's too strong. Amaterasu's
they
too
just-
good then. So
But Itachi gave Sasuke Amaterasu, right?
He
Or did
programmed.
Sasuke
he
awaken
gave
him?
him a
programmed
one-time
the
use,
Amaterasu,
but
yeah.
Sasuke seemingly just
Yeah,
awakened
he just
it
got
out
lucky
of him.
and had Amaterasu
Bro,
also
out
as his
of it.
power.
Give
It's
Sarda
still a bit
the
weird.
That's so
Yes.
random.
Yeah.
I
bro.
always
Give
thought-
It
I
is
was just
weird, to
assuming
be
Itachi
honest.
just gave it to him.
They're the only two with one overlapping ability like that.
That's so lame, actually.
And I know they're siblings,
was-
but to be fair, we don't know Madara or Izuna's ability, so for all we know, the same thing happened to them.
Like I think it would have made more sense once he got EMS. If you were gonna go that route, then he starts spamming Amaterasu. But before then, like, and I would have loved to see like Sasuke with like kind of orange flames with flame control. That would have been pretty sick.
The orange
But-
flames were cool for this
Yeah.
season. It would be
Black
cool
Flames are
actually if they combine the colors in a cool way to where the I wouldn't
Purple
necessarily
Flames?
mix purple and orange
Fire.
like together as one color, but if they had like both orange and purple on his Susanoo in a coolly arranged way, that could have looked really cool. I mean, kind of like Majestic Attire, but it's normal Susanoo.
Do you think Boruto can destroy Earth with Uzuhiko if he wanted to?
I mean,
No,
They
but he could stop its rotation if he charged it up. Well, it depends on what the match charge is.
Actually destroy Earth.
I guess what I'm asking is like, is Boruto planetary? And if so, like with what?
Well, he can absorb a planet's worth of rotational force at the very
I don't know if he can do that. It might be too much for him.
Well,
we don't know what his max is.
Theoretically, yeah.
Theoretically,
it might
yeah.
blow him up, but theoretically, he could.
Although I will say, he might be able to absorb that energy through Momoshiki's Rinnegan and then like convert it into pills and shit. Like it's possible. Like that could just be an infinite.
Pulls the stupid Rinnegan out.
An infinite power boost hack for his allies. Like some fucking all for one shit.
He takes the Earth's rotation and doubles it onto his opponent.
Narrative before, so just making pills for everyone would be hilarious. He just absorbs Uzuhiko energy, converts it to pills, and gives them out like candy.
So
he just shaking hands and passing pills and shit on the low on the block.
Maybe that's why Koji thinks Boruto's indispensable.
So
that's the deal with Momoshiki.
Yo, Koji's a drug kingpin and Boruto's his pusher. That's crazy.
Hello, hello.
Hey, what's up, Keto?
Good night, everyone.
When you guys have mentioned that, with Uzuhiko, you could have it. If Uzuhiko could have the ability to stop the Earth, I was immediately reminded of a video I think I was watching from what was it called? It was the name. So basically, the whole entire premise of the video is this: if the Earth stops spinning, it'll just be catastrophic. Like
yeah, they'll die. They'll all die.
Like, yeah, it's just like the continent. Everything is just gone. Like, not really gone, but it's just like the Earth will just pretty much be uninhabitable. It'll be impossible for life to just keep continuing on.
Okay, so the second one. Can Sarada destroy Earth with her Mangekyo abilities? Is she planetary?
Well, that depends on how big she can make the black holes.
Do you think it matters the size?
It's because really, actually, you know what? It depends on how I would say she uses it. Because we know she can control the suction ability or the gravity or maybe whatever it is.
Yeah, it's the pull because a black hole can't push outwards. That's not how gravity kind of works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing if she can control that, then maybe if let's say she kind of just loses her shit one day and she pretty much goes on a rampage. I feel like she can
Sarada, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like she can she can cause some major catastrophe to the entire world if she wanted to really a small black hole can actually destroy the entire Earth. Little to no problems.
Yeah, it's actually insane. Like, I wonder if her I don't want to say sucking ability. That's crazy. The black hole ability. I wonder if the potency of the pulling in effect, we'll say it like that, is based upon her chakra reserves. Because if
that's
so,
what I was gonna say. So
there's a clear limit.
Assuming it's like every other jutsu, and especially Nagato's Diva Path abilities, I would assume the more she's sucking in, or the heavier the thing she's pulling in, the more chakra it requires. And currently, given that she passed out right after destroying Ryu, I'm gonna go on a limit say she probably can't suck in the entire planet yet in one go.
I don't think
but
so either,
if she hypothetically had Naruto's chakra reserves with Kurama, well, okay, maybe then. It just depends on how much the chakra to mass ratio is with her pulling.
I'm curious about this. Do you think Sarada has more quantity than Naruto in terms of
quantity of chakra? I'm gonna say no as of now.
I'm gonna say she's above 6 passage mode Boruto or Naruto. I'm clearly saying that with 3 Tomoe Sharingan.
Even if you say that, I'm still gonna say no to the chakra reserves part. She would just be strong just because, but nothing's indicated her having particularly large reserves. They never frankly, they never emphasized it for anyone but Naruto so far.
or
think
like
it's the opposite.
Ishiki or something. So I'm just gonna assume no until they indicate her reserves are making her strong. Because we know that you can be strong without high reserves. For example, Itachi's reserves aren't anything special. His databook stats for reserves are like 2, and he's like the strongest person in the databook up until that point. So you know you can be strong without having massive chakra
Does
reserves.
illness
I'm sorry,
factor into that too? Is illness factor into that ranking? Do you know?
I'm gonna
For Itachi?
assume so because he was written that way. I mean, if either
Yeah.
way, he was given those rankings. How
Well, I think
Kishimoto
it
was
was
picking
stated
them,
like
so.
in order to use Mangekyo, you need like an enormous amount of chakra or something like that, or it
I don't
takes an
think that's
enormous amount of chakra
necessarily
like to
true.
maintain the Sharingan or some shit like that. Like I think I don't know, I'm just going off of memory, but I think these are like terminology that was associated with like the abilities or whatever.
So with
then-
Kakashi's case, it drains his stamina extra bad because he's not an Uchiha, so he doesn't naturally have the Kekkei Genkai and the body and the optic nerves for it and blah blah blah. So he's especially drained. But people who are from the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan isn't really taxing. You need good chakra control according to novels, but it's not like this super special taxing thing. It's kind of just fine. It doesn't really seem
Unless
to take
your
that much
land of
chakra.
weird's
You never
Kakashi.
heard a single person complaining about besides Kakashi. And even then he stops complaining about it after the wave, so it's clearly not that bad. But
we also get that one statement in Naruto where Uchihas in general possess exceptional chakra. So where would you rank exceptional chakra? Would you say above Kakashi?
yes, they have to ask: is it exceptional reserves or exceptional quality?
I think it's
That's more
quality.
so that's referring to potency.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it seems to be implied that the Senju side and Uzumaki side has the bigger reserves and the more
It can go either
chakra
way,
powers, whereas the Uchiha have a special quality of chakra, which primarily is funneled into their eye powers.
Which would go back, yeah,
but
body
when you-
versus mind as well. Or body
Exactly.
versus eyes.
Uchiha were boxing on par with the Senju for like years. So I mean, like, and they seem to have like battles of attrition. Like they were like drawn out. But I'm just going based upon like the clips and scenes I've seen from the anime. I don't know. To be
Yeah,
clear.
so they definitely don't have like I'm sure the average Uchiha's chakra reserves are probably better than the average random bozo shinobi, but it definitely seems to be that the Senju have better in the chakra department, whereas the Uchiha are better in other departments. Like, obviously eye
I
powers.
think
They're
the
doing the
Shinju
body
might
mind thing. So the
suck.
Senju have more physical energy. The Uchiha's spiritual energy that goes into their eyeball powers is stronger there. So they're kind of just doing that.
I think
It
it's
balances
like
out in a way.
the Saiyans from Dragon Ball, like they're top heavy, but the rest of them suck. Like I think it's like that. I think the Shinju suck. I
It
think
is
the
like
Uchiha
that.
suck. It's just like Madara is like that, or his brother was like
Yeah.
that. But the rest of them kind of trash.
Because let's remember that Teen Madara and Teen Hashirama were stronger than all the adults in the clans. I don't want to say all, but at least most of the adults. And
They got
some of the
taken out by
Uchiha,
one Uchiha, bro.
exactly, like some of the Uchiha
one
never
dude.
even awakened the Sharingan, like the base Sharingan. Some of the Uchiha never awakened it.
Yeah.
The Senju never died off. There's still Senju in the village to this day. They're like civilian level.
And if you think about it, like all those wars, like if you track it back to like real world, like the U.S. soldiers went over, I think it was Vietnam, and they had like a lot of kids in Vietnam, and they came back home, and there's like a lot of kids, American / Vietnam kids or Vietnamese kids in that region. So I think something like that would have obviously happened as they warred. You would have got Uzumaki clan members that were mixed with other people, Shinju members, Uchiha members likely. It's probably a bunch of Uchiha running around with dormant Uchiha genetics. The clan is likely not extinct.
Yeah,
It's just
because
like,
Well, I mean,
they're not pure anymore.
adding on to Melo's
especially with the
point,
Senju, it's kind of implied that they probably just kind of like
Hold on,
married
Kamui,
around
Kamui,
because
Kamui,
Yeah.
like, what
Kamui,
happened to
Kamui,
them? They
Kamui,
didn't die.
Kamui. Ryzen was talking, bro.
oh no, it's no problem at all.
going
I just, adding on to your point, Melo, we have the Fuma clan who are distantly related to the Uchiha clan that are like the police force in the village currently. So
Correct,
they don't
yeah,
have the Sharingan, but they do have distant Uchiha blood.
And you see what they do to their descendants, right? They put them in the position to police over people so they can be disliked. So they're even. I mean, I'm not saying that that's their goal, but that has historically been a goal. I think that's stated by Danzo or someone associated with him with the Uchiha to make them disliked because they are policing people, furthering tension. So like maybe that's the case, or maybe they just like they're past that with Naruto's era. I don't know, but like you're correct, and there's probably like where did all the Shinju go, bro? Like they weren't assassinated like the Uchiha, so like where are they? It's super weird. I don't know. They're just there, but not there.
Yeah, they're just not strong. Like they're just samurai level, but weaker.
It's like Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Konohamaru are like Uzumaki levels of chakra reserves apparently, but like everybody else is trash in their clan. I mean, Aosumo was supposed to be like an elite, but to me, he was trash. I ain't gonna hold you. I don't know. Apparently, he's the best hand-to-hand combatant.
He's apparently like Kakashi level, apparently, but you know.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will say
Boruto?
we see a bunch of Sarutobi in the war during. I think it was the Fourth Alliance jutsu to like pin down the Ten Tails. You know, the one that didn't actually work. I think we see a lot of the Sarutobi there. They like do the fire style to heat up the whatever clay around the Ten Tails or something. So they're doing stuff.
Shit,
at
that's
least.
a Genin, bro. No, he wasn't even a Genin. He was a pre-Genin. He didn't even get his No, I guess he got his headband. No. He didn't get accepted by Kakashi yet. So yeah, like he fireballing and shit.
Do you remember the arc where it's in the anime of Shippuden towards the very, very end with Shikamaru? He goes like that side country with those two people. If you remember, it was like kind of filler. It was like a novel adaptation. People speculate that that's like
where the guy had an auditory genjutsu.
No, that was a
was
different
like,
one.
He was teaming up with Zabuza back in the day. Oh, okay.
Yeah, this was the Shikamaru one. But people speculate that was Konohamaru's parents. So there you go, or at least Konohamaru's dad. But yeah, pretty crazy.
I guess so. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility. I mean, they would just be lingering around, not doing shit.
Yeah.
I wonder what they would do. Like, what does this world look like if they don't like, if they're not ninja? Like the era of the shinobi's over. Like, what the fuck do they do with all that power? Like, it has to manifest, or like, it has to be something. Like, I don't know. Like, do they become like spacefaring civilization? Do they like kill? Like, I don't know. It's just weird. I don't know what they do with all that power. They just fuck off, I guess. I feel like it's inevitable that some conflict is going to brew up. Some warlord is going to pop up in the remnants of the shinobi world, and they're going to have to deal with that for a few years before they like settle down into some kind of permanent system. It's weird.
Exactly. Like they still have rogue ninja organizations that are causing trouble. So if you dismantle and disarm the whole ninja civilization, what's stopping these organizations saying, okay, we're still going to train as ninjas. Now we can use these world-breaking jutsus, and we can just attack any country we want. So it would be really interesting to see how the end, like, see how basically the world map and like all the different departments look like at the end. I still think we'll have ninjas. They just won't be as prominent.
I think we
like
might need like
period. I was sorry to cut you off. Like we'd have a transitional period to where Sarada is still Hokage, but we're kind of moving past ninja society as a whole.
I think she doesn't become a conventional Hokage. I think her Hokage might be like our president. Or maybe like a dictator, like basically like a queen. Like she doesn't have to answer to anybody anymore. Like there's no daimyos, there's no feudal lords, there's no chamberlains, there's no councils. Or maybe she creates one of her own, but like the governing system is gonna be completely different. Like it'll probably just be a Hokage and title only. Like I want to be king, but we don't have kings anymore. We have presidents, so I guess I'm president. But like, wink, wink, I'm still the king type energy. But I don't know. It's interesting. But I think they might need like a shared common enemy to galvanize their energies towards a common goal. Like we resolve all these issues, the era ends, but like and then we look up. And then we see like the invasion of the Otsutsuki, and it's like, oh shit, now we gotta get our shit together and kind of form the Avengers to fight back against this. It could be pretty interesting, but like I just don't see what's the driving force once all this gets resolved. Do we just run off into the sunset in peace and end the franchise? I doubt it. They're gonna milk this shit past Boruto, I think.
Yeah,
or
agree.
Boruto might not be popular enough to milk, to be honest.
We'll just have to see. And I feel like part of that Hokage leadership position depends on the civilians, funny enough, because they're the guys with money. Shinobis at the end, they still gotta eat. They even have Shinobi Society as a hidden column 1, where yeah, ninjas could have taken over, but they still can't like really do manufacturing or farming to like such a huge scale that they just pick the niche in mainstream society and they work under the daimyo as a contractual relationship. And they even have this like, yeah, the original village of Konoha was impoverished and merely depleted their child soldiers, demonstrated something too appalling to call superhuman livelihood. It is commonly said that it takes 100 people to feed one human who specializes just in fighting. In short, only with a nation that has a population of 1 million can you support 10,000 shinobi. Deeply aware that they are a group possessing unusual power, shinobi elected to position themselves within mainstream society. The reason why they did not choose to be the rulers is because they understood that if they had, they would have been rejected by an overwhelming majority of people and been unable to survive. By grabbing the niche within society of professional hired using money, shinobi safeguarded their existence. So we also got to consider the whole civilians and the tech sector and the merchant sector and how they react to shinobi society changing.
And to be clear, you read this from the data book for the chat.
Yeah.
He posted it in chat, the most recent one that he's talking about right now. But it's important to consider the timeline to all this, because Warring States era, I mean, the shinobi system isn't the shinobi world, which isn't the shinobi society. The feudal lords and the great lands, at least, the land of fire, land of wind, they were already in existence. Madara Hashirama, they didn't establish that. They were sponsored by the feudal lords because they were placed in those lands. But yeah, they established the 5 great nations, really, just the one prominent nation, by gathering all the strongest nations, or the strongest clans. But the clans were already formed. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think small villages already were formed as well. Some of the smaller ones, like maybe the Land of Waterfall.
I actually have another data file for that, where shinobi villagers aren't common in other nations. They're too expensive. They have more conventional military. Like where is it? Here it is. Shinobi Hidden Column 5, Daimyo and Shinobi. Shinobi are in contractual relationship with nations, while each hidden village is, in theory at least, a vassal of the daimyo who is its sovereign ruler. In actuality, they are in a contractual relationship of equals, where the village executes the daimyo's will through accepting missions. Each hidden village is its nation's largest military force. However, it is not its only military force. In actuality, ordinary soldiers armed with spears, katana, bows, and so forth carry out safer missions, such as border patrol and maintaining public order. Not all daimyo possess enough funds to continuously contract the village. Military actions involving ninja cost an immense amount of money. Short-term subversive activities are one thing, but a lengthy war where only ninja are employed will incur a sum huge enough to ruin a nation. That is why small states that do not contain hidden villages, such as the former Land of Waves, which is currently making great advances as an economic superpower, must hold to a policy of relying on ordinary soldiers for day-to-day armaments and only hiring shinobi in time of need. Only ninja can counter ninja. So it just brings a greater perspective to how much money the Land of Fire daimyo is spending to support the Leaf Village, and basically, to an extent, Kobu has a right to be pissed off. Like, they're spending tons of money, and if in their mind they can't capture one rogue ninja, then what good is this money that they're spending on them?
And then also, that's an excellent point, actually. Great analysis, my friend. And thank you for providing this information. This is like really invaluable information for me personally. No, I agree with pretty much all of that. It's an interesting path to take the series, I think. And I don't want to yap too much about it. I have some stuff to say, but I'm interested in why Kiddo posted this panel. You had a take, Kiddo? You had a position?
No, just ignore it.
What do you mean? Why did you post the panel?
I was curious to see what you had to think about this.
Ignore it?
No, it's because I have to share this screen to hear you guys, and I wanted to have this panel there as well. But continue.
So, okay, well, real quick, I don't want to change topics, but Keto, do you think that the new dude, do you think he's Damon's dad?
What?
Just look at his hair. Like he's Damon's dad,
Kobu?
right?
Kobu?
Yeah, Kobu. He's Damon's dad, right?
I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked. he looks like him. Even the head shape.
Exactly.
Sideburns. Yeah, the
My
sideburns
first
from a little
thought.
curl.
The
a little bit.
sideburns. I wouldn't be shocked, bro. I wouldn't be shocked.
It is funny, but then it would be really funny if it is, and he's just big braining against omnipotence, because then he wouldn't be affected. You know what? Naruto's gone, and I needed him gone anyway, so I'm gonna play along. He's just in reality not affected.
Man, I like this guy, bro. Like he seems so competent, and like he just seems like he got his shit together. Like I'm really excited to see what Ikimoto's gonna do with this character.
Because on paper, he's totally right. Like he's the right hand of
Yeah.
the daimyo. He needs to keep the country running. If they're spending billions of Rio, enough that they're losing tons of money on a village that's not doing their job, then he's got to put down the belt.
It's like the only use they really have, frankly, because like how many shinobi are even left after the war, and then like how many were there before? Like a couple.
I mean,
like, maybe
I can pull it up,
50,000?
but there's a data file that says even decades after the Nine Tails attack and the Uchiha massacre, they still haven't fully recovered their numbers. So Konoha's still running on a deficit, and I can pull that up once I find it.
And that makes sense because like it takes so much analog work to like build a proper competent shinobi. Like that takes years. So yeah, like it's not just like something you can just replace easily. It's not like karma where you can just overlay the battle experience and just say go. So yeah. But yeah, shinobi they're in a tough spot. But it's funny because I think the franchise itself could spawn off into pretty much any sector at once. Like once you get past this like kind of era, you'll just have a bunch of super powered beings with nothing to do. So you'll have like Prince of Tennis or like fucking Kuroko no Basket. Like you'll have basketball shinobi or tennis playing shinobi or fucking golf playing shinobi or I don't know, like any like they can literally apply their power set to pretty much mundane thing, like Itachi cooking eggs in his kitchen. Like the series can spawn off in so many different directions, little mini series and stuff like that. The franchise is really okay, and then it can also go backwards and explore some of those older things, like the era of Warring States, or what happened with Black Zetsu and how he influenced other little groups of Uchiha and Shinju members that didn't really go anywhere. But it'll be interesting to see how like they kind of maybe there's this Uchiha hotshot that he thought was the reincarnation, but he ultimately fizzled out and died. You get to see his tragic end. There's so many paths they could walk with this franchise. It's an anomaly to me that they don't have any games, no anime right now, no like they have nothing. They're
No
doing
movie.
nothing.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And you know,
Yeah, they're sitting on
go ahead.
gold and doing nothing with it. But yeah, I'm done.
funny enough, before they fully decided on Boruto, they were kind of discussing rebooting Naruto, basically like Western comics, like having a retelling of Naruto
Well,
by a different artist,
I'm
and
glad
they didn't go with
do
that.
one.
But
It's a
it's
terrible
interesting.
idea.
But it is interesting to think about how they were thinking of incorporating like the situation with Western comics, where you can have different stories of the same character like take place in different universes. And it is interesting to think about on how they would have done it. I'm glad they did Boruto and not that, but it is interesting to like think about to an extent.
You know, there's an easy way to fix this because the good thing about Boruto is that it introduced concepts they can carry over into Naruto. The funny thing about having the blank period between what was it? The end of Shippuden, because there's some things that happened with the Ketsuryogan and
Yeah.
humans blowing up and all that stuff with Sasuke. Then you have Naruto the last, and then there's a blank period in between then where we know like
the novels and
minimal
stuff.
stuff about where the novels kind of pitch in here and there, but even the novels they kind of skip multiple years to get to the late adulthood, right? So there's this period in between Boruto and Naruto where we know like nothing about, right? I feel like Kishimoto could do a separate manga that covers that period. And I know people say, well, it's kind of, it's kind of restricted based on what happened in Boruto because they're going to be like, well, we know it goes here and it ends here, or they can't do too much because the Boruto manga does this and that. But the funny thing is that what Momoshiki said in chapter 79, I believe, where it's like, how many times omnipotence was used in the past, they could play on that. They could be like, oh, something crazy happened in this blank period and no one remembers because
That
of
would be fire.
Otsutsuki came and used omnipotence, and that erased that section of history. They could they could literally do anything just using that framework. And it would make sense because of course the characters wouldn't remember because of
That would
omnipotence.
definitely be super interesting. Just imagine Naruto and Sasuke fought an Otsutsuki clan member, then it just got erased.
Mm-hmm.
My biggest
Exactly.
concern with that, I'm afraid that the only thing they're ever going to do with that is the fact that Ada's love charm was the first use of omnipotence.
You know, but the thing is, Momoshiki said
the first known.
yeah.
I mean, Shibai had to use it, right? So
Possibly. Yeah. But Momoshiki framed it like Anotsutsuki used it in the past.
Yeah, like became a
that's
god.
how you framed it. Because I don't know, but yeah, they could just go with the Ada route, who knows? We'll see.
Yeah.
I think the multiverse stuff, although in my opinion, kind of trash in Marvel, the MCU rather. I think you can play around with it in this universe, just sparingly. I mean, they're already doing it, frankly, but yeah, you could do like, hey, something happens during this blank period, but like they rewrote time to where something happened, or the whole Boruto series spawns from the happening during that blank period. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened quite like that. Maybe Himawari would have never been born, something like that, right? Or maybe Himawari, some golden child, some Gohan special, whatever, and her birth was necessary for some solution in the future, so they needed to rewrite history to make sure she came about. Who knows? Who can say? But yeah, I like the ideas. There's so much for this franchise to do, and they're not doing anything. I mean, it's like during the advent of AI, right? I'm curious about how media is going to like kind of pivot, because I can just make a Boruto anything I want. I can make a whole Boruto TBV anime with AI, like in the next 5 years. I'm pretty sure, with a modest budget. So I'm like, what are you guys going to do about this AI revolution if it does come about the way that people are projecting? It's interesting for sure.
Yeah. They could. I don't know. I feel like the model it's kind of very obvious. Like look at Demon Slayer, right? I think that shit is like 615 million right now. Just one movie. Is that the biggest anime movie in history or something?
Yeah, I think I saw that in passing. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, it's like, bro, like the formula is very obvious. Get a movie out there, a very good movie. And they could use the same thing I just mentioned for the Naruto blank period. You do a movie that is canon, but it's erased using omnipotence. They could do anything, right? They have the mechanics universe to kind of incorporate that kind of thing. And get a popular movie out there, very exciting, a lot of action, kind of touches on the interesting stuff.
The last Naruto with like TBV Boruto, like around the same age. I mean, they're not really, but like kind of like the same kind of aesthetic drip kind of swag. Like that would be such a sick movie, harkening back to like Naruto and Minato teaming up, something like that. That'd be pretty sick, I think. And it could just be an Elseworld story. It doesn't even need to be canon. Yeah.
True. That will get people in, get them to, let me check out what's going on with this manga. Is Boruto really popping like this? Get them into TBV. And that
honestly
would boost the sales, and that would then lead to people watching the anime. Like the formula is so obvious, and JJK did it, and the same thing happened. But for some reason, they don't want to do it for Boruto.
Chainsaw Man's about to do it too.
I don't know. I don't know what's
Honestly,
going on. I feel like some contracts were signed and they can't do this for umpteen years, and we don't know about it.
I don't think so.
It's like it's cartoonishly incompetent. It's like what is happening, bro? But Rising, what you were saying?
Honestly, I would love an Elseworlds with Himawari as the focus. Have her go back into the past. I feel like Boruto, regardless of how it was done, he got his moment through time travel. I would want it to be a Himawari situation. Have the whole story go through, and then just it's basically what Naruto did with the Towers movie, where he had his memory sealed. Basically, just do that. Have it be a cool little thing.
I'd run future Trunks type shit. Like, yo, I'm Boruto from the future. I'm 9 miles southwest of South City. Like a terrifying duo is about to like. I would do some crazy shit like future Boruto, or maybe future Himawari would be even sicker. Maybe that.
I would save Himawari for like a second movie, because what we're trying to do is get people interested in the Boruto IP. So I think he has to be the main focus of the movie.
True. And you know,
So
unfortunately, the
mhm.
only real Naruto movie we have to look forward to is that announced live action, which I'm not a big fan of. I'm scared of that.
They
Is that a
kind of
thing?
canceled the project. They
I
canceled the
hope so.
project.
No, it hasn't been
uh,
officially canceled. It's still going supposedly. It's just the
it's in
last.
limbo.
It's just a decade in the making.
I can look up the last news segment we got of it, but that's the
Bruh.
only like supposed thing we have. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
No one wants to see that, bruh.
Yeah, I
Neither
think
do
part of the
I.
problem, it might just be hard to make a movie. I mean, it takes 2 years to make the Demon Slayer movie. It might just be the fact that they can't even make those stupid 4 Naruto episodes. They canceled the Boruto anime because there's just no animators to animate it. They can't even make an episode. Maybe that's why they can't make a movie.
You know what it is, bro? I just think it's a lack of will. Like like it's like Kiddo said, they have decades of formula to follow. It's not even just like these series. Like it goes all the way back to Dragon Ball. Hell, they can just follow the Naruto formula if they wanted to. That was uber successful. I'll even say it's more successful than One Piece, like in terms of global impact.
Yeah.
Naruto. So I'm like, they have the blueprint, they have the resources, they have the IP, they have the money, they have everything. They just don't seem to have the will to do it. So I
That's
just
why I'm
don't
saying
think that's it.
there has to be some contracts, bro, because it feels like it's like money on the table. I don't know why they wouldn't want to make money unless there's some contracts that were
Do,
signed with some
do
studios,
they
and because that
do they
shit happens.
animate do they animate like One Piece? Is this the same studio that does One Piece?
No,
They do
that's
Bleach,
different
Okay.
ones.
and I
This is
think this is
my
the studio that said they want to focus on one anime at a time, which is why if they're doing Bleach, they're not doing Boruto. But I could be wrong on that.
Yeah,
But
it
they're
seems like a
doing
priority
that's
thing.
funny because they're doing Black Clover. So
Yeah, I don't know. It might be a different
They just
studio
need a
that said that.
rebrand, bro. They need to rebrand with TBV. They have something with like the time skip. People were super interested in the past. They need a complete marketing rebrand from like the
I,
word go.
I feel like a way they could do it, and this could completely be a terrible idea. And you know, me personally, I don't have too many problems with the new gen anime, but I feel like if they could make like 3 next gen movies, just showing part 1, part 2, part 3, and then going to TBV, it would help completely revitalize like the anime fan base, kind of, without having to like go watch new gen. Because I like new gen personally. But I can definitely understand why people thought it was slow and why people dropped it.
the thing with
I
new gen is I don't think the prophecy arc, I think that's just the fan name, I don't know, whatever. I don't think that's really movie material. It's like it's very slow and text heavy, and I feel like that's something that just needs to be properly laid out because it has a lot of stuff like that people need to understand. And if they put it into a movie, they're probably gonna need to cut some of that stuff out.
and
And
then
so
like
I don't know if it's movie material, to be honest.
what would even be the ending? Like that ending was trash, bro. Like they would have to rewrite a completely new ending for the end of part 1, I
That's
think.
the thing, and I want him to change it up. That's why I feel like if they're gonna do a movie, bro, no one wants to see Kid Boruto. Okay, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't want to see
if
no
I if
fucking
I want to
Naruto
see if I want to see a movie, bro,
ever
it
again,
has
bro.
to be TBV. TBV
Yeah,
Boruto.
you
Rebrand
can't
the
give me.
series with TBV. I don't want a rebrand with the Boruto
Yeah, you
that
can't.
people hate. You know.
You can't give me that Boruto looking that peak, that fucking fire, and then go back. Like, I'm sorry, I can't ever go back. Never. You can't do it.
Unless it's time travel
I see
Yeah,
the
in
yeah,
point.
timey wimey.
TBV, and that can
Timey
work.
wimey.
If we get a
That can work.
time slip arc 2, which part of the story do we want Boruto to travel back to? And then I'll add a follow up.
Blank
Time slip
period.
arc 3 with Himawari, going back to that. Where do we want her to travel back to? And we'll go to Blue Vortex for both these characters.
I think I agree with Akito. I think blank period would be the perfect buffer zone and hotbed just to introduce new concepts and just like go crazy. With anything pre-blank period, if you're doing it with a Boruto who's like 16 or even 17, you kind of miss your opportunity because like where would you put him in between like part 1 to the 4th grade ninja, where I think the blank period introduce some new villain, some Otsutsuki or some like remnant, and have them go crazy that way.
Yeah. Or they could adapt an ending. Like My Hero Academia. Heroes Rising
Wait, no, no,
was
no, no. Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. Don't spoil.
oh
I don't know what that
oh
is.
okay.
Wait. No, Hero Rising. Wait, sorry. No, I'm curious. What is that?
Oh, Heroes
Just kind
Rising.
of
I was gonna
give
say
me a hint.
it was the original ending.
That's a movie
Was
too.
that the one with Dark Might,
It's
like the Dark?
No, that's
no,
movie
that's the
4.
one with 9.
Okay,
When
I've seen 9. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that movie
okay, yeah.
fire, bro.
Yeah, one
Fire.
of the best movies I've watched,
The
anime
bro,
movies.
the Baku. Oh my god, I love Baku.
Yeah,
So
so
they could do it.
solid.
So I don't know. It would be pretty cool to see them put that to screen. Like I don't know if Ikimoto. Well, technically they did have a draft for TBV, and then he kind of changed it with Ikimoto. So maybe they do have an original ending, but maybe they're still gonna use the original. Who knows? But they could do something similar, and it would be pretty grand and epic. You
Am I
know, so
locked into
they could do it for
Boruto
sure.
for the time slip? Do I have to pick Boruto as a character?
I don't
you could
think
choose
so.
another character.
For the first movie, I would say yes. For the second movie, I don't think so. Because I just think the movie is more so about rebranding the series to this new
Yeah,
Boruto. So that's why I say
I
for the first
I
movie,
agree.
Boruto needs to be the main character.
I think Kiddo's idea is the best, even though that's not my answer.
Mhm.
Mostly because it's just perfect. Like you get number one Boruto in his TBV, but more importantly, you get Naruto.
Yeah.
So you get both generations. It's a master stroke. So bravo. But me personally, what I would prefer would be Boruto to go back all the way back to like some ancient Otsutsuki kingdom type shit. Like I want a
Mm.
full blown. Where was Kaguya before she came to Earth? What was going on with the Otsutsuki? I want a full like list of history, lineages, ability. Like I want the whole thing revealed. Like spare nothing. I think that'd be a fire movie, and then Boruto can learn that. And maybe he can like travel with him and a squad or some shit with the time traveling turtle or whatever. But I think it's high time we get the Otsutsuki involved. Like this is getting
Bruh.
bizarre.
I have a feeling Ikimoto doesn't like the Otsutsukis. I'm just saying.
I don't like them
But
either.
it's like
But
an
like if you're
entire
gonna have them,
Kodachi thing.
Might as well use them.
you're like if you're gonna have them, then
Yeah.
get them in, get them out real quick, and then move on to something more. Like
Like
I'm perfectly fine with us moving past Otsutsuki personally.
honestly, ever since I think he took over in like the Shigi fight, and ever since then it's just been like everything but Otsutsuki. So I don't know. Even Momoshiki has less prominence, and he also got cooked in the ending. So that was crazy.
Yeah.
But there's so much. I feel like once it was introduced, I feel like there's no going back. I don't think we can just ignore them. They could go multiple places with the Otsuzukis. And make it a bit more interesting. Expound on the characters like Melo said. What was Kaguya doing before? Why did she betray Shiki? What's up with the statues in Kaguya's dimension and all that stuff. So
Part of the
make it
problem, it feels like
that'll be pretty
Kikimoto's trying to tell his own story, but he sort of was roped into making it in the Boruto universe. But he's halfway ignoring that by using the Boruto characters, but telling his own story with those characters. So I feel like he's trying to do his own thing. Almost, it sounds negative, but maybe like ignoring what Kodachi and Kishimoto did, but like trying to like branch off of it almost.
which is so weird because like
Yeah.
I don't know, like I feel like there's some contradicting information out there because they said Kishimoto gave the series to Ikimoto, but the concepts that we were following for the last few years were Kodachi's, not Ikimoto's.
Maybe it triggers after a certain point.
Yeah, probably.
Because they're like
But,
super respectful. They don't want to like ruin somebody's work if they've already gotten to a certain like length. But after that, it's like all him, maybe. But it could be something else.
But also, what do we think about potential Samurai 8 comparisons?
I was gonna bring that up, yeah.
Because does anyone care about the ending stuff? Because I can post.
I don't care about the ending. I couldn't even get
I don't
past like
care.
the long ass first chapter.
Because I think we're on the same page.
I'll never read that.
I think
this final thing is giving me some similar vibes to what we know about Shibai, and it kind of scares me to an extent because the main pro tag of Samurai 8 kind of became this like god Shibai thing where he ascended and like couldn't really interact with like the mortal world anymore, and it's really interesting that it's kind of giving me that Boruto Otsutsuki vibes to where I'm actually afraid they might do that reset. Like,
Yep.
I became a god, now I'm gonna enforce my will on the physical world through omnipotence, and it's kind of scary. Personally, I kind of don't want them to go through this direction, but you know, Kishimoto did want to do Samurai 8, so I feel like
Exactly.
I feel like to an extent he could want to incorporate those things with Ikamoto.
This art is kind of cool. I think
Yeah,
I was gonna.
I think
This will be a
Boruto
really
is. Oh, I'm sorry. Hit up Phoenix.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say, what do we imagine a really cool ending where Boruto does become an Otsutsuki god, and he pretty much uses his power to pretty much reset the entire story, except this time he makes it towards where the Otsutsukis don't no longer exist.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
thinking too.
And he can, and the ninja world can
Genocide?
just.
I hope that.
I was gonna.
And I'm scared. I'm scared he's gonna if they go that route, they'd use it as a reset button. So, oh, Yodo's alive now.
No.
Oh, everyone who's died is
Bro,
alive
just
now. I'm
randomly
scared.
said Yodo. That's crazy. Like, I thought you were gonna say
Of all
someone
people.
important. Of all people, Yodo.
It's not my fault. No one of
That's
importance has
crazy, bro.
died. No one of importance has died.
that's
Ikamoto is literally not. I wanted Konohamaru to die personally. I
Allergic
thought it
to
would
it.
have been great development for Team 10.
That's why I said
But
Momoshiki. He
literally
doesn't have
no
a
one
W.
no one of real importance has died. Like they used Yodo and no one cared. So who else can we really kill at this point?
They can
Unless you
kill.
wanna,
They can kill everyone, bro.
unless you want to go Shikadai in New Gen, because Inojin kind of missed his chance, and Shikadai was the OG best friend
Yeah.
of Boruto, and we have Shikamaru to where he's already on Boruto's side. Ino isn't on his side, so we gotta get Inojin. So it
Shikamaru
would
is
be
probably getting impacted, bro. Just saying.
that would be
That's-
really
he's
interesting
on
to
Code's
see.
list, by the way.
I think all these
forget
people
that.
die. I think they're all going to
They
die.
should get impacted, bro.
It's
I
just
think
I
they're going to
really
get the kid. I think it's going to be Kid Buu. I think the whole plan is going to go boom.
Is
Nah,
it gonna
Mello,
go-
that's
We'll
what
get a
I
reset?
wanted. What you're saying with the
Boruto at
future
last
Trunks.
second is gonna have to-
And
At
then
the beginning of
Kid
Tubu
Buu
Vortex, I
goes
thought that's
to
what they
the-
were doing. Because Boruto comes back
He
so
goes to hell
strong,
and go
telling
whip their
Sarada,
ass
don't
again.
die. He has
Yeah, it
future
goes to the throne and
information.
then
It
wipes
feels
out.
like he's seen it all happen before. Maybe multiple times.
Yeah, that would be so funny.
With how
But then
dark
if
he
we do
is.
get the Kid Buu, situation, do you think we'll get a full reset to where everyone who's ever died is back, or do we just reset up to a certain point?
Up
You
to a
know,
certain point.
What do you mean by everybody? Like in all of history? Like or just recently?
No, so like Boruto, for example, is he gonna click that reset button? Is he gonna fix like everyone who dies? Like Yodo died, I'm gonna bring her back.
Oh, I see what you're. Oh, I don't even think they're gonna come
Kagura
back.
died.
Naruto pain arc.
Or is it everyone who died in that Kid Buu event just comes back, and everyone who died before then is still? It's like a
Oh.
I think
like
it's
a, like
that.
a pain situation.
Yeah, I
like
think
a
it's like
pain
Any
pain.
of them come
Have you
back.
guys watched Solo Leveling? Read Solo Leveling? You
No.
finished?
Yes.
No.
You finished the
No.
manga? You haven't?
I know. I
Okay,
think I
then
know what you're
won't
gonna
say.
reference. I think
Yeah.
I
I
know.
got
what
to
you're gonna
like
reference.
I got the Elfheim and Gun-Go.
Yeah, I
so
know.
about it.
I know what
Okay.
you're talking about.
You mean Sword Art Online?
Oh,
What? What?
Oh no, with
Um,
solo leveling.
Well, I don't like this because Boruto will commit genocide if he takes out the Otsutsuki. That seems out of character for me.
And we have good
Well,
Kaguya.
with what he says about the Shinju
And,
most recently to Jura, that they're just trees. Is that
Hmm,
a
there you
character for the
go.
most current version of Boruto for you?
Interesting.
I don't
Interesting.
really. I think he was trying to take out the
Interesting.
Tin Tails before they came about. So that's interesting. But I think scale matters for sure. I'm not sure how many Otsutsuki there are, but if we're talking about like taking them all out, then I'm assuming there's like a lot of them. I don't know. I just don't like the concept of the idea of like just wiping them out. Like this seems a little
Yeah,
bit much. Mostly
can just-
because it seems like Naruto's conclusions are like to reprogram you through like words and shit. And I kind of like think maybe Boruto can do something like that instead of just destroying people. Just maybe talk to
see,
them and figure it out.
Intrinsically, not all Otsutsuki can be bad because like Boruto's whole lineage themselves descend from the Otsutsuki. So wanting to extinguish every Otsutsuki potentially in history, just extinguishes too. Like it's like if you gave Kawaki the turtle, he told him, yeah, you can kill every Otsutsuki in history to prevent them from ever existing, but if you do that, you also prevent Naruto from existing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So there is
Speaking-
good that comes out of the Otsutsuki.
Speaking of that, right? I think that's funny. I made a video the other day. So it kind of fits into what you just said about, you know, if you erase the Otsutsuki, you kind of erase everyone else. And I kind of wonder, you know, if the Boruto series heads in that direction, but not in a sense that he erases the Otsutsuki, but more so change the course of the Otsutsuki. So we never get Kaguya in the Shiki coming to the planet, which of course means no Hagoromo. And then of course, if Hagoromo is in here, then he doesn't pass on chakra, so we don't have any shinobi. So it removes the shinobi system. So it's kind of a reset. You change the timeline. In this timeline, there is no chakra, so it's just humans, normal humans, and then no Tsutsuki. So I feel like it.
What do you mean by it erases the shinobi system? Because the shinobi world was still in place. That's what Hashirama tells his dad, that the shinobi world is still messed up. So that still existed before the villages themselves.
No, this
Like
is Shinobi
wouldn't,
Hagoromo.
wouldn't come about because there wouldn't be any Indra. Like Indra wouldn't.
So it's more like
Pre-
when I say
Indo.
shinobi, I'm not referring to like samurai humans, you know, flashing their swords. I'm referring to humans wielding chakra.
Sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's fun. It's kind of plays into my entire. I don't know if you guys want to hear that, but my theory about like Boruto becoming Shibai. I don't know if you guys remember the time step on. Oh well, I think we spoke about it earlier, but the Boruto goes back. You know, he meets Denki's father and stuff, and he says something about the train, and then that influences Denki's father to create the train and stuff, and yada yada yada, time loop, you know. What's it called again? You know, I think it's the bootstrap paradox or something.
It doesn't necessarily need to be a paradox if Denki's father was just going to figure it out anyways, especially later on.
No, but it depends.
Yeah.
Because because in the Boruto anime, because when we fast forward into the future, he says that the reason why he does it is because of Boruto, the kid he met in the past. So that's a direct influence. So it's not that he literally still figured it out. The decision he made was because of Boruto he met in the past. So I think
that could be this version of him, because this would just be the same version of the character as opposed to the other version of the character that would have figured it out hypothetically.
It wouldn't be this version because it's the Boruto from the past, which would have been the other version of Boruto that told him, not the Boruto from the future, which would have been the kid Boruto that then became that Boruto.
What was the point that this was getting to? Sorry. I'm
yeah.
losing
So
track.
the bootstrap paradox, you know, like no beginning. Yeah, there's no like concrete, you know, like beginning to the concept or the being or whatever. Right? It can work on anything. So if it's like, let's say, Boruto becomes Shiba in the future and, you know, goes back into the past, and he becomes the Shiba that we know in history, right? So the Shiba they spoke about that transcended all that stuff and stuff and stuff. I know you guys know of all the theories of Boruto being similar to Shiba, yada yada yada. I'm not going to go into that, but assuming that, you know, that is true, let's say Boruto becomes Shiba and he goes back into the past and, you know, changes the timeline. It's like assuming there's this loop that's going on in Boruto, whereas every time Boruto goes back into the past, he becomes the Shiba that we know, and that creates the history that we know currently. So he then influences the Otsutsuki to continue on the path that they're going on at this point. That then leads to Kage and Ishiki coming to the planet, yada yada yada. That is the current timeline, right? So in this new timeline, it changes that instead and breaks the loop, and then creates a new future where that didn't occur, where Ishiki and Kage didn't come to the planet, so humans didn't have chakra. I don't remember exactly how I put it together, but it's just assuming that is true, that he does become Shiba and does all of that stuff. and that could lead to the future that we're referencing, where there is no humans with chakra. And that solves Kawaki's problem with the Otsutsukis coming to the planet because they would no longer come, and then that also solves the problem with the shinobi stuff. So it could work, but we'll see. But it's just an interesting idea I had.
So the biggest problem with that theory, and I'm not going to say it's right or wrong because I believe pretty strongly for other reasons that it could definitely happen. The biggest problem with that would be, unless we're just going to say Amado is wrong, but Amado does say that the reason Shibai was so prominent, so powerful, is because in the past he went around planet to planet making and eating chakra fruits, devouring all life on the planet until eventually he got so powerful that he transcended reality. So why would Boruto eat all those chakra fruits, devouring all that life, and then why would he transcend at the end of it?
That's the thing. I think that didn't happen. So I think
So we think
that's what
Amado's wrong.
I think that's what Boruto propagated throughout history.
Okay.
Because the goal is to get the Otsutsuki. So what I believe is that he's the one who gave the Otsutsuki that drive to do what they're currently doing, to continue evolving by consuming planets, because he told them how to do it. And he told them that that's how he achieved the power that he possesses, right? So that's the history he created to form the Otsutsuki, and that's then told to everyone else. It's not that he himself did it. Now you might ask, why would Boruto do that?
Nope.
It goes back to the entire thing of there not being a beginning, a true start to the loop to figure out what led to Boruto having to do that. But he now has to continue doing that, or the timeline itself collapses, right? Because if he breaks the loop, then the entire future changes. So Boruto is stuck in this constant loop where it has to maintain the current history of becoming Shibai, which is why it's a paradox. And then he ascends and leaves his body behind and all that stuff. And then the new Boruto is born, and then the cycle continues. But yeah, this is assuming, Boruto propagated that history in the past to ensure that Yotsusuki follow that mission, which then leads to them coming to the planet and Kagi and, Shibai, Ishiki, and the future of the shinobi.
Yeah, kind of like the Terminator timeline in a way.
Yeah.
So a big part of this to me hinges on the Samurai 8 ending, because yes, Samurai 8 was canceled, but that didn't stop Kishimoto from doing or just jumping straight to the ending anyways. Kishimoto did his ending regardless. But then that makes me wonder, does Kishimoto just love that ending and he wants to do it justice through fleshing it out in Boruto? Or now that he's told that ending, is he satisfied and he wants to take Boruto in a different direction? Because those are two completely opposite ideas. But either one could spin off from this whole fact that he used this ending for Samurai 8.
He could use it, but change it up a bit.
Mhm.
I wouldn't want the same ending, even though I have no idea how it ends, because
Oh, really?
there's gonna be discourse about that. There's gonna be discourse about Ikimoto inserting his failed manga into Boruto and all that.
Well, that's another thing, is that Boruto was already supposed to have ended, but Ikimoto extended it beyond the original outline or whatever. So whatever Shibai shenanigans would have happened, it would have happened by this chapter or earlier. But
honestly,
because
I don't think Shibai existed.
That's fair. That's
before,
fair.
Ishiki did.
I mean, it could be part of the 3% outline or whatever, but it's definitely possible that since Ikimoto's extending it, we already know he's already adding new things like Eden Daemon. He's adding or just changing the outline itself. Even the 3% that we did get, less than 3%, Ikimoto's still changing that, and Kishimoto's just letting him. So it's possible that he, regardless of the direction that Kishimoto wanted the end of the story in, Ikimoto's just going to choose his own ending regardless. That's not to say that Kishimoto's allowing Ikimoto to get there however he wants, but Kishimoto's stubborn and decided that this will be the ending. It's definitely possible, but it's likely as possible that Ikimoto can just choose whatever original ending he has in mind, regardless of Kishimoto.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, sorry to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
I guess it would depend on who has the greater willpower in that argument, because look at Code. Kishimoto wanted him dead, and Ikemoto somehow argued his way out of it.
Exactly. But the problem is we don't know if that's something that was important to Kishimoto or not.
The thing
That's
is,
100% true.
even in the interview that they did, Kishimoto said he doesn't know what happens next.
That's
Like, he
crazy.
just
Yeah, the
releases it
author.
whenever it
Yeah,
is.
by the way,
And the thing is, we can't believe
marketed
things
as
he
the
says.
writer as soon as
Yeah.
Kodachi left.
We can't really believe the things that he says because he could be lying for sure. But it's very
That's wild.
interesting. You know, he could be lying.
They can't even figure out the fucking Jogan. I don't get this shit, man. Like, what's going on with that? Can I get that? Can I get a Byakugan? Can I get some gentle
Jogan,
fizz?
that's
Can
why I
get
said
a rotation, please?
Bruh, the Jogan was a Kodachi concept, okay?
Literally.
It's
Going-
no longer
honestly,
important.
yeah. No, actually, while I'm laughing, no, that's exactly what that shit
No,
was,
but
bro.
no, that's funny. But I'm just kidding because truly, the Jogan was also in the anime. I know people don't know this, but Kishimoto was involved in the anime heavily in the beginning. Him and Kodachi. So I don't know what if he.
And he even like extended stuff with the Tonari situation with the Jogan Sumari arc. So it's interesting to see when and if how they incorporate it. And I feel like we're dragging out a bit on it. I
Bro,
think
the
Inumaki cut out.
anime. Oh, are you hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, gotcha. But I was saying like the anime stuff that they were doing with Toneri, Sumari, Nue, all of that stuff is just gone. It's just, and you can tell in the Kodachi wanted to port over Sumari into the manga and make her a bit more important, and we saw that in chapter 18, but then it just didn't.
Now, this is just my petty bias, but that feels like he's doing it out of spite. He's going to use Sumire and not include Kodachi's vision of her, rather than just exclude her entirely.
Bruh, that the vision of Sumire in the manga currently is completely different from what Kodachi was going for. Okay, like if you read the manga, the novels and the anime, it's a totally different character. Okay, totally different character with different motives, different personality. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I just wanted to use Nue, please.
I do too. Like,
Nue is canon to the manga, by the way.
I feel like
It's in this one
Boruto is
data book
just
page.
it's not just disjointed from like a business standpoint, like we mentioned earlier, but it's just from even from a writing. Like, it's like the fact that we even had this conversation is wild. They're just I know my favorite word is apparently incompetent. But like,
I'm glad that you're quoting me saying that.
Like, bro. It literally is. It's incompetent. I don't know what else to call it, bro. It's like, why you have everything, and the fact that you don't produce means that there's just not a will to. So it's like, why get invested in this franchise if they're not invested in it, really? But
I think we need some new blood. Some new blood. Like what's his name again?
Get rid of
what's that dude's?
Ikimoto.
No,
Nishio,
not get
the
rid
other
of him.
artist.
We just need we need some Nishio, bro. Please.
No.
We need someone like Gege Akutami, bro.
Okay.
Bro, we need that dude. We don't need him. I mean, like someone who's
good,
hungry for it. Someone who's going to put in the work. Yeah. That's what I see with Gege. Bro is always going at it, bro.
Well,
So,
here's an idea for revitalization, since we were talking about that, incorporating both Boruto and Naruto. This is probably going to be a controversial take. I don't know if I would even like this myself, so I'm not going to be surprised if you guys don't like this, but what do you guys think about the possibility to rebrand the Boruto series, bring it back, all that? I don't think there's enough material there from the Minato manga to turn it into a movie, so they would have to add stuff. What if that's the time slip arc? That's how they turn that into a movie.
Minato stuff?
Yeah, so instead of Naruto necessarily, you get Teen Boruto and Teen Minato together. The two geniuses. That'd be
cool. I mean, they already did the...
You have Naruto to maximize the reach, I think. Minato is cool. He won top 99. And I think you can splash him in there with heritage. Because Minato, to me, is more linked to Boruto than Naruto is linked to Boruto. At least TBV Boruto. He doesn't even do anything really except for Rasengan. And I guess you could say like all he does is flying Raijin, but like I don't know, it feels like he just has like a different kind of aura with the flying Raijin that Naruto just doesn't have. So like, I would pair him up with Naruto, I think. And then if you want to do Minato, which I'm fine with, I think that little one shot is fantastic to maybe splash in with some flashbacks or something of the sort. Or maybe he has multiple journeys. Maybe it's not just that he goes to one destination and stays there for the whole movie. Maybe he goes to that blank period for a period of time and he gets pulled against his will further back to where Minato is, and he gets pulled even further back to his like even past heritage, incorporate new ancestors that we had never even met within the Uzumaki lineage. I think all of that could be pretty interesting. Just some thoughts, though.
I feel like
Naruto
in my
world is so
opinion,
extensive, man. It's so crazy.
And the fact they don't do shit, like that, I'm surprised we even getting a chapter a month. If they came out and said, you know, we're going on indefinite hiatus, I wouldn't be surprised, bro.
Crazy.
Oh man.
And if you're like a Boruto exclusive content creator, my advice would be like to pivot to something else, bro. Like I don't know. And if you're starting, do not start as a Boruto content. Don't do that to yourself. That's wild. But yeah.
I mean, to be honest, it feels like we
Gotta
are coming up
diversify.
on some sort of break, because if it's like Ikamoto hasn't taken a break since the 3-month hiatus.
Bro, why would he need a break?
Need a fucking
It,
break.
it feels like he might try to use it as an excuse.
From what?
and-
Motherfucker.
From
He don't
what,
do
bro?
shit.
No, but
One
whereas
chapter
I
a month.
agree with you
but-
guys, a month schedule's fine. The weird thing is that he did take a break like yearly back in Naruto Next Generations,
Yeah,
Bro,
and he
he could-
hasn't so far at all.
which is
He could
weird.
grind and get himself a few months ahead, which I'm pretty sure he already is, and just vibe for a month or two. Like that shit ain't nothing, bro. It's just structure. It's just competence. That's it. That's the answer to all this shit. I don't know. And so because I don't think
Bruh.
they're incompetent, I actually don't think they're incompetent. I just think they don't have the will to do it. They don't care enough to do it. Boruto is not bringing in enough, I guess, De Niro. I don't know, but they just don't give a fuck about this franchise right now.
They
That
should
much is
just
clear.
bring in someone to do the art. Not saying that anything is wrong with his art or anything, but just to just have him write the story, have someone else draw. You know, he can do the storyboard. You know, and they can follow his art and stuff.
I'd rather be the
Opposed
other
to
way
what he
around.
likes.
Bring in a new writer, let him draw.
Or
crazy.
just get a new writer and a new artist.
I don't know. I feel
Clean
like because
Yeah, give him the
Like, if
Kodachi
it's too
treatment, see how he likes it.
it's too much work. You know, just get help. You know, get someone. That's what Gege is doing, you know, with the.
Well, that's
with
the
Morgan.
weird
He's
thing.
writing, and then there's someone else that's drawing.
So I don't know if you guys
That's
know
just
this or if I've told you
easy.
guys this before. So manga authors are the ones who hire their editors. So they choose who to hire for their editors, and they choose the number of editors they hire because they're the ones who pay their editors out of their pocket. The company gives them the huge check of money, and then they pay their editors, not the company. The company doesn't choose it. The company doesn't choose the number of editors. It's weird that Ikimoto has complained that he's so desperately struggling for help when he's the one who hires his editors. That's why we make it a meme that Ikimoto's greedy. We think that he doesn't want to pay more editors.
He has complained.
He has complained, yeah. It was a couple years ago now, but still.
What do you guys think about Kashi and Koji trying to confirm that he's on the right timeline by asking Inoji those questions? Do you think that's what he's trying to do, or is there something more there, or nothing at all? It's not that serious. Like, what do you think about that?
I agree
Question.
because to an extent, because he does have to confirm, just like how he was using Ada. Like for all he knows, he could diverge into a whole nother hypothetical timeline if he doesn't keep track of everything. So he does have to kind of micromanage what's going on just so he can keep on that path that he's going towards and like rotate everything to where he wants to be.
I like that.
I'm sorry. I just watched a boxer fight a wizard, and the wizard threw some dust out of nowhere and just like started electrocuting him with like a taser. This is I'm gonna send this. I'm sorry. please
That's
continue.
so good, yeah.
This is fucking wild.
I will check that out.
Yeah, I think he does have to micromanage everything basically, or else he'll slip into a new path.
The prescience is garbage, bro. What are we doing?
Yeah, well,
That
I would say
update thing is crazy though.
I would
That
say it's
update,
garbage.
having
Garbage,
to
bro.
wait
That
for
update is
random
garbage,
moments
bro.
for your prescience to
Bruh.
update. It's kind
They
of crazy.
nerfed that shit too much, bro. Like they
Bro,
could have did something a
bro
little.
can see like something today and then tomorrow it's changed, and he wouldn't know until he gets an update like 3 fortnights later, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
and it seems like
what are you doing here?
it seems like the update isn't like
You
a
can't
static
trust
thing
anything he says.
where it's set. Like
That's
an
cool.
update could be in 2 days or in 2 months.
Yeah, it's
Like,
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 bro,
like, like
why would I
one
listen
random,
to you?
like one random teenager just veers off left and you're fucked. Like it's over. It's like, bro, come on.
But it does make sense why he's so pissed off at Boruto, why he doesn't want more people knowing about the future. Because if they mess
Oh,
up, for all
man.
he knows, it could take a year for his prescience to update.
It's
Also,
so
I
funny,
found it
like-
very.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I found it weird that he says he told Shikamaru not to tell them about prescience. When did he tell Shikamaru about prescience?
That's in the
Yeah,
Viz.
that's the
Wasn't he-
thing, because
wasn't
in
he-
the
wasn't
previous
he-
arc, he specifically
he-
wasn't doing that.
Wasn't
Kamui,
he
can you get the
specifically,
raw on
like, saying,
that?
"Oh, I'm not gonna tell you about
Yeah.
how I
Yeah,
know
that's
this"?
the
literally
Viz
wait.
translation. The fan translations say the exact opposite. He says that I haven't told you about prescience yet, so blah blah blah, or something like
I
that.
see.
See, I kind of thought about that, but then my mind was like, well, surely if they put it here, so I didn't think too much more
Well,
about it.
the same people that
guess so.
wrote Omnipotence, so.
Wait, that's a thing.
Man.
That's
Wait, what
crazy.
did the translation actually say?
The Viz translation says, "Don't tell them about prescience."
Yeah,
You know,
I
the
know.
thing that I
What
told
did
you.
the actual one say?
The fan translations, they say, "I haven't told you about it yet." Blah blah blah.
But that doesn't make sense either.
Well, go see what they actually say. Here, we can just pull it up on stream as well.
The
From my
word
stream.
prescience shouldn't be there. Like, haven't told you about something I
Yeah, 'cause
haven't
you
told
just-
you
Well,
about.
it is
you tell
10
Shikamaru
direction.
about it by saying that.
Do you think they'll like correct that once they like print it? Maybe.
Maybe.
Nah.
No, they didn't
And
correct
this
any
is, I
Krampus
wouldn't
bullshit
say,
that long.
but the thing is, I wouldn't say this can't be a mistrans. Like, how could you get the word prescience in that bubble without it being referenced somewhere in the raw?
Well,
Like,
to
it's
be
just-
fair, Kitamaki, to be fair, prescience isn't in the Japanese to begin with. It says Jipo, which means 10 directions. Like, this is
That's
just
what I mean,
making
yeah.
up the
Mhm.
entire term. So,
Yeah, but technically, no, I know that because in the originally, it was called 10 paths or something like that. Based on
10
what the
directions,
fan
that's
trans
just
were
what it
going, right?
means.
10 directions.
they
But,
made
like,
up
when
the
they
word.
Yeah, but when they translate that to English, they always use prescience. So even if it was showing 10 directions in the raw, they're still gonna put prescience in English. But it still goes back to the point, like, why was 10 directions in the raw in that bubble? Unless he told him about it off screen. So it could also be the
I
case.
don't see
It's
the
really
Raj
weird
for
that he
chapter
would.
26.
It's really
yet. I
funny
don't know.
and weird that he would do it off screen when he specifically said, "Yeah, don't tell people that you know about the future, and just try to get them to do what you want without like having to tell them."
But hey,
It
maybe
feels
he wanted
really,
to.
feels
he
really
wanted to, you know,
interesting.
make Shikamaru,
Shikamaru was like-
singularity.
Skipper was like already on board, so like you're telling him. I hope we get more context on this because I'm fine if it's off screen. It's just it's really interesting.
Mm,
Here it is.
I hear
I
you.
found the speech bubble. I can't see the full thing because my webcam's in the way, but
Where did you find the Raws for this?
I didn't find the raws. I found our reaction to the chapter, and this is when they say it. But I can't explain 10 paths to you, is what he says in the left speech bubble. I don't know what he says in the right, but probably close to whatever he says in Viz.
10 parts. Hey, it can
This
work.
probably was a point when I was like not there from Wi-Fi cutting out. Actually, I don't even remember this. The
Might be.
actual version.
See if I can get it when I scroll down here.
But that's still stupid.
People
Like,
are
why
saying,
am
but
I
that's-
saying
well,
that?
hold on.
He's just
Oh, there we go.
That doesn't make sense for him to say because Shikamo doesn't know the term yet. So he's just randomly saying, "Oh, I can't explain it." Shikamo's be like,
There, I got the
"What
full
is
speech
that
bubble.
anyways?" That's not. You might as well just say, "I'm sure you were already aware, but I can't explain 10 paths to you." That means he told them about it
Should've
without
said, "I
explaining it
can't
before. That doesn't make
explain
sense.
how
Why
I
would he do
know
that? He
what
would
I
just
know."
say, "I can't tell you how I know these things." Like,
Yeah, so it
Yeah.
just depends what it says in Japanese at that
it's
point.
weird.
I don't know.
Like, what do you guys think the Shinji are gonna do for a week?
read porn.
Read.
What else?
The fact that you said that and it made sense. Read porn. It's like, yeah, well, I guess so.
I don't know what Jura is doing, bro. That dude is
reading.
These are not
Isn't-
villains, bro. These are fucking
he's
jokes.
not interested in doing anything.
Our
man.
villains are reading,
Like-
doing villain things.
Pornography of all
I
things.
mean, if we
in
want
a
to go,
children teenage anime, like what are we doing?
I mean, if we want to go into them jokes, they would be the villains of the Boruto fan base because most of them don't read. You know,
Oh
You know?
shit!
That's
Damn,
Go that route.
crazy.
he took it there.
Wow.
He took it there.
Bruh,
GG.
bruh. 10 people just dropped from my live stream. That's crazy.
That's how you get a bunch of people on your live stream because they can't read, so they need you to do it for them.
That's crazy.
That's why they be
bruh.
getting so pissed off at me, like Mello, shut the fuck up and just read. I'm like, oh, I forgot y'all can't read. Let me go ahead.
Oh, you know we
Guys,
get
this
it
is
bad,
about-
Mellow, with our
this is
8-hour
about you guys.
reactions.
This is
Oh
about
yeah, you guys
guys.
definitely get it worse than me, bro.
This is about you guys.
Well, Oodie, they're
That's
not even
crazy.
8-hour reactions because we don't finish if we don't finish ourselves for another month.
Burrito.
Going back to it though, I was curious on this. Say we do get a time slip 2 and then we get a time slip 3 arc with Himawari. Himawari goes back in time. When do we think would be best for current day Himawari to go back in time? We know that she isn't really leaning into her Hyuga lineage, so I don't think anything there would be too relevant since she has Hanabi and everyone else in the Hyuga to teach her and she just refuses to accept it because they offer and she
I think she will.
refuses it. So anything with Naruto with the Nine Tails, I think narratively would be best with the current Himawari. But the question is, when exactly do we think would be best?
I feel like there's a conflict of interest if you do it before Naruto befriends Kurama, because wouldn't he just sense himself in Himawari to an extent if she goes back in the past?
It's possible, but it's possible that he's going to be like adult Sasuke to where he doesn't want to influence the timeline, so he's not going to tell Naruto. Or the fact that he hates Naruto, he's not going to tell Naruto either way.
That is true. That 100% true. It just it makes you think about because like Kurama's whole plan was to get out of Naruto, so now he's sensing another version of himself.
Oh, you
in
know what?
a
Here,
girl.
no, I got the perfect example. We already have this in a movie format. Menma. Did the Kurama inside Naruto say anything about Menma, who had the Nine Tails?
I was gonna say there's also Sora.
Yeah, that as well.
That's so crazy.
There
Hey,
you
the concept
I think-
of like mind connection didn't exist at that point. So.
I would take
That's fair. I
mean, I could see
Himawari
it
and
think-
put her in the Minato one shot. I
Mm.
think that'll be a good place for her, where she can train with her parents, but like meet them. I mean, her grandparents rather, and like meet them, but then also get like some insight into like who Kurama was before she met him, because all she knows is
Exactly.
like Kurama doll, Kurama as a growing up, or the time she heard about him, I suppose, not really met him, and then like what she did meet him this time. So just to see how he was when he was a demon, kind of meet her grandparents, get her heritage, and you can kind of tie that into like Flying Raijin, Boruto's power mechanics, and Kushina and all that good stuff. And then you can also do Kurama and the Uzumaki heritage all at once. So you two birds with one stone.
And maybe Himawari could even pick up adamantium chains from Kushina.
Yeah, no, that'd
Is
be
that
fire.
what they're called?
The
yeah.
adamantine. It's not
Really?
adamantine, or it's adamantine.
Isn't that
Adamantine
this?
chains.
Isn't that some X-Men stuff, bro?
Adamantium? Yeah, it sounds similar.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, I see. That's the difference.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a cool answer for sure. So either Boruto or Himawari could do that for a whole movie. My answer was going to be, I think this is a really weird part of the timeline because no one's going to care about this, but pre-war arc, like when Naruto's meeting Dark Naruto and meeting Kushina and then taking Kurama's chakra for Caesium, I think that's the perfect timeline. You just have to tell an original story during that time because that shows Himawari evil Kurama, but then you can also see maybe Himawari gets to like see Kurama change, even though I know that's technically in the war arc, but you get to see like Naruto's interaction with Kurama. Oh, I'm going to change all that hate inside you one day to see how we got to the current day Kurama.
Honestly, that's a good idea. But if I would want to see a story with Kaguya, I would love to see if Himawari goes back to the past during the Kaguya period, because there's a lot of years that, I mean, the Kaguya story began before Hagoromo was born, and she got sealed like when he was like in his 20s or something. Who knows? There's a lot of time that goes into that. I think she could go back to that point because I think there's some like hints to some connection between those two characters. I don't know. Could be reading into it. But there's some hints I think that they're very similar. Their construction and that blink personality that she has, I think is very interesting. They can like tie Himawari's character to Kage in some sense. That Kage was in some sense the first Shinju-esque being that merged with the Tentacles and has like a Biju body, and Himawari is similar. And she could go back and see what really turned Kage into the monster that she became after consuming the chakra fruit. And just
That's
that
a
could
good
then
one.
lead
That's a
it to
good one.
us. Yeah, that could then lead into us learning about why she betrayed Ishiki, her history, and all that stuff. So I think they could really tie those two characters together, and that just leads into an entire like Otsutsuki lineage of history, and then Kaguya's descent into madness, and maybe how Himawari can avoid that if she's going down that path as well because of her being part Biju. Like they could do anything. They kind of played on that with the Naruto chakra illness thing, but I think they could do a mentality thing as well, like a mental illness kind of like storyline, which is why Kaguya descended into madness. And it's funny because they kind of played with that with Himawari as well, where she just chips out mentally and just turns into a different person. They can do so much with that. So I think that would be very interesting.
It
Bro,
also
I've
be
been wanting
why-
them to do that for years, bro. Like it would be such a great way to explore like multiple personality or like schizophrenia or something like that. Like I think that'd be a fucking wonderful idea. Yeah.
Which is why I kind of hoped that Kaguya had won that 99 vote thing, because then we would have gotten more
Yes.
information
Yeah.
instead of like, while the
That's
Minato
what
thing
I
was
wanted.
cool. We knew
Yep.
we knew he invented the Rasengan. Like it's not a big deal. We weren't
Yeah.
really getting anything new. We were just filling in blanks. With
Exactly.
Kaguya, more likely than not, they would have had to show us something new. And I'm kind of sad that the fan base didn't say, "Oh, we're on the Boruto timeline right now. Let's vote for Kaguya. So we still have questions, and we might as
so
well explain a
that
few
was
things."
never going to happen.
Yeah.
Especially when
Unfortunately.
they hate the Otsutsuki. Nah, that was never.
They
gonna
got
happen.
pretty high with those votes. I mean, you can tell based on the way they voted. The Minato story was a great story. That's not how people were voting. A lot of people voted for a lot of random characters that never would have got so high, such as Sakuma, just because they wanted to see the lore, the world building, the backstory there that we never got in
Yeah.
Naruto.
But some of them were like memeing. Like I know we did a podcast with like NC Hammer and he was talking about like voting for what's that dude?
Jirobo.
Yeah, you know who I was talking about. Jirobo. I was like, who the fuck is Jiro? I didn't even remember who that was, bro. So like people were memeing, bro. They were like voting for Jirobo and shit, and I was surprised
Some
Sakura
random
got that
character.
far. Yeah, it was like-
Surprised?
Kohada.
I was surprised she didn't win.
I wish she won.
She normally
outside of an O2
wins all the polls. So
outside of Otsutsuki, like her, like I would love for her to win, but
her fan base
weird.
is arguably the biggest in Naruto.
The
for
fact
some
she
reason.
won Greatest Fight is arguably more in your face insulting. I love it.
She has
for
the
what fight,
biggest
though? For
fan
what
base
fight?
in Naruto.
The Sasori fight
The-
is the best fight in the
Sasori,
entire
Sasori.
Naruto franchise.
It's a top tier
I
fight,
don't
but
know.
the best
I don't know
fight
about
in
that. That's
Naruto.
crazy.
I don't
The
know
whole
about that one.
The best fight in Naruto. Wait, which are your best fights in Naruto? Out of curiosity.
You got Kakashi versus
Mine-
Obito, Madara versus the First Alliance, and Naruto versus Sasuke, both of them.
No, your best. The best. You can't
Okay.
name multiple.
I'm gonna say Naruto
Oh,
versus
like
Sasuke
the
at the end of part
first-
1.
At the top, I would say
Yeah, like the
I would say
only
Naruto
one.
versus Sasuke part 1 for sure.
Yeah.
I love that fight, bro.
Ooh.
The animation in that shit was crazy.
Yep.
But them
I love the
AMVs
color
used to go
palette that was
hard,
used.
bro.
Yeah.
Them fucking headstrong, I'll take you
Yeah.
on. Yeah, that shit was
Bruh.
fire, bro. Lincoln Park.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, it's like there's so many fights in Naruto that are really good. Even I think one of the most underrated fights in Naruto is Rock Lee versus Kimimaro. Like everyone talks about, Rock Lee versus Gaara, but that Kimimaro fight, bro, that shit was insane.
For sure.
That shit was
It was insane, bro. The hand to hand was crazy.
Yeah.
What about you, Ryzen? What's
What about
your
you?
favorite fight in Naruto?
Oh, right.
Ooh, I'd have to say I'm with Kido. Part 1, Naruto versus Sasuke.
We all
I
on the
just
same page.
had that just it gave a really good vibe.
Bro,
Especially
it wasn't.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you continue. I just loved how like animalistic it got towards the
Yeah.
end of things and how raw it got. So
Mhm.
I'd have to say part one.
And it had a story. That's what I love about Naruto. Like
Yeah.
the fights, they have a story. It isn't just like, oh, I'm gonna punch you, you punch me, and you know, we can't see the punches. No, there's a story being told. And that it was the same thing in the part 2 fight. You know, they kind of wove
Mhm.
that into the fight as well. But like the part 1 fight is so like so raw. It's just something about it that I always go back to for sure.
Plus,
It's
you
just
know, Ninja Storm 2, when we get that Sasuke and Naruto scene in Orochimaru's hideout,
Yeah.
we actually start
Yo,
fighting.
Ninja
We flashback to the part 1 fight, so we're fighting in part 1 and part 2 at the
Bruh.
same time.
yeah.
Naruto, the
love
Naruto
that.
franchise got such a special treatment from everyone, whether it's Studio Pierrot, whether it's us. I think it's CyberConnect that did the Storm series. Like the effort they put into the Storm series is insane. I don't think people even realize it, bro. Like they were creating entire arcs, entire new storylines with a character, and
New
canon
animation and everything.
new animation
Mhm.
and everything for these shits, and the way they structure the Naruto you could play the Naruto games and understand the Naruto story, bro. Like they put
Yeah.
so much work into those games. I've never seen anything like it for any other game, to be honest. So
It's
crazy.
why well Dragon Ball's kind of like that.
Yeah.
But it's Dragon Ball, so but
Yeah.
it's like it's like Boruto fans who didn't watch Naruto. Surprisingly, those people exist. Like they don't even know what it
You'd
feels
be
like to
surprised.
have like an like they don't even know what it feels like to have an actual like poppin' series. Like when, as it pertains to Boruto, at least. Like because when Naruto was popping, like I said earlier, it was bigger than One Piece globally. Like it was fucking amazing. So yeah, no, you're definitely right. Like they definitely got the golden boy treatment for sure.
You know
One
what
time
really
for
adds on to that, Mela? The Naruto fan base at the time that Naruto was coming out didn't have the internet like we do today, and it still reached the masses of popularity that it did.
Yeah.
Well,
Which
because
is
we were also
crazy.
under the weekly little embargo thing. Like we had to wait. Like we couldn't just binge like they can do now.
Yeah, true.
So it was a different vibe back then for sure. Like that's why I'm so interested with the advent of AI, how these media companies, games, TV shows, manga, all this stuff, how do they pivot? Because
Mhm.
I mean, I guess they have to like bring like a lot of fucking copyright law because everybody's just gonna be creating whatever the fuck they want after a while, bro. It's gonna be like fucking Mighty Morphin Power Rangers versus Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles
Bruh.
versus Boruto versus Goku versus Luffy. It's gonna be crazy, bro.
They already did it with the Studio Ghibli stuff. They're like people just like creating art in the art style. It's just AI.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
It's
Yeah, it
crazy.
looks cool
It's
too.
crazy. It looks good. It looks good. It just shows you
Yeah,
like, like
it's gonna be like Demon Slayer level quality of animation. Like
mm,
it's gonna be like from a guy in his room. It's gonna be
mm.
insane. Like you're not gonna be able to sustain that, bro. It's gonna be crazy.
I think people, you know, and you know, people are gonna be upset, but we should just prepare for it, bro. Like it's gonna be the same thing, like when TVs were introduced and the internet was introduced and social media was introduced. Like, people are gonna fight against it, but like, trust me, I don't think you're gonna win, bro. I'm just saying. You have to adapt to it. And adapt. Who adapts the quickest? They're the ones that are going to survive. I'm just being honest. So
Yeah, they can't
we'll see
stop
what
it.
happens. We'll see what happens.
Mel, I don't think you said your favorite fight from all of Naruto.
Oh, Kakashi versus Obito.
Oh, there you go.
Just like the best.
I love
I'm
that
talking, I'm
fight,
talking
bro.
anime specifically.
I
Yeah,
love
yeah.
that fight.
The music, the choreography, the
Yeah.
storytelling, the kind of going from past to future, like that shit was a
But I
masterclass, bro.
wonder,
Yeah.
question, did they do that in the anime before they did it in the Storm game, or was it
It was a
the
I
Storm
Storm
game
game
first.
first?
It
The
was
Storm
definitely
it's
Storm
game,
so
so
first.
long.
yeah, the Storm game first.
Them
Yo, when the
games is
Storm
wild,
game
like you
did that
said.
shit, bro, when they were switching between like Kid Naruto, then the Shippuden Naruto, and then the war, yo, that
Nah,
shit was
low-key.
crazy,
Yeah, that
bro.
Oh,
Five
with like
Kage
the
Summon
Sasuke
Naruto
fight?
versus
Yeah.
Sasuke fight is arguably the best fight in the entire series. It's in the video game.
Yeah, yeah, bro, because you're just switching between eras. It's just I don't know, bro. It was something special for sure.
Yeah.
Bro, there's just like a lot of stuff that this series does that, like, for instance, right? Like, there's a lot of things they do that I think they should do that. There's a lot of things they don't do that I think they should do that they don't do. I guess I don't know. That was weird, but I'll give you an example. So you go into its interrogation and you have Sarada. Why not have her use her genjutsu to help Shikamaru or something of the sort to like rewrite his memories, or use genjutsu on herself to induce some kind of trauma to give herself boosted powers or whatever.
This
Or
was an
if like
issue in part 1.
Exactly. If Himawari's affinity is boosting her like power through the Biju, then just increase her affinity. What is the affinity? It's likely something to do with her, probably mostly the Hyuga side of it, the pureness of it, closer to Otsutsuki. So just install. I bet if you gave her Shibai cells, something fucking miraculous would happen. Okay, you'll get Gohan Beast or some shit. I think that's probably the cheat code that ends the franchise. Okay, but they just won't do it. So like, it's a bunch of shit you can do that they don't do. I'm like, why don't you just do it, or at the very least bring it up and then like make a reason why you can't do it, so we can just get it off the board, so I won't have to bring the shit up later. It's just kind of strange.
But like with Himawari, she's basically recombining the families. If you say Kaguya was the perfect original Jinchuriki, and you had Naruto, who was a pretty good Jinchuriki in his own right, with only Hagoromo descent, adding Hamura plus Hagoromo is recombining the families to an extent. Plus her being born with Promise Chakra, so she would be the next perfect host, way exponentially greater than Mito, Kushina, and Naruto, who only had that direct descent through Hagoromo.
You merge the same thing with Ashura, Indra creates Hagoromo, you know, Indra, Hamura, Hagoromo creates Kaguya. So, and if Kaguya was the original, you know, merger of the 10 tails, then that would create a greater affinity to pieces of the 10 tails, which is what Kurama is. And also, like, people don't speak about this, but Kurama literally has the pieces of Kaguya's chakra. Like, Kurama is a part of Kaguya. Like, he isn't just 10 tails, because
unlike
her chakra was separated with the Biju.
And then unlike Jura, who is an incomplete divine tree, the original tail beasts are pieces of chakra fruits. They're already complete. They're just a chakra fruit that's been split. Like even Momoshiki in chapter 2 says, yeah, this is a piece of the chakra fruit. Eight tails is a piece of the chakra fruit. The largest chakra fruit piece that they can sense is Kurama. So I also want, this is why I also want a Kurama heavy chapter, just so we can see where he stands towards omnipotence, because he would have that Otsutsuki essence. He is completed. He is like a final divine tree piece. So I really want to see what his stance towards omnipotence is, if he's unaffected. And I really hope they bring the other tailed beasts. I'm glad that Jura name dropped Naruto having befriended the Biju, because I really want them to be incorporated in the story to an extent somehow.
Yeah,
they could do it, and they could also say, you know, because Koji has, you know, Shibai cells. He was affected. So it seems like a percentage thing. It's like, you know, Boruto and Kawaki, you know, 80% Otsutsuki, whatever it is, Kawaki, we still have no idea, but you know, Code said he was a full Otsutsuki for some reason. So maybe, you know, Kurama doesn't have enough Otsutsuki essence to, you know, resist omnipotence. They could do that if they wanted.
That's fair. It's because in my mind, if Kurama is the bulk of if the tail beasts are the bulk of Kaguya's chakra, what
Kurama
other non-Otsutsuki essence would they have then? Because that's their whole being. They're basically chakra fruit, just given form.
And chakra fruit has Otsutsuki essence.
Yeah, unlike someone like Koji, who is human, who's just been modified with a bit of Otsutsuki cells, and then you have like even the natural Otsutsuki descendants like the Hyugas, they're affected. I want to see, because in my mind, if the divine trees are basically an offshoot of the Biju to an extent, with Jura being the actual incarnation of the tail beast, if Mamushi isn't affected by charm, that means as a whole they're not affected by omnipotence. So I just want to see how that correlates to the actual tail beasts that we have, since they're basically to an extent a more completed version of the Shinju. It's just the Shinju have like Shibai cells.
That is interesting.
And Code's essence.
It's kind of funny because they kind of leaned into the entire love stuff to show that even the Shinju are capable of love. So I don't know why it wouldn't, because, you know, previously you could have said, well, these are new beings. Maybe they aren't capable of it, and it just wouldn't work on them because of that. But they've shown the capacity to love, right? We saw that with Matsuri. Jura is feeling those emotions as well. Then they did something funny in this chapter. They're like, Mamushi saying he doesn't care about love and all that stuff. So maybe he's special in a sense. I don't know. Maybe because of his, connection to Ada and all that stuff, he isn't like susceptible to it because of that reason. But maybe the other Shinjus are. I don't know. It'll be they could go.
It's really something I want to see, because we know Jura knows about the Senragon. We know he doesn't really care about Ada. And we know from what Koji's been saying, there's no way to game out beating Jura, even with charm. So I really want to see
But the thing
if,
is,
like you said, Mamushi's unique in his own right or not.
Yeah.
So I want to wait and see until the chapter, because we know that Mamushi's power set so far is something that specifically targets encounters Ada.
Yeah.
So I want to see how he deals with omnipotence as a whole, if he's a special circumstance to his target. Basically,
I was gonna say maybe this wouldn't work on them because the Ten Tails hasn't consumed Nanotsuki, the one in Boruto, but then I remembered the code thing. But even then, it's tricky. Because they do have some of Ishiki essence based on what Boruto said, like Ishiki's essence helped in their creation. So that kind of leaked out of the karma and stuff. So
because at the end of the day, the Otsutsukis grow in power and develop their power by eating chakra fruits, which is what Ten Tails is. It's a seedling. So in theory, all their powers come from Ten Tails. So in my mind, it feels like if Omnipotence, the Renegon, all these specific moves are basically byproducts to an extent of the Ten Tails, it would make sense for Ten Tails not to be affected by its own omnipotence technique that the Otsutsuki use.
That is if all of their powers come from the Ten Tails, which
Yeah,
might
100%.
not be. Yeah, so it could be that just some of it. Like I assume the Renegon is a power of the Ten Tails that they inherit after consuming a chakra fruit, but like the Byakugan and maybe the Kokugan or whatever, the Jogan, that's just their innate powers, possibly. And just the Renigan, Reni Sharingan stuff and Tsukiyomi, that's just a Ten Tails thing. It could go that way for sure.
It would just have to depend on what is a base Otsutsuki without having eaten any chakra fruit, which I wish they'd give us a lore dump eventually on the Otsutsuki. I don't think we'll get.
They did that with Kage in the anime, but I think that has been retconned. I don't know. The anime is so weird. I spoke about this before. Like, there's so many things that contradict with the anime story and the manga story. I don't know why they would.
Manga, the Naruto anime, and the Boruto manga have 3 different answers on everything.
It's basically like Dragon Ball Super. It's basically 2 different continuities. You can fish for both
Dragon
to
Ball
an extent.
Super isn't that different, bro. It's like some minute differences.
Yeah.
Not like lore breaking.
That Tournament of Power was lore breaking difference, bro.
Really?
From the manga and the anime, bro. Master Roshi was dodging Jiren, bro, in the manga.
Okay.
Master Roshi, bro.
Yeah. Hey, put respect on his name.
It's different.
Like, they're both official works. They're both. I think there's an interview that talks about how they're parallel continuity. So it's just like Super, how we had parallel continuities of the anime and manga. So like, at the end of the day, they're both.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. Continue.
I was just gonna say it's more so for. I don't know if they said that for Naruto. I know they said it for Boruto. Is that the case for Naruto as well?
With Naruto, so Kodachi, when he released the data files, he referenced them into being used as both in the anime and the manga. So it's basically, I'm going by like how we do Super. they're parallel continuities. They're both official works. We can use things from both. We have to know where they fit in the right circumstances. Here, let me get the little things like power sets. We can debate. We can talk about them. We can talk about how in this continuity this happened. Like Boruto used the Jogan against Momoshiki in the anime continuity, but in the manga continuity, do it. And they're both official works. They're both parallel to each other. It's just we can make a differentiation, and then we have the information from Kodachi, which talks about how use this information for both the anime world building and the manga world building. So like Denki, while he's never officially in the manga, we know he exists because the data file talks about him in the manga volume. So it just depends on how they want to flush everything out, which gets confusing when they kind of add a lot of anime only arcs, and it just seems to be a bit off in the manga. I can definitely see it, but it's really interesting. I hope they get more cohesive just for ease of like discussing it. But here, I found it. So we have this from Kodachi in 2019.
If they ever do it.
Where he even talks about the Kaguya, the Battle of Kaguya and stuff, and how they're used as world guides. It's just, I feel like unlike Super, where things connected so well to an extent where you could interchangeably use the info from the anime and manga, with Naruto, while they're both parallel, there's just a few wild differences, which we can use, but we have to like consider them parallel to an extent.
That's why the thing with Naruto though, even then, the Naruto anime followed the manga. It had fillers, but they were like additional things. So I don't think it was like changing the events of the manga until we got to the Kaguya point, where it's just a completely different story when it comes to her backstory. And that's why I don't like, like I don't mind them like changing minute things or fight went here and there, or maybe some dialogue or something to switch it around a bit. Like when you're changing the backstory of the universe, we have two contradicting backstories that are laying the foundation for how the universe was created. I think that's a bit too much, I
could definitely see that. Like, for example, with Boruto, we know that the Sumire arc did happen. It's just in the manga, it could have happened 1-to-1 to the anime, or it could have happened slightly differently. All we know is that they both happened.
It did happen
in both continuities. We just you can just leave it open to it being slightly different or a 1-to-1 thing. And like the academy stuff.
And that is much better.
No,
that is much better
in the manga.
Yeah, they referenced it.
No, they referenced the Hit and Miss field trip arc.
No, they referenced
the Sumire arc.
With Sumire, we get Katasuke saying that he heard she had trouble in the academy. She ran into some trouble in the academy. And
they
plus,
also referenced the Nue stuff in the
Yeah,
it was a page in chapter 18, I believe.
Yeah, like when she got introduced. So I can
it was after it was at the end of the chapter.
Don't say Nue in the manga.
Of course.
Yeah, they have it in her data file.
Yeah, they say it in her profile card thing. That's not in the manga.
Technically, it's in the manga because it's at the end of the chapter.
Yeah,
but okay.
So it's in the manga.
Get it on Viz.
I mean,
really? It's not just Viz. It's the.
Well, to be fair, you also can't get cover statements from Viz.
If you are a subscriber,
I don't know why
pays for Viz, you can't read it. You have to buy things or go through like online.
But even in English, I would say because it's likely in Viz, but only in the Japanese version. Even in the English
version,
it's not in the volume. Viz. You can't see it in the chapters.
Bro, it's probably on the Japanese version, bro. Did you notice like Boruto chapters, like Japanese people get more information? Like even the cover pages have additional text that we
that Viz removes for no reason.
They don't even
they go out of their way to remove.
They just remove them. I'm like, why? Are we paying money for this as well?
It's cool when they have the chapter text thing on the cover, but Viz just gets rid of it. I don't know why.
It's very interesting. That's why I like the leaks, bro. I'm like, okay, I'll just read the leaks. Because at least they give the
they give us more information.
Exactly. More accurate translations too.
More accurate sometimes.
Yeah, it depends on the chapter, but
I'm not gonna say omnipotence was more accurate.
Omnipotence?
Yeah, or omnipotence as well. Or Shinkutusu.
Or Inu Shikacho.
Okay.
Yeah, no, Inu Shikacho is in the biz. As is Shinjitsu.
As a Shin. No, bro, you're making that up.
No, we aren't.
No, we're not. I'll show you.
Yeah, you're making that up.
Probably a mistake.
Bro, this is crazy. This is
yeah.
the most anime entrance I've ever seen in my life, in real life. I'm gonna show you guys. Just watch it on your free time. That shit wild. Post it in chat. Kagekai?
KK.
I hate.
KK Sumari.
I don't hate anybody, but I dislike strongly Ada.
Did you already find it?
I strongly dislike Ada.
Right, okay.
Just
That's
looking
Sumari?
at it frustrates me.
Mistakes.
No, I wasn't looking because I figured you were.
Sumeri's cool. Sumeri is cool because she don't do shit, so she's not
Damn, that's
offensive.
crazy.
But Ada,
I'll just take it.
Ada is just.
Oh, wasn't Ada your favorite
she's
character? When did that happen?
Fuck no. No, between those two, it was Ada and Delta, and I always chose Delta. Mostly because, I'm not a pedo, and Ada was 16 at the time, canonically. So that was fucking weird that people were like Team Ada. I was like, okay, buddy, I'm Team Delta, but okay. But she's 19 now, so I still hate her, okay?
Damn.
Well, I don't hate her, but yeah, you get my point. You guys got any other topics before I head out?
So, Mello, what do you
That's
think
some good
about them
stuff this
ruining
year.
Sarada?
Whoa. That's
That
heavy.
was a that's a trap question designed to lure me in. Okay, I see what you're doing. You're trying to do the Ohiram. Okay, pull me in. Okay, elaborate. Give me your context so
So
I can destroy it.
So they retconned her entire character. Like five times
Just be
over.
clear, you're making this up in real time, right? This isn't like a pre-scripted thing.
No, we've
you're
actually
winging-
done
You're winging this, right?
like
Well, I'm
8
not
hours
reading
of
it.
streaming on this.
Yeah.
Hit me up.
So where should we start, Kamui? Should we start with that one, the most recent one, or should we go from the beginning?
Whoa.
I don't know what the most
The
recent
fact
one is.
that you don't
so,
know means you got a lot to work with. That's wild.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on what the most recent. You know, it surprised me with the most recent one.
The most recent one is that, if I say the Twitter thing, that sounds bad, but that's where the thing is, the picture is from or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? Do you know where
I
that
have no
is?
idea what you're talking about, but real quick, I posted 3 ridiculous mistakes of Viz here. Shikamaru saying Shinjitsu omnipotence, Matsuri Inu Shikacho, Sarada, I was good to admit how powerlessness I am.
Bro,
All
chapter
of it.
20 might
How
be
you
the
use
worst
these words.
translated chapter in Naruto history, bro. I'm not gonna hold you. Chapter 20, bro. Worse. Worse than John Kerry. John Kiri? What's his name again? I don't remember.
That the JJK guy.
Yeah.
Who? What?
I'm not familiar.
And there's also Yodo's dialogue,
Fortunately.
which is complete nonsense.
Bro, I had trouble understanding that shit, bro. And I'm sure I can read. I'm somewhat literate, okay? So that was just crazy. I don't know.
So what was this Sarda nonsense?
Yeah, nonsense. Yeah, so I'm finding it right now.
Share your screen or something. I guess.
Yeah, I'll share my screen, sure. I'm
That panel is
finding the one where it's like the recap. When she awakened her Mangekyo Sharingan, she thought about blah blah blah. You're talking about Kamui? This one right here.
that
This
one.
right here.
Yeah,
Okay.
that.
Yeah. So we'll
was
start
on
with
that
this one. It's the
screen.
most recent one. So Mello, why don't you go ahead and just read the by the way, this is where it's translating. I know Japanese. I've already translated it. Just is saying
You need to
this.
check this live to see.
Yeah,
Oodie's so
but
slick, bro.
feel free
That's
to
crazy,
read
bro.
this and let me know if you find any mistakes in this.
Bro, just tell me what the mistake is so I won't have to read.
Well, I'll-
No, it's more immersive if you figure it out yourself.
Sarada having become of her feelings. Why is this worded that way?
That's
Well,
not the
having become
mistake, so
aware
you
of her
can keep going from there.
Sarada having become aware of her feelings for Boruto and her goal of becoming Hokage activates the Mangekyo Sharingan. With the power to manipulate gravity, she overwhelms the divine tree Ryu.
So, did you notice any
Oh,
mistakes in that?
Yeah.
Sarada having become aware of her feelings for Boruto and her goal of becoming Hokage. She became aware of her goal to become Hokage.
So what do you think about
Yeah,
that,
in the
Mello?
Sand Mission arc.
Yeah, like 3 chapters ago.
Okay, I'm picking up what you're putting down. I'm picking up. Maybe
I'll
By
first
the
of
way, in
all
the
let me
Japanese,
just
it's actually even worse.
I'm
There's
trying
no
to
getting
Yeah.
around it. It says become aware of her goal to become Hokage first.
because there's no linguistics
Yeah.
there that you could argue based on that in the Japanese.
and her goal of becoming so she like having become aware of her feelings for Boruto. And her
And
goal.
becoming aware of her
Damn,
goal
I can't
of
do
becoming
nothing with this.
Hokage.
This is fucked.
It should have said, and with her goal of becoming Hokage in mind.
Yeah.
That's not what it says in
Yeah.
Japanese.
Activate.
In Japanese, it was about her becoming aware of her goal to become Hokage. They say that
Wow.
first. There's no getting around it.
Hey, this is a
Well, maybe it's
this
not a-
intern is getting fired, bro. It's an intern.
maybe you don't tether it to because like the and her goal become so it's like Sarada having become aware of her feelings for Boruto, and then that's an end. So the awareness and the feelings are tethered to that, and it's like and which is like a continuation, like you're starting something new, but it's like linked to it because of the and. So it's like and her goal of becoming Hokage. So it's not that she's becoming aware of her goal. It's just that
Well,
the goal itself is in addition to the thing that's motivating her moving forwards.
well, two things. One, sticking with the English for a moment, that linguistically wouldn't make sense because if you separate the and like that, it would be Sarada having become her goal of becoming like if you separate the aware from her goal, this sentence doesn't make sense. It's Sarada's doing
Okay.
this to both her feelings for Boruto and her goal of becoming Hokage. That's how that English would work. But ignoring English, again, just to clarify, in the Japanese, the order it writes it is Sarada becoming aware of her goal of becoming Hokage, then mentions Boruto. Like it strings become aware of her goal of becoming Hokage together first. There's no arguing of linguistics. That's just what they wrote in Japanese. Oodie checked it.
It's a new intern, bro.
I'm
It's a new
calling into
intern.
question the validity of Oodie's translation.
Well, actually, I can just translate it right now. Actually, Kamui is wrong
Yeah,
on
you can
that.
just
He might be
do it
misremembering
for
though.
you.
Yeah, so here, I'll just show you what this says. So I'll work from here onwards. So this is the topic market wa, and then everything beyond is just Mangekyo Sharingan is the thing that has awakened. So working from wa, this is basically, the topic marker. This basically translates to about. So how you would say the sentence localized in English is about Boruto, is this word, and the Hokage becoming self-awareness. Yeah, and then Sarada. Those are the words.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's
But
feelings.
But if you rearrange that through the translation, you would get something that's coherent, right? In English.
Exactly, yeah.
It's just like it's this translation is just head ass. Whoever did this.
No, the translation is correct.
Oh well, if that's the case, then my original statement stands. Then
What was written was
I
just
think
wrong.
I think so. So the reason why I tether it to like the head ass thing is because you guys seem to like spot something that I'm not spotting. Like I'm seeing so I'm trying to like acknowledge your perspective, but I don't see it personally. Like I get what you're saying. Like Sarda having become aware of her feelings for Boruto, that to me is just one thing. And then it's like I said before, it's just the goal of becoming Hokage is in addition to her feelings for Boruto, which is all manifesting in her conclusion with Ryu in the Mangekyo. So it's just a continuation. I mean, it's just in addition to the feelings. It's not a continuation to what was being stated prior. Now, how they worded it, I don't fucking know, but I'm not some linguistics expert either.
It's the intern, bro. You have to understand. It's the intern.
Well, is
His
the
ass about
intern
to
the
become
one who
AI.
said Sarada awakened her Mangekyo Sharingan in the manga too? When she awakened it 3 years earlier?
Wait, what? What's
Is
going
the
on here?
intern the one who wrote in the manga that Sarada awakened her Mangekyo Sharingan? It's chapter 21, but she actually awakened it 3 years ago?
Hey, you see, that's a mistranslation. You should have said
Consistently?
reawakened.
They've done it like
Not,
3
we checked that one
times
too.
You have
in
said
multiple
reawakened.
chapters.
I can
But, like, why-
guarantee.
You can.
It's a second awakening, so you could just say awakened.
That's not what it says.
That's what I'm saying. Like awakening doesn't necessarily mean like singular. You got multiple awakenings.
Well, not
Like, it's
for
a-
She
it-
didn't awaken her
Mangekyo
Mangekyo Sharingan. Again, if they had said she awakened her ability,
What happened?
it would be one thing. But that's not what they said. So she awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan.
X out of this video.
And in the same,
Oh.
the same chapter, Sasuke's mentioning how she awakened it 3 years ago.
Yeah, she awakened it twice.
Technically, they could, the correct term would be a reawakening, but you could also just say awakened again.
It's not
That
awakening.
can
She
also
just
work,
used
that-
it.
yeah.
She activated it.
No,
It's
technically,
also
because
not a
it's
thing
like,
that she
if
couldn't use it. She
can't
was
use
choosing
it-
not to.
She could. She was choosing not to. That was the point.
No, I think it was more. Isn't it more so worded that she knew she had a power, not that she knew she had the Mangekyo?
But she was
Like, she
purposely
knew she had a
holding back
power
the
that
use
she
of
was
it,
holding
whatever
back.
the power was.
That also goes
Yeah.
against
So
what
she could
Sasuke
use-
explains
So
about the
technically,
Mangekyo.
so technically,
Wasn't it
consciously.
subconscious?
Well,
Yeah,
they
what's
also
up-
instinctually know how to use the abilities and that they have it when they awaken, according
Exactly.
to Sasuke. So that she
Yeah.
just knew.
No, the thing is that, but you could also put it into context, right? Because technically, she didn't know, because she only became aware of it in the Yodo fight to know exactly what that power was. So she awakened it, but didn't know that she awakened the Mangekyo. So this time, consciously, she now consciously knows that she has awakened. So technically, it would be an awakening from Sarada's
But
perspective.
Sarada, Yodo didn't say, "Hey, you awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan." So Sarada, to this day, would still not know what she awakened.
No, I mean, like, she told her that about the power that she was hiding, and that, how it was.
But how did
she
Sarada
could use
figure
to
out it was
save
the
people.
Mangekyo Sharingan?
No, I think she just brought that power forth and it manifested in the Mangekyo.
Yeah,
And
and
of
even
course, once
But
she
Sarada knows she
consciously
has
does
a Mangekyo
this, she
Sharingan.
would know.
But
But she
because
wasn't
the
surprised
Sharingan,
when Damon said it.
I
it
don't think she
overlays understanding
knows.
atop you. Like if apparently like they just know, like they just have a knowing, like a knowledge of
Yeah.
what it is and how
Yeah.
it works and stuff
And
like
and
that.
then
And the reason
Yeah.
why she didn't know
Sasuke-
before is because of the trauma shit,
Yeah,
the
and
Boruto stuff.
even Sasuke says
But they're implying she did know. She was holding back the use of it, so she knew.
I think
Yeah.
she knew she had a power that she was holding back. I don't think she
Yeah.
knew she
And
had
she
the
wouldn't know what the
Mangekyo.
power is now. She would know it does gravity, but she wouldn't
No,
know
she-
what it is.
No, she knows now because she
Yeah.
awakened it in the fight and used it. So now
She awakened
knows.
it already. When you awaken it, you instinctually know. It
Kamui,
doesn't work
you
like
gotta
this.
listen, bro. You gotta listen, bro.
I'm saying that
listen to
she
him.
did awaken it in part 1, but she wasn't aware of it, right?
Yeah.
Because of the trauma stuff. In part
And it-
2, in the fight, when Yodo tells her about the power that she's suppressing, she then
So what
brings
about
that
Obito?
power forth and it
Was
manifests.
Obito
in the
not
Mangekyo.
traumatized when he awakened his Mangekyo?
but
Yes,
it's trauma.
And
trauma affects
Obito
different people.
is the
though.
same thing. He didn't know when he awakened Mangekyo. Even
Yes, he
Madara
did.
hints towards this. He literally says, "You seemingly phased through these rocks." So I
Yeah, it was
think-
almost
No,
like
no,
he faced
stop
through them.
ignoring Madara's bullshit, the metaphorical dialogue. It's not when he awakened the Mangekyo.
Hey,
But
hey,
even-
hey, hey,
Kamui
you
hates
couldn't-
that.
you couldn't-
I
worst
love when
things
people
ever
use that.
written.
Everyone
It's
uses it for
like-
Kamui.
But
Wait, what about
I-
Kakashi? He wasn't aware that he unlocked
He's
it.
not Uchiha.
Kakashi's not an Uchiha. It's not his
He's not
natural
Uchiha.
But
eye.
even if
He's not
we,
going to have the instinctual benefits.
So,
But even
I
if we
think
go
those
back
are
to-
evidence.
I don't
But
know
even
how
if
to
we
know
go back
that,
to
bro.
the
That'd be impossible.
Sharingan, Sasuke awakened the Sharingan
when he
at
wasn't
the
aware of it as
massacre,
well.
and then he didn't know.
Sasuke
until
only said
he
you
awakened it.
instinctually know how to use the Mangekyo abilities, not the regular Sharingan abilities.
No, but we're not referring to the ability. I just mean the concept of awakening the Sharingan and not being aware of it. is
Again, Sasuke's
substantially
dialogue is
documented
only
in
about the Mangekyo.
series.
But then again,
True, dialogue
Sasuke
is
also
that.
has dialogue saying that it seems Sarada herself isn't aware that they've awakened. So he could,
That's true. That's true.
so you have the master Uchiha, master of the Mangekyo of the EMS, the only
Then how is
realistic
she?
knowledge of the
But,
Uchiha.
but again, so like if she's not aware of what she's awakened, she knows she has a power. Yodo says, "Hey, you have a power." That wouldn't tell. She would still, even if she's using it, she just still doesn't know it's a Mangekyo Sharingan. Then,
No,
but
she
she
would
does.
know because
How does
like,
she
the
find
point.
out?
The point is that they instinctively know what the power is. So you have to
Yeah,
remember that
once
Sarada.
she
Sarada
why didn't
did
she instinctively
research.
know what the power was? when
No, because I think you keep missing the point that the trauma that was happening at that point clouded her mind, which is why she
Yeah.
wasn't aware initially. But
That's
now
not how
she's
instincts
able to
work.
bring.
The instincts
Of
would
course,
just
trauma
work,
can throw off your instincts. That can happen, of course.
but you still have that.
Yes,
This isn't
but
a matter
it
for
cannot. It
mentally
cannot.
knowing.
That
It's just
can.
instinctual.
That can
She
also.
can
That
still
can
breathe.
also. That can also prevent the instincts from manifesting if you're suffering from immense trauma, mental trauma.
And then when she
Instincts
consciously activates
consciously
the Mangekyo,
activates the power,
then the
then
ability
the
information
instincts
gets overlaid
exactly.
over her.
No, provide. Look, show me when Sarada's instincts turned off in chapter 80.
When she's crying and on the ground, and you know,
That's instinctual. Crying's instinctual. She
Her
has
instincts
but-
would be
no, but we're-
higher than
we're not-
heightened
no, no, we're-
emotions,
I think-
instinctual.
hold on, we're not
Turn
saying
off your
that
logic.
all
Right?
of Sarada's bodily instincts. I'm sure her body is instinctively breathing, right? We're not saying all of her instincts stop
awaken the
functioning.
Mangekyo too.
We're specifically referring to the Mangekyo, which, by the way, is a mental trigger.
Well, also, how did she know she
Specifically.
had a power then?
Exactly.
How did she know she had a power she was holding back?
can
Because she was
feel
so
the
clouded
power
her judgment,
inside
turned
you.
off her Mangekyo instinct
Hold
entirely.
on. I think we're choosing not to understand, because I think it's understandable that she can have the power and not know what the power is. Like, you can feel power well enough.
Then how
inside
is
you
she
and not
choosing not
understand.
to use it?
Now, you
It-
see
it
that
would be-
part. No, you see that part is very easy. Like, you can just say she's choosing not to do it. Now, when it comes to why she's choosing not to use it, I think that part is a bit wonky to me. That is the part that I have an issue
Well,
with.
that's
Why
we're
is she
not
choosing to-
even that's not even a part of the conversation with Boruto or whatever. She can't
I mean, that
choose not to
directly
use
is tied
something
to
she doesn't
Boruto.
know what it is.
No, she can choose not to use whatever power she's feeling, even if she doesn't know what it is.
That she
Or she
instinctively
wouldn't know where the
understands.
power is located, where it stems from. She
Of
knows
course she
how
can
to
know.
make it show up.
feel, She can literally feel the power inside. Of course, she can know where the power
She
is coming
feels
from.
it in her eyes.
She
telling
feels it
her
in
the
her
answers.
brain. The power isn't really in the eyes; it's in the brain, and then flows into the eyes. So
Then how did she
technically,
know?
she'd be feeling it
How did
inside
she
her
know how to
body.
flow it into her eyes?
But if
Because she feels it in her brain. If she's an Uchiha, she would notice instinctively that when she's
Okay,
about
then
to
she knows
trigger the
this.
power.
Like,
but the
She
thing
wouldn't
is,
know because
she
no,
had a
her-
mental
all of-
block on her. She was rejecting
Exactly,
those
I think we're-
emotions. If I had to compare
That's
it,
the
it would be
point.
like Gohan. Once he fully
she was
snapped
rejecting
his
the word
emotions-
Mangekyo. That's the way.
It's like omnipotence, just reject the word itself.
I think we're stuck on the name. I don't think the name itself is really.
We're not
important.
stuck on the
exactly what
name.
I'm arguing about. Is the name, her knowing the name Mangekyo Sharingan. That's my argument.
Why
point.
wouldn't she know the name Mangekyo when she researched it in part 1? Why wouldn't she know that
Knowing
name?
that she has the words Mangekyo
She
Sharingan.
doesn't need to know that she has the word Mangekyo to manifest the
I'm asking
Mangekyo.
how she didn't know. She knew she had a power. She knew she was holding back. She didn't know the words Mangekyo Sharingan. Then Yoda
Wait,
tells
hold on,
her,
hold on, hold
hey,
on,
you're
hold on,
holding back
hold on,
something.
hold on.
She says, okay, I'll
Hold
use it.
on.
Now, why
Do you
does she
think-
know the words Mangekyo
No,
Sharingan?
hold on.
That's
Do you
what she
think do you think the power of the Mangekyo is tied to the word Mangekyo?
asked. You did not listen
Keto.
to what I just said.
Keto.
No, because I'm saying what I'm saying is that this argument about the word and why she knows the word and how she associates it, that it's totally irrelevant. The
What
point
is my
that
argument,
she
Keto?
has the
Rephrase my
power
argument
that
in your
can
own words.
focus into the eyes.
Rephrase what I'm saying in your own words.
I don't understand what
Try
you're
it.
saying.
Well,
Exactly.
that's the
what you're
problem.
saying.
You're not understanding.
I don't understand because it doesn't make sense.
Listen, yeah, you're right.
Alright,
It doesn't
That's the
make sense.
point. That's our argument.
Re-explain it.
Sarada was aware she had a power. That's how she can choose to hold it back.
Yes.
Okay? She didn't know she had Mangekyo Sharingan.
Yes.
Okay? Then Yoda says, Sarada, you're holding back power. Can you use it? And Sarada says, okay, I'll use it.
Yes.
Why does she now know she has a Mangekyo Sharingan?
So
Because she knew she
my
had the power.
argument- all
Her
right, so the
instincts are all
argument
the
is-
same. She has the literal thing. Instincts
so
haven't changed. Why does she
so
now
the-
know the words Mangekyo Sharingan?
See,
is
that's
what
why
she
I
has.
literally just said, and you said you replied as if I was making stuff up. You keep tying the power of the Mangekyo to the word
I'm not
Mangekyo. You
saying
keep going
she's
back to
stronger or
why
weaker because
she
of it. I'm
knows the
asking
words
how she knows she
Mangekyo.
has a
I'm saying that
Mangekyo
she
specifically.
doesn't need to know the word Mangekyo
I'm
to
not saying
manifest
she
the
needs to know.
Mangekyo.
I'm saying how does she know?
All right,
Currently.
so put it like this. I think that once she taps into that power and brings it forth, that she doesn't know what the power is. She knows she has a power. Yodo reminds her of that power. She then brings that power forth, and that power manifests in what we know as the Mangekyo. She goes on to use that power, and then afterwards, the conversation she has with whatever
With
his
who?
name is, Damon, comes after that fight. She probably just now understands, based on her research in the past, what that power is that she just manifested.
So is your argument
It's
that
the
she doesn't know what the
Sharingan.
Mangekyo
Figure it
is when
out
she's
in
using it
3
against Ryu?
years?
What?
Do you think she doesn't know what the Mangekyo is as she's using it against Ryu? She's using whatever her power is. She just doesn't know what her power is that she's using.
That is my argument. I think she's using the power that manifested in that moment, and she later connected the dots to that power because
Okay, so
I
you
don't
think
think
she figured it out after the mission?
Kamui.
So
yes, that's what I'm saying. Like the name itself, that you're tying the power to. I don't think she needs to know. Oh, I'm using the Mangekyo right now. I think she just knows she's using the power that she's been hiding, and she's manifesting that power. Then later on, she makes the connection that it's the Mangekyo Sharingan, and that leads into Damon referencing the Mangekyo. I don't think it's anything is wrong with that.
No, actually, what would be the funniest thing? I'm gonna see if Mitsuki says it out loud or not. But does Mitsuki just say Mangekyo out loud? Is that how Sarada knows?
Sarada does.
yeah,
No,
it's
Sarada
internal
says it out
thoughts.
loud. I just want to be clear about that.
It's
It's on.
internal thoughts. But that'd be really funny.
No, but Sarada does say it.
Did Mitsuki? I remember Mitsuki saying something. I don't know what it was.
He says it in his head. Not
Yeah, but Sarada does say it.
I mean,
so
you can see the
Don't you-
design.
Don't you gain a knowledge of everything regarding the Mangekyo once you awaken it?
yes.
Mellow, that's why we're having
wait,
the
wait,
argument.
wait. I know. So if all you would do is just overlay the emotional trauma that would suppress the knowledge, and then, bam, you got TBV Sarda. Part 1 is just her with the trauma on top of the knowledge. The trauma is blocking the knowledge from coming through. It's a simple explanation.
Oh, actually, yeah, she does
I
say
don't have to
Mangekyo
prove it,
Sharingan
but-
in her jutsu name. So yeah, she knows she has it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Kido. She didn't learn it after the fact. She says it in the Ryu fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, this would
Okay,
be a
so the
Sarda
instincts
void
then
of the
simply
trauma.
overlaid at that point. Yeah,
Yeah,
makes sense.
That's it.
Makes sense.
There
And
are
if you wanna-
multiple
and-
ways
and-
they
and-
could do it.
And if you simplify it even more, it's just part 1 Sarda has a trauma veil, part 2 doesn't. Bam, there you go. Once you remove the veil, the powers manifest, the knowledge comes up, and then she can just ball. And then
I remember-
everything past this point, she can just do it at will now. Simple.
Yeah, and I remember that, as I mentioned, like in part 1, she did research on the Mangekyo. So she has knowledge on the Mangekyo since part 1.
So let's say that she wanted to use it in the Hidari fight. What do you think happens?
Also, to be
I
fair,
don't think she would have
that
wanted
does.
to, but she wouldn't
you
even know that
know,
she would have it to want it. You know what I mean?
I
And
will
then I don't
say
think
this.
Hidari poses enough of a threat to push it out of her. But yeah, please continue.
Well, let's just say he did, or that Sarada thought he did, especially since Boruto's asking for protection, and that's the whole thing with the trauma anyways, is to use it only for Boruto.
Also, hold on. Does she actually say Mangekyo Sharingan, bro? Isn't that like a narrator statement?
What?
That's Mitsuki saying it.
No,
No.
he's referring to when she used the ability and you have the name on screen, because that's a narrative statement, right?
It's written as a speech bubble.
Not really, because if you look
What
at
do
the
you
speech
The
bubbles,
same as the speech bubbles on the previous page by
bro,
Sarda.
if you look at the speech bubbles, they point to the person that's speaking. So scroll up, they have the arrow.
Yes,
that
I
points
see
to
what
the
you're
person,
saying, but there's
in this
inconsistencies
panel,
like
they
that all
have
the
no
time.
arrows. Nah, bro. Go through the
I mean, I
entire
can tell you right now,
chapter.
they have had
There isn't a
inconsistencies like that.
single bubble that doesn't have the indicator pointing to the person.
littered
Can you show me
This
the
throughout.
panel you're talking
Oh,
about?
well,
You
Hold
really
on,
want to
remember.
test that? I'm sure
in
we can
this
find
chapter,
one
bro.
pretty quickly.
In this chapter, bro. In this
It
chapter.
could be in this
I doubt it.
chapter, as long as he does it in general.
Maybe. Hold on, let me send it in chat. Oh, there it is in chat. So yeah, it doesn't have anything indicating that she's speaking. I think this is just.
Is there like a little bubble arrow pointing at her? I don't see.
I mean,
it.
I will
No.
say right now, if it was a narrator statement,
isn't.
Ikimoto needs to learn how that works. You usually do the square bubbles and the font's a little bit different. You don't do it like this.
Well, let's also
Has he
just
ever
ignore the
done
fact that he just has times when he doesn't do the bubble at all for narrator statements.
I feel like
Yeah.
this is
Yeah.
like some One Piece shit that he's incorporating within the series that he hasn't been doing before, so we don't have too much to compare and contrast it to.
Well, he just does it
Hmm.
differently each time, just like his flashbacks.
Yeah, he
Like,
kind of
when
does a
is he-
mix of like the
this-
dark
these
background and
arrows-
sometimes not.
Like these
It gets
arrows,
this-
I thought this was a part of the ability visually, like something they could see in the verse. Apparently, this is just a visual aesthetic, like an artistic
Exactly.
flair.
Even that could be. You see, this entire panel is just like it's just narrative stuff, bro. For us to
Although
see.
I think it would be cooler if it was that, but
The
apparently not.
entire panel definitely is a narrative stuff. Those clouds in the background are a narrative. Sarada yourself as here is a narrative.
Of course, because guess what? She wasn't that high in the sky for the clouds to be below her feet, bro. So clearly.
Okay, Kino, we're just ignoring camera angles now to make arguments.
That's funny.
By the way, this camera angle, from whose vantage point are we looking at when she's up there like that? How do we even see this
Ryu.
angle? But how does
Ryu's
Boruto
below
know?
her.
How does Boruto see this? He's telling the story.
Funny.
I think getting back to what Ryzen was saying earlier, he might become God, bro. He might become like Loki, God of stories, and just has omnipotent perspective.
Well,
I don't know.
okay. Do you think Momoshiki has that as well? Because Momoshiki's prophecy for Boruto, some of those scenes are from Kawaki's perspective,
Those were some weird.
not
scenes.
Boruto's.
It's like somebody was looking up from the ground up. It was like, how are we getting this angle? Like from the feet up? That's weird.
Bro,
Who's looking here?
speaking of which, I'm gonna bring my theory. Okay?
Yep.
I want
Hit us
your
up.
opinion on this. So, the panel where it shows Kawaki, I believe this panel happened already. Hold on, let me pull this up.
They mean the prophecy one?
Yeah. So
You
So-
think it's the retcon drawing one in chapter 78 that looks a little bit different?
no, I don't think that's the case. I think this panel happened in chapter 67. So let me pull it up. So is it chapter 75 that the memories were shown in, or chapter 76?
75 is when you see the prophecy.
Yeah. So let me pull this up here so you guys can see what I'm referencing.
The problem that makes
I
Momoshiki's
think
prophecy
this one-
stupid. So he, in one of his future premonitions that Momoshiki says are fragments of the future, one of them was in the past.
Yes. So let me put it this way. Because to put it
That's
this
one way
way.
to ruin the prophecy.
So this one right here,
So
this
another
is
one.
when Kawaki first stabbed Boruto in 65 or 66 and killed him, and Momoshiki healed him. I think that's what this panel is referring to. And that is why he has the blood, all over his face and the white in the background. If you go back to chapter 65, there are a lot of like cloud dust behind Kawaki. So that would explain why the panel behind him is white. And the reason why I say this, right, for it to make sense, you have to remember the visions Momoshiki saw where he first saw them in chapter 10. And when Boruto saw these images in chapter 75, he told him that these were the same images that he saw.
Ooh,
So if
wait.
Momoshiki saw these events back in chapter 10, this would be a future event when Momoshiki saw it. It's just that when
So-
Boruto saw the events that Momoshiki saw, this event had already passed.
What do you think about this thing?
Yeah, I
I mean,
believe it.
I have a counter argument to what I just sent. If you don't come up with it, but what do you think about this?
But none
y'all
of
not
those
gonna address
visions
What Killer
were
just said?
familiar. I think it's in addition to it. But none of those visions were familiar. Does that mean they're all events happening in the future?
Well, let's just focus on that first one. None of those
Mhm.
visions were familiar.
which is very funny because there's literally a panel of Kawaki doing just that in chapter 65.
So my
Kawaki
argument
pulls his hand out, he's literally looking down at Boruto like this.
Yeah. So obviously Boruto saying that would be ridiculous. My counter argument would be Boruto was unconscious for that scene.
I was
going
gonna
to
say that too.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
Momoshiki saw
Yeah,
that, not
true.
Boruto.
That's true.
Hey,
But
but I'm sorry to cut you guys off, but I gotta head out. I got work in a few hours, but it was nice talking to you guys.
Fair enough. Appreciate you
sure,
coming
It's a
on.
pleasure, man.
Hope
It's
we can
great
get you
to
on
meet
again.
Have a
Talk
great
to you
work.
guys later.
We'll have you on again.
So yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Boruto was unconscious. See, it makes sense
mean,
because
this
everyone
is
will say like it's a
arguably the most
retcon and they
consistent
change the
one.
scene, or maybe it hasn't happened yet. And it doesn't make sense because it's inconsistent with everything else. Because everything else we've seen that. Everything else has been shown except
It makes
that
the most
one
sense
panel.
in universe. For narrative storytelling, it's absolutely absurd.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
it
don't
takes too much
It's the most
work to
consistent
figure
answer,
it
but
out.
it's arguably the worst answer.
yeah. You know, that seems to be a really running theme with Kishimoto, or with Ikimoto.
Yeah.
You know, I like things that are a bit complicated, you know. So I think
Yeah, I like things when they're complicated, when they're good complicated.
Hey,
Yeah, I think-
that
I
makes
think
it fun.
But
fact
it's not
that
about the
that one
complication. It's just that
got lost for so long. Yeah, I think it's too complicated. It's not even complicated. It's just like convoluted almost. Like,
Yeah.
it's just I don't know if that's the right word I want to say, but it's just why do it that way? You could've
Messy.
just done it a more competent way.
The thing is, if
well,
you
no, just
I
why
don't know if
include
it's
that scene in the first
I don't
place? That's the problem. This is
Yeah.
about the vision of the future, the prophecy. If
Also,
this
the
scene
fact
isn't
that-
because remember, Momoshiki said, "Oh, the prophecy, it hasn't actually happened yet." In chapter, but we're just like, "Oh, with
Well,
me
remember,
dying here, the thing." And he's like, "No, it's actually not that. It's coming in the future."
it
Why would
can
you
work.
include the thing that already happened if it's not part of the prophecy?
It could work because it's more so like what leads to the prophecy, and this event was what really triggered it.
Well,
Right?
let's also
It-
remember that's a weird, interesting kind of way to get around what I was about to say. But let's also remember that the reason Boruto's seeing this in the first place is because Momoshiki and Boruto's mind processes or whatever are overlapping because the damaged flesh was integrated with the data, blah, blah, blah. But that means that Momoshiki is currently in real time thinking about those scenes in the prophecy arc that are yet to happen. It'd be really weird for him to be so giddy with that being the plan that's about to happen, and that's all he's thinking about, which narratively makes sense. And then he just randomly thinks about that one scene, that one time Kawaki tried to kill him, randomly.
Yeah,
At
like
the
if
end.
anything, that should be the first scene. Then, if
But
that's
I
what
don't think
kicks it
it's-
off, then it should be the beginning of the tableau, not the end.
Since he's
I think
looking
it's-
forward to
I
the
think that-
future.
because that's the thing. I don't think it's about what he wasn't thinking about those scenes. Boruto just randomly saw them because he tapped into Momoshiki's future side. And the thing is, this is a good writing tactic because it's about misdirection. So when that's
think
the
that's
point of
true.
the
He
entire
really
thing is to-
misdirected us into thinking this prophecy
the
would be
point of-
good.
Well, Kito,
Yeah,
why do you
because
say
the
that? Because I
point
don't think
is to
that's true.
throw
They say
everyone-
their mind processes are overlapping or whatever.
Yeah, the mind because remember, even in the panel, it shows Boruto activating the Byakugan. So it isn't just he's viewing his mind. It's him tapping into the power that led to him seeing that. So I think it's a bit more like their mind crossing over is
what?
leading to their powers crossing over. I
Byakugan?
think that's what the panel with him using the Byakugan was trying to imply.
I don't know what panel
But,
you're
you know, I
talking
could be
about, but
wrong.
I don't think so, because after this, Momoshiki's
There's a
like,
part-
screw you, Boruto, I'm going to start thinking less, because screw you. Yeah, you don't get to know what happens.
No, but there's a legit. I can pull it up. There's a panel of Boruto having the Byakugan active. It's in the same chapter. Hold on one sec.
Feel free to go find it. Maybe he's talking about, like, when Boruto's inside the mind process looking at
on.
Momoshiki. I don't know. What
It
is he
has
thinking
like
of?
they're like grayed out panels of Boruto's Byakugan. They do several of them.
Yeah. See, the first
But like
one.
the grayed
is
out thing, what does
here.
that mean?
Yeah, is that like
That's
when
the
he's
problem.
viewing the tableau?
Yeah.
The tableau. Yeah.
It
I think
was
that's
weird.
when
The
it was.
tableau.
Yeah, I remember that.
Let's see. There it is in chat. That's the Byakugan, bro.
The weird thing is that clearly that can't be happening in real life, though, because Kawaki's right there wondering about Momoshiki.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's happening in his subconscious. It's like when Naruto goes
Then he's
into
not
his mind
manifesting
state to
Byakugan.
use it. I mean, technically, that's like saying Naruto wasn't manifesting the eight tails or his Rasengans inside his mind. It is manifesting, but it's in a different. I think it's in the little space that they go into. and Boruto
Yeah.
flashed into it, and he used the
That's what I'm
power
assuming
there.
the grayed out thing's supposed to indicate.
Yeah. Well, let's also remember that Boruto's not choosing to do this. He's not even aware that he can do this. So, really weird if it's not just Momoshiki doing it.
And he's also not doing it any other time.
Do it for him. I don't think he.
Well, Momoshiki doesn't want to do it for him, but I think he was unintentionally doing it for him by thinking about these scenes.
I see. Possibly. I mean, it isn't a problem even if Momoshiki was thinking about them, because again, the point is that he saw these scenes in chapter 10, because that's very important. He saw the future before the scene we're referring to even happened. So it wouldn't be wrong for him to reference those scenes that he saw, because even you could even argue that Momoshiki himself is being misled into believing that Kawaki is going to kill him when he saw that scene. You can even argue that, right?
Well, he sure wouldn't be so giddy about it if that was the case.
Exactly. Goes against his whole omnipotence plan.
I mean, wasn't he telling Boruto that,
yo,
at any point?
Wasn't he telling Boruto that, yo, don't let Kawaki catch on because he's trouble? I think he was thinking that, this one image that he see that Kawaki looking down at him hasn't happened yet, or is going to happen again. But I think it's more so misdirection for the audience.
The prophecy, because Momoshiki doesn't want that, but he wants the prophecy to go exactly as he foresaw. Yeah. So that's just weird. He wants this to be exactly what he saw, but he doesn't want to die.
The prophecy is just hard coded to being wrong in every way possible, anyways.
That's assuming that it leads to him dying, because maybe it didn't. You know, it's just like him getting attacked. He's on the ground. Maybe he lives. Maybe he doesn't.
Well, Kito, let's also remember that, I can't see my own destiny, but I can see yours crystal clear. Yeah, so much for that.
Yeah, that was a lie. That was a lie.
Yeah. Clearly.
I mean, the way I would write the Kawaki thing would be like, at least from Mobushiki's point of view, Kawaki's defeated Boruto, and then like that's when Boruto gives in and lets Momoshiki out, like for whatever reason, where he's desperate to survive, whatever the reason is. But that would be like what Mobushiki's looking forward to.
Again, I'd be fine if you want to say that he saw in chapter 10 the code arc. I'm fine if you want to say he saw that. It's weird to me if he's thinking about the code arc here when he's also thinking about the prophecy arc 90% of the time.
I think it wouldn't be weird if he's just thinking in totality of all the scenes that he's trying to make sense of them. He wouldn't just ignore a scene that is consequential.
Well, that's not the case, because we know Momoshiki saw more than that, and once he realized that Boruto's catching on, he stopped thinking about it.
Though?
Well, yeah, because he knew things that were going to happen.
Jump over Mitsuki's branch.
Like what?
Avoid Mitsuki.
He knew the jump when he also knew
I actually thought that was
knew the flippening.
Actually thought he didn't know omnipotence.
Well, he saw it. He just didn't know what it was.
He saw something happen. He didn't know it was omnipotence until.
Which is weird. He knew the flippening. He knew the flippening was going to happen.
Yeah, he knew the flip for some reason. Yeah.
By the way, let's also just ignore the fact that Momoshiki in chapter 55 was trying to take Kawaki to go feed him to the Tin Tails, which goes against the entire prophecy.
Wait, what?
You remember chapter 50, right after Ishiki was killed. Yeah, tried to feed Kawaki to Tin Tails. Remember that?
He was trying to kill Kawaki before the prophecy, when Kawaki's necessary for the prophecy.
So what about
that? That doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
That goes to my point then, that he didn't see omnipotence.
But then why is he so giddy about the prophecy?
He doesn't know that Kawaki.
Then what did he see?
You see, you just I think you just discovered a plot hole.
Well, no, I've known this for months. We've talked about this.
That's interesting, because even if you fast forward to chapter 78, he's like, oh, he needs to free Kawaki because he's integral to the plan, right?
Exactly.
So then why did he try to kill him?
Because Ikimoto took over.
Exactly. That's right when it happened.
That's very interesting. Maybe Momoshiki was ridiculous. Screw the plan. since I have Kawaki here, let me just go get my chocolate root. I don't know.
No, I think that's the most consistent. Like, yeah, the omnipotence, yeah, I'll back up on that. But like, hey, I'll take the opportunity in front of me if I can. It's like, screw it.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
Well, I would say he didn't care. If
Even
not
better.
for like a couple chapters earlier after the Boruto fight, he was like, "Oh no, don't worry, you blue-eyed boy, your prophecy's coming soon." Like,
Yeah.
if he didn't do that, I would be all on board. But now he's literally talking about it like right before.
He's hyped up for it. Ever since chapter 10, he's been eager.
Yeah, he just got the popcorn out. Like,
Dying, yo.
Ridiculous. But yeah, no, it would make a lot more sense if he was like regretful about the fact that Kawaki killed him and this data, blah blah blah. But no, he doesn't care about that. He does, but he doesn't really because of omnipotence. Because his plan. Because like in the current day, he hates the fact that he saved him from Kawaki. Oh, I should just let you die back then. So it makes sense for him to be thinking about that scene in like Tubular Vortex, but not here when it's before the prophecy.
Or the prophecy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
This is my opinion. But I see what you're saying. It could be that either way, I guess.
I mean, again, you arguably have. It's arguably the most consistent answer with your theory. It would be inconsistent because it's clearly supposed to be for the prophecy. You think about the future, but ignoring that, visually the most consistent. But it's the worst there.
Technically, yeah, it's the most consistent for sure because it wasn't shown in the prophecy. So,
and it's fine for Boruto to think that none of those visions were familiar, but Ikimoto's writing that for the audience. It'd be really weird to include that.
Like, why did he? No, but again, it goes back to my point of misdirection.
But what's the misdirect there? What's the point?
The misdirect is he wants the audience to think that Boruto will be severely damaged by Kawaki. Like,
so he's trying to hype him up. He's doing a false gun.
Yeah,
Dude, but
pretty
that's the
much.
thing, you know, if you want to misdirect, that's fine. If you don't have the most important, best part of the prophecy be the one that you don't have.
That's the main thing people misdirect all the time.
Look forward for this. Not gonna happen.
Yeah, look forward to this. Oh, or this character is gonna die here, and then oh no, that's not what was gonna happen.
Yeah, typically it's because the futures change. It's because the main character has overcome something, not because it doesn't happen.
True.
Remember the whole point of like the first Shippuden movie with Naruto dying, except he doesn't die at the end?
Wait, what?
Oh, you'd have to just go back and watch that movie, I guess.
Okay. Yeah.
It's basically the same thing. It's the Shion girl, I think is her name. She has some weird dojutsu that can see the future, and she sees Naruto die in the climax of the movie. We get there, and he doesn't die because he overcomes it.
Yeah, I remember that one.
So yeah, something like that.
Have you guys ever had oxtails?
I don't think
yes, it's very good.
Oxtail?
I know you had oxtail. I'm talking to these Caucasian people on this panel. Okay, what are you talking?
No. I didn't even know that was a food item.
I feel like it should be at Red Lobster.
Trying to learn how to cook them. Oxtails at Red Lobster, bro. That's seafood, ain't it?
It's close enough. I mean, water bison, seafood. There you go.
It is not at all close.
Water bison. It's like the same thing.
Thinking about it for a second, like, wait a minute, am I missing?
But I mean, bro, it's not that crazy.
Oh, it's not too far off considering the 8 tails.
Yeah.
They sell like burgers at KFC, so they even sell fish at KFC. It's like Kentucky Fried Chicken, and they have fish. So
there are no burgers at your KFC. Where are you from again?
Bro, maybe I'm mixing up. Maybe it's Burger King sells chicken. Burger King
that makes more
chicken.
sense.
That's what I mean.
Okay, I was gonna say, but that's wild. I gotta go to KFC. See what they're doing.
I think they sell sandwiches at KFC. If I remember.
Which, to be fair,
those
Dairy
chicken
Queen
sandwiches are
sells like
bomb.
hot dogs and stuff. So you never
sandwiches.
Yeah.
It's just another name for burger, bro.
Nah, Burger King, Wendy, they got some fire wraps though. If you ever have those, check out them gyro wraps or whatever.
Not
Bro,
gyro wraps.
when I first saw Burger King, I was like, bro, it's so big on the TV and very small in person, and I was like, how is this gonna make me feel full? But when I ate that shit, bro, it's crazy. I couldn't finish it. I don't know what they put into it. Maybe some chemicals or something. But like a
It's
very
always
small
some
burger
chemicals.
can make you feel full. Yeah, I don't know. It's so crazy. But yeah.
That's like
That
all
it's
the
funny
food
that
I
you say
eat.
that because like my first ever burger that I remember at least was a Burger King burger. I was like Omaha, Nebraska with my family. It was like a fucking baby kid, and that burger, when I say it was so goddamn good, bro, I've been hooked ever since. Okay, couldn't stop eating them. So yeah, but I can't stand Burger King now. But yeah, back then that shit was amazing. So yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys got any other topics, or are you good? I mean, y'all ran the fucking Walmart
We have
shopping list.
endless
Okay.
topics, so
Well, we have a ton of sorry to hate topics. Kamui, did you want to do one since I did one?
Dear Lord.
I have to go back and find. Let me just search Sarada.
How about this? I won't
Sorry.
and say that I did. How about that? Guys, you have a great night, okay? You have a wonderful kiddo, Kamui, Oodie. You guys are fantastic. Thank you so much for having me. Goodbye. Okay. Good night. I'm going to bed.
Absolutely.
All right,
Yeah,
peace.
man, have a good one. Peace.
Well, we could talk about Sarada hate still if you want.
Kido, are you
So
down?
here's one. Copy and paste. Oh, I guess I could share my screen at the same
Oh,
time as
bro,
you.
what
in
the hell?
this.
I'll just stop sharing my screen.
Bro, it's
Go
1
under.
a.m.
Well, 2 a.m., but yes.
Why is it 1 a.m.? I
Well,
have like 10 minutes. I can finish it. Give me 10 minutes.
So copy and pasting a chat message
Go
in
to
my
the gym in the
Discord with
morning.
Dorian Muzone, Udi's favorite. Why does everybody on Twitter want Damon to randomly be weak? Now, his only character trait has been to be the strongest, and he hasn't done anything in
Because they
TBV.
have their faves, bro, and Damon is a
Why do
threat
we want him to
the
start
hierarchy.
by losing? Why even bother having him in the first place if we're just gonna do that?
He only has W's, so it makes sense to catch an L. So,
But
no,
not
it
in
doesn't.
TBV. Let's let him
It
do
makes sense,
something in
bro.
TBV.
So,
bro,
And also-
diff one shot Code and Boruto and Kawaki and who else did he beat? Someone
That's
else,
all he's
I don't know.
done.
Yeah,
Oh, he beat the
he beat up the
Fodder
two
Boro
main
guards.
characters and
you know, Kido, I've been seeing a lot of
protagonists.
Damon slander from your channel recently, especially in the community post tab. Is there any explanation for this?
You've never seen Damon slander on my
Is there a reason that you've been posting Damon's face
that
on top of
has-
Sasuke as he's fighting Itachi?
That was like one post. Bro.
That was one post. Yeah. Can you explain that
I
post
mean,
to me?
hey, I mean, it's possible. Maybe Sarda has him under some genjutsu, bro. And he's
Well,
like,
okay,
in his
so yeah,
mind, he
let's
has
continue.
one.
So we
his
don't
mind.
need Damon to be Sarada's benchmark for power with their Mangekyo. We already have that via Ryu. It also removes all tension in the moment if Sarada is stronger than Damon. Because if Sarada's stronger than Damon, what is a threat? Period.
She doesn't
The end of
need
the
to be
question.
stronger, but she can have hacks like genjutsu. that
But
bypasses
Keto,
the
stop right there, because this is another topic. If she can one-shot insta GG Damon with genjutsu, she can do that to any and all threats, instantly ruining any
necessarily.
fight before it begins.
Even
That
if you
just
want to
means-
say Jorah's,
that just
even
means-
if you want to say Jorah's stronger,
Mm.
she can one-shot insta-beat Hidari, her antagonist for growth.
The father-son
gone
match.
instantly.
Let alone she can do it to Kawaki whenever he turns up.
Wait, what?
Whenever Kawaki does this, I can't believe you've gone this far. Kawaki, why isn't Sarada insta one-shotting Mangekyo into Genjutsu GG? You know, Genjutsu, the word that Sarada's never said ever.
Sarda is not on their level. So
She's not on
If she
Damon's
can beat
level.
Damon, you don't think she's on
I think
Hidari
it's
level?
I think it's a steeper hill to climb. It's like Kurenai trying to genjutsu Itachi.
No, we need to get Kawaki and Hidari and everyone else to Damon's level before we have that conversation.
I mean, that's assuming they aren't above his level.
They
right now.
aren't.
I mean, with what evidence? We don't know.
Damon's
Everything that's been
stronger.
implied thus far. Nothing has
There's
implied
been
Damon
zero. That's
Spencer
the point.
passed.
There's been zero implications of anything. So
You've got Damon being mildly interested in Boruto's Uzuhiko, but not interested enough to go and fight him. Too weak for Damon to bother.
No, because he has to protect Ada from the Shinjus. That's
The
why
Shinju weren't attacking at the time. It was code.
No, but he wouldn't have left her side. Damon doesn't
could have
leave
brought Ada
aside. That just never happens.
I agree.
We've never seen him leave her side or drag Ada somewhere. He just
then he's not that interested in fighting him.
Really was interested in fighting them.
The only implications we've got is that Boruto's going to need over 100 years to catch up to Damon. That's the only thing we've ever got for a measurement.
That just means Boruto was like dog shit before TBV.
No, because we have got a measurement. Boruto's 6 years advanced from where he was supposed to be.
6 years, not 100.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Koji's future training was 6 years in the future.
Not 100.
Bruh.
You still got 94 years to go.
Bro, come on, bro.
Okay, let's say he's exaggerating. That's still... That's over 10 times of an exaggeration. That's like 15 times.
I mean, Damon is 9, so it's 10 to exaggerate.
Bro.
You can argue that.
There's not a chance, Keto. It's just...
There is that's exactly what it is.
So, Keto. Why is it that Damon can sense Boruto's Uzuhiko, the most god-tier sensing in the entire series, but he apparently can't sense Mangekyo Genjutsu?
I mean, one is literally meant to bypass your senses and be undetectable, while one is literally shaking the planet. I don't know. No, it bypasses your senses to target them.
No, it doesn't bypass it. Like, when Kabuto does the flute Genjutsu on Itachi, he can hear.
No, like, he can hear it, but he can't see it. So it bypasses his senses. Like, you can't see
sound in general. You can't hear. You can't see Kabuto talking.
That is my point. It bypasses your senses. It's meant to be
that's
undetectable
like
until.
That's just sound in general.
No, but the Genjutsu.
And you can see Kabuto playing the flute. So.
No, but that's the point. The Genjutsu is utilizing something that makes it hard to detect. That's the entire point.
It's using chakra. You know, the same thing that Uzuhiko was using that Ada said was very unimpressive. That Damon was sensing.
But guess what? Genjutsu isn't shaking the planet. Uzuhiko is. So one is way more detectable.
You know what? Prove it's not. Prove it's not.
Except for Damon. Huh? He's the only one who could feel it. So who's to say he's not the only one who can feel the Genjutsu?
Want to feel it?
Prove anyone else did.
The freaking people couldn't even feel Hidari's big hurricane one.
Bro, Ada literally said, so that's what that was.
Yeah, and then she said it was unimpressive, clearly indicating she doesn't understand how it actually works.
But that's a different argument. The point is that it's detectable. The planet is shaking. It's rumbling.
Ada did not feel it. When Damon was saying that, she was just like, huh?
Yeah, that's not that's not in reference to the planet shaking. Oh, that's what it was. She's referencing the Uzuhiko.
When Damon explains the planetary spin part.
By the way, let's just remember that Damon knows what the Mangekyo is and that it's apparently really hyped up for Sarada. It's indicating that it's actually weak, indicating that Damon understands its capabilities and abilities. It'd be really weird if Sarada's left eye is like 100 times stronger than her right eye and just can one-shot Damon when clearly the other ability can't.
This is what Ada says. What a basic jutsu. How's it different from a regular Sengun? Damon's like, so Boruto's the one making the ground tremble. Ada looks at him, or rather it's the entire Earth. This attack makes use of planetary spin. And then Ada just says, planetary spin? And Damon's like, I see.
So what here implies
Ada never says she feels it.
Oh wait, put that aside. What here implies that Damon is the only one who felt it?
He's the only one commenting on it.
Bro, that doesn't make sense. They're the only ones who can feel it.
Ada doesn't feel it.
Bro, who said that characters don't need to comment on something for it to exist? That's
It's
crazy.
clearly meant to
Like,
be a Damon reference, like a Damon thing.
Damon himself didn't bring it up until Ada mentioned it. Like that. Why would anyone else
Bro.
bring it up? They would think it's just a regular earthquake.
Well, Damon
Like,
doesn't
we're
know
making
what
too
he
much
can't
assumptions
see
here.
what's happening. He knows. So Ada's like, oh, how's it
Yeah,
different
he
from a
knows
resent gun?
there's an
That tells
earthquake happening.
Damon, oh, the thing Ada just said, this resent gun thing, that must have been what made the
Making
earth
the
tremble.
ground tremble. The ground tremble.
He felt the ground tremble, but he
Yes,
doesn't
and
know
nothing here
who's doing it until
implies-
Ada
and
says
nothing
resent gun.
here
He's like, oh, so it's Boruto.
And nothing here implies that Damon is the only one who can feel the ground tremble. I think that's
Let's keep in mind, Boruto's done Uzuhiko twice when it's more powerful than this one, and nobody's commented on it.
Why would anyone need to comment on it again? That doesn't make sense.
Because
writing-wise.
Boruto does
They'd
it
be
like
commenting on it for the
500
first
times
time.
stronger. And if they could feel it before, they probably feel like they're getting hit
They
by a
can
train, the whole
literally, bro,
earthquake.
they can if you go back to chapter 12, they can literally see the ground trembling and cracking. Why would they need to comment, oh, the ground is
What?
trembling? That doesn't make sense.
They'd
These
be
are
like,
not characters
"Oh, it's
that
an
haven't
earthquake."
seen why would they
Is
need to
that
say that? They've
Boruto?
seen- These characters have seen bigger attacks, bro. It doesn't make sense for them to comment on that. It makes sense for Damon
Chapter
since he's a
11.
kid.
Bro, David, no, David has seen bigger attacks.
No, he
He's
hasn't.
seen, like-
Where? He hasn't seen shit, bro.
Also, where are you even saying the ground is cracking? You see Hidari's claw marks on the ground. That's not cracks.
No, if you look, nah.
They're
if you
all
go to
looking at the
chapter
sky, by
12,
the way, because that's where Hidari is.
you go to chapter 12.
That's where he's on. Look at his share
You
screen.
can look at my
When
screen.
Boruto
you
activates the
see
jutsu,
clouds of dust.
bro,
There's
you can
no
literally
cracking.
see the ground cracking, bro.
No,
No, you
can't.
can't. You see
Where?
Hidari's claw marks, and you see dust clouds.
Keto, wait, Keto. Please tell me you're not referring to the bottom right panel, which are just the lines on the ground that are always there.
Oh, you mean like these?
Yeah,
things?
yeah.
Yeah, that's just always there.
Bro, those are
The ground was already cracked if those are cracks. Like it was there at the start.
Quote unquote cracks.
Were they there?
Keto's cracked out.
Yes, the ground always has these. They're still
Hold on, let me
there
check.
all over the place. And other
It's just
places. We'd already
texture.
landed in a different spot.
It's literally texture.
Interesting.
It's just it's all over the place.
I mean, it doesn't matter. The ground doesn't need to
Always.
crack for it to, affect.
Okay, do you have any other arguments then? That was like
It's
the
not
one.
trembling. Like you don't see like the houses and buildings shaking or anything.
Bro, you didn't see that happen in the first time it happened.
Exactly.
This is, like,
It's
way
so
more
subtle That
powerful.
only Damon can notice.
Bro,
Exactly.
we're talking about like Boruto, Ikimoto drawing. Ikimoto is not drawing houses shaking, bro. What are we doing here?
Okay.
Well, that would be
Not
really
shaking.
cool if that's what Boruto's doing. We'd really hype up Uzuhiko, actually.
Keep in mind,
Bro,
it's not
bro,
even
it's-
making the sand in the desert move at all.
Bro, the ground is definitely trembling to some extent. Definitely.
Why is it definitely trembling to some
Because
extent?
Boruto is winding up that power, and it's clearly affecting the environment.
Well, you're
So-
right, Keto. It's definitely trembling to some extent. A small one, because Damon comments on it.
Yeah.
So we
What's
agree.
the issue?
It is trembling to some extent.
It's
small
The
one.
so
writer
small
doesn't
that
need,
only
the writer
Damon
doesn't need
knows.
to have the characters
Exactly.
pointed out again because Damon already said that. Like you don't see people pointing out that Naruto's the same shuriken cuts at a cellular level every time.
Well,
he uses
another
it.
piece of evidence that it's just a Damon thing is that Damon's already shown ridiculous sensing powers. Like, for example, the Himawari Karama situation. Nobody else could sense it. He just senses it like across,
Well,
100 meters. Like, he just randomly senses this stuff. He just
Also-
has sensory powers.
Also,
That's
it's
different.
not
He
that
sensed their
Ada's
future
chair.
potential.
Bro, even
That's even more
crazier.
ridiculous, Kino. He's sensing future potential.
No, that's like saying because Momoshiki can see the future, he can also sense Uzuhiko shaking the planet. Those are two different things.
Damon doesn't see the future. He senses
It's
like
crazier.
her power.
It doesn't make
It's not
sense.
a difference without a distinction, bro. It's the same thing.
It's not at all the same
Damon
thing.
has sensory powers. I'm like, God, bro. How it is.
Yeah, keep in mind, he's not just
That's probably
sensing
why-
the ground
that's
is
also probably
shaking.
how Damon just knows. I mean, you could say it's also arrogance, but it's probably how he also just knows when he's stronger than someone. He can just sense, yeah, Coach, you're not at my level.
Yeah, I don't think Damon is arrogant. I actually do disagree with that. I think he's intelligent in fight. I don't think he's over cocky. I don't think he's arrogant. I think he's just intelligent.
You could argue it, but like you could also just say, no, he can literally just sense Code's power, and he just knows, yeah, it's not even close to mine.
Yeah, he was unimpressed.
Based off his sensory feeds.
Yeah, but again, he's not just sensing the ground trembling. He's sensing not only the entire earth trembling, so it's not just Ada's chair underneath his feet, it's the whole earth that he's sensing. He also can break down and understand how the ability works. It's not just that he feels some shaking. He knows what the ability is.
Yeah, like he felt the planetary spin part.
I just think he's making an educated guess.
Bro.
How, okay, if let's just say he feels the ground tremble, how does that get to Uzuhiko making use of planetary spin? How does he get there? That is the most ridiculous or random assumption of all time, if he can't sense it.
That's just bad writing, bro. What are we doing here? Like, why would he? You're asking why would he do something that doesn't make sense? I don't know.
Because he can sense it. He can sense the planetary spin part somehow. I don't know.
It's possible, Keto. I agree. I agree. It's possible that Boruto's bad and he's doing something that makes no sense because of bad writing. But I think it's a lot more logical to assume that it makes sense.
Bro, how do you sense planetary spin? That doesn't make sense.
If he can sense the Earth's rotation slowing down somehow from Boruto absorbing the spin.
So between the consistent assumption that's logical and the randomly out of nowhere assumption that it's bad writing, I think I'm going to go with the consistent one. Basic logic.
Maybe. Still doesn't stop Damon from getting put in a genjutsu. So
he can sense it.
What does that even mean?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
Killer B could sense that he was in a genjutsu. He couldn't break out of it.
No, he could sense the genjutsu ability in Sarada's eyes. She has to charge it up, just like Itachi did with Tsukuyomi. It's not just he activates the Mangekyo and it automatically puts anyone who looks in his eyes in the ability, whether Itachi knew it or not. No, Sarada has to do that.
It doesn't matter if he can sense it, if he can bypass his ability. It just goes into his eyes, like, chakra fires from one.
Well, it's also assuming that
David
looks at her eyes directly, as opposed to like just
sensing it.
Gecko in a peripheral.
He doesn't need to look in her eyes. He just needs to have his eyes.
It depends on how the jutsu works.
A way where she can see his eyes.
The hypothetical jutsu, by the way.
Jutsu doesn't just have like a resistance to genjutsu too.
Yeah, this is also assuming that Sarada's second ability, which should relate to Orihime, is randomly just Tsukuyomi again.
Why would she? She doesn't need Tsukuyomi. A basic genjutsu would be enough.
It wouldn't.
No, it's not.
Is a basic genjutsu gonna beat the strongest person we've ever seen? A basic genjutsu. It's Kurenai beating Damon.
Didn't Sasuke use a basic genjutsu to beat Killer B?
No.
Of course he did. It was a basic.
He didn't beat him.
But why didn't he? Because the Eight Tails knocked him out. The point is that he was
okay. First of all, do you want to restate that sentence?
Instantly, if he really was put in one.
I'm just saying.
Because it's so weak. The same way that Itachi just reversed. For all we know, Damon's just gonna. He doesn't even need to use reflection. He's just gonna do a genjutsu reversal. I'm sorry, like Itachi.
Bro doesn't know how to use genjutsu.
Prove that. He doesn't know how to use it.
He hasn't done anything. Argument from ignorance.
No, Koji's a cyborg. He can do genjutsu.
Koji's trained in the way of the ninja.
Prove Damon isn't.
Also, prove Koji is.
You need to prove that he is. I don't need to prove a negative. That's
prove
crazy.
Koji was trained.
At all. Let alone in the way of the ninja.
See, I don't need to prove that because that's an evidence you brought forth to support your unprovable argument.
You just said.
I never said anyone had to train.
Sure, but
you
put it this way.
That he didn't.
I didn't say he didn't train. I'm just saying that he doesn't have it. I don't know why he doesn't have it. The point is that he doesn't have.
What, you don't even know that he doesn't have it.
But he hasn't shown the ability to do it.
That is an argument from ignorance.
Yeah, I was about to say,
I don't need to prove a negative. You need to prove the positive claim, which is that
that's not how that works. You're just saying that.
Of course, that's how it works. If you make the claim that Damon has shinobi training, you literally said that he does.
A negative or a positive doesn't change the fact you have to prove.
He didn't have it. You said he's a cyborg and he doesn't have it, and I said to prove that.
No, but you also said that he could.
You literally he doesn't have something we don't know. We're saying we don't know whether he does or not. But you said he
said he would just release himself from the genjutsu.
I said, how do you know he can't?
Nah, bro. That's afterwards when I said that he can't. You first made the claim that he could, and I said no, he can't. And then you said, how do you know that he can't?
You're just assuming. I probably said you're just assuming he can't. You don't know if he could or not.
No, you literally made the claim. You literally said, no, what?
No,
He's just going to release himself from it. That's what you said. We can rewind the claim, bro. You literally said that. So it's a positive claim. So I'm saying prove that. Because there's no way to prove it because he hasn't done anything shinobi related.
But I'm not making the positive claim.
Genjutsu. You did. You just don't remember.
So, Keto, explain to me why this would be the very first instance of genjutsu in the entire Boruto franchise. In the manga.
Because it's Sarada, bro.
Okay, so why didn't Sarada genjutsu her previous dozen opponents?
They need to hype up Sarada's Mangekyo, so they're gonna give her some.
So why didn't she genjutsu Ryu?
So they didn't hype up Sarada's Mangekyo against Ryu?
They're gonna do it again.
Why are they gonna do it again?
Sasuke didn't get one hype moment with his Mangekyo.
Okay, actually, I'll use Sasuke as an example. He uses the curse mark against Saku, and it's like crazy. You know the next time it is? He just uses it and undoes it immediately against Yoroi. So who's to say that's not going to happen here with Sarada?
Well, who's to say they follow the Mangekyo path instead of going into the curse mark, which is totally unrelated, where Sasuke was hyped up multiple times with the Mangekyo. So.
And you know what A did? He just chopped right through that Kakatsuchi Amaterasu and hurt Sasuke anyway. So who's to say Sarada's second to be like, okay, it works on Damon, but he just hurts her anyway?
They could, or he gets cooked. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, that's not following Sasuke's progression then.
Hey, real quick. I hate to deviate, but Keto, if you can just go to chat really quick, Kamui, you too, and go to the picture that I posted, the one that's the like Sasuke Itachi one with the Keto big thing. So, did Itachi use Uzuhiko before this? Why is the ground cracked?
Use Uzuhiko?
Yeah, why is the ground cracked, Keto?
Hold on, you're sharing something?
Look, well,
you look at my screen.
Yeah, look at Kamui. It's in general chat as well. It's just your meme. You see those stairs in the wall? And in the top right, it's like cracked. Why is it cracked? Did he use Uzuhiko?
It's totally unrelated.
I just saw it and I just thought about it. But...
I plead the fifth.
Okay. So back to your guys' argument.
I forgot where we were.
But yeah, bro, I'm just saying, like, Genjutsu, like Damon, that's what's gonna happen. He's like, oh, I'm gonna break your neck, and then Sarada's gonna say my neck, and he's gonna look and see that he's holding his own neck. It's gonna be crazy.
And narratively, why would that work?
What do you mean narratively?
Like for the story.
Why would there be stakes anymore?
I mean, it would kind
of. And
of.
also, what's the point of her gravity ability if she just has this thing that insta one-shot kill them?
Which is completely unrelated to her gravity ability, which goes against the point of the two Mangekyos being linked.
It could, it could serve to humble Damon before the Mamushi fight, which, and serve to also expose a weakness to his ability.
Why do you want to humble Damon before the Mamushi fight? Like, is Damon gonna beat Mamushi or lose?
Because if you go into the fight, you're gonna be he's gonna be less certain. Because you now know that he can lose. So there's a narrative purpose for it.
Well, first of all, Mamushi's going to lose. There's like 10 people in the village stronger than him. Koji knows when he's going to come. Koji knows exactly how it's going to go. He's not worried. He's telling them their abilities anyways. There's no way for Mamushi to get close. Ada can solo Mamushi.
But then again, to counter what you just said, Oodie, 3 chapters ago, Koji was freaking out because Mamushi's on the move. So I
Bro,
don't know.
Mamushi might be the
Yeah,
strongest.
on the move in like 2 weeks from then, apparently.
Like, Mamushi is the
it's
last
a big
Shinji
deal,
we're
Ada.
seeing.
All because Boruto went to the Sand Village. Mamushi's on the move.
In 2 weeks from now.
when everyone's there to beat him, and I have all the answers for how to beat
Not
him.
just like, shortchange Mamushi. My bro was pushing Boruto, so might just stop Ada.
And so Boruto's available, Kawaki's available, Sard is available,
But you don't know
David's
his
available,
ability.
Mitsuki's
Maybe he has a
available.
domain what if he
Tanabe's
has like
available.
a domain expansion that traps them inside it and no one can help them?
Then Ada beats Mamushi. What's the problem?
No, he's shown to be adaptable to her ability, and it's probably going to extend to her charm ability as well.
First of all, that's not how adapting works. Okay. Let's say
That's
it does go to his
literally how
charm
it works.
ability. Mamushi likes hot girls. She doesn't need the charm ability.
He wants to consume her for that reason. So he's just going
If he consumes her, then he can't gawk at her anymore.
No, he can do it inside his mind.
Then why is he reading?
Because he's biding his time until he can get
He
the
needs
actual
inspiration.
physical person.
No, but biding his time, that doesn't answer the question. Why is he reading? He can just do it in his mind. He can just look at all those hot women in his mind.
Because
hasn't
he needs
consumed
to
them.
know what to imagine. He needs to see the
He needs to
poses to
consume
imagine
them.
Ada.
Yeah.
Well, he's not
Like,
consuming the hot woman in that
Ada-
poster.
Ada is gonna become a part of him. That's the entire thing that he said in the chapter. So he's gonna consume her to get control of her genetic data that makes her Ada.
Oh,
So,
dude, okay, this is so stupid, but what if the reason Mamushi wants to do that is so we can spy on the
Okay, Loki, you're making me kind of want it.
Okay, if Ada gets devoured, they better at least do that.
Yeah.
yeah.
But Ada's not getting devoured, bro.
Just Jiraiya.
It
No,
also-
at this point, Mamushi should just be the Jiraiya Shinju.
I know. It also just doesn't matter since Ada has narrative ties actively going on that she's in the middle of. She can't just die permanently now.
Of course she can die, bro. Shock factor.
Well, then that
Get
just
rid
like
of her.
ruins her narrative.
What narrative? Bro,
Bro.
all she wants.
Have you been wait? Okay,
all-
Kino.
all
If you're
she
asking
wants-
what narrative with
Bro.
Ada,
No wonder.
then either this is the worst
Bro.
story of all time that you can't
Bro.
see what her narrative
Bro.
is, or
There is
you're just
literally
not paying
nothing
attention.
there. There is nothing there. Like there's nothing important.
So okay, what
there.
did you think about this chapter with the whole Sarada, Sumire, and Ada thing?
What do I think about
Because
it?
there's nothing there. So just curious about your thoughts on it.
Yeah, why
What
do
I
you
mean by
waste 10 pages
nothing-
on that?
What I mean by nothing, I mean it's not that important that she can't die. It's not that integral to the plot of Boruto.
Man,
So if
remember
she just
She can-
dies
She
next
can
chapter.
she can die. She can die in the very same chapter, and they cover and close that entire thing in that very same.
Man,
chapter.
remember when
Like, it's
Ikimoto
that
wasted
thing.
half a chapter on Ada and Mitsuki having that one conversation?
Exactly. So they've already
Exactly,
expanded
he
upon
says.
that. They've already expanded upon it. They don't need to do it again. Like literally,
You
they
don't
closed the
miss my
entire
boy.
Sumire. They closed the entire Sumire and started a plot point in one chapter.
No, they
Well,
haven't at all.
Practically, they haven't closed it.
They
They
just
closed it.
started
We're not
it.
gonna reference
That's
that.
like saying the
We're-
Naruto
we're-
versus Sasuke conflict was solved when Naruto caught up to Sasuke at the beginning of the Valley of the End.
No. That's caught up. In this chapter, they resolved their differences. Those are two different things.
What's the difference
Well,
and
no,
what
They
was the
didn't do that this
resolution?
chapter. They resolved
The,
it in
the
previous
animosity
chapter.
that was between them, they resolved it.
Between who?
That's closing that entire
Between who?
Between Sarada and Sumire. So
Well,
they
that's not
close
the
that
Ada portion of that, though.
No, I'm giving an example of how they can wrap up certain plot points in just one chapter. So it's not like, oh, if whatever happens, if Ada dies next chapter, oh, well, what are these?
So are they going to
multiple
wrap up?
long-running
So in
plot
addition to
points that they
wrapping up
could
Ada and Sard and
never
Summer, they're
wrap
going to
up?
also wrap up Ada and Kawaki and Ada and Code and Ada and Boruto. Tomorrow she wants to talk to Boruto. They're going to wrap all four of
Bro.
those up in the same chapter.
As well as
there's-
Ada
there's-
and herself,
they-
the fact that she hates herself
You're
with her love charm.
Oh, Ada and Amino too. That's
Yeah.
6 total now.
Yeah.
I think everything doesn't need a conclusion. Everything
Good stories should have a conclusion. That's what we're taught in school.
No.
Yeah, you know,
Ada
they
doesn't
can do a misdirect.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Ada
they
doesn't
can
need
do
to have
that.
a conversation with every character that she's had an issue with for her plotline to close. That's ridiculous. That's
They've
crazy.
started all of those
Okay,
plot
okay.
lines.
I'll let you get rid of 2 of them, but that still leaves 4.
We can remove code. We can remove
Yeah, I actually use one of the ones I'll let you remove. Go for it. But who's your other one you're gonna remove? Amino? Okay, fine. She's got 4.
The Amado one isn't
Amino's
even
the one, the big one that
anymore.
you really should be addressing.
Exactly.
Nah, no. That's
the
kind of
reason she's doing all of this is to get to with Kawaki and kill Amino. Those are the 2 big goals of her.
Bro, Ada has been in the village for 3 years, and she hasn't stepped to Amado. She doesn't.
Yeah, so
care
that brings me
much.
back to a podcast topic
She
I read about
doesn't
earlier.
care that
Does
much.
Ada hate Amino anymore?
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, I think we have to remember that Ada is a conscious human being. She's not dumb. She understands stuff. She might be upset at Amado, right, for what he did, but she understands how it happened. She understands that he's needed in the village. Her priority isn't Amado and hasn't been Amado for a very long time. So
why didn't she understand it 3 years ago? Was she dumb back then? What changed?
But I mean, like, even back then, even 3 years ago, she wasn't that hell-bent on Amado. And when when she finally saw him, she wasn't like, oh, kill him immediately. Like,
she said she wanted to.
Yeah, because Amino has something to tell her. She wanted to know first.
She wanted to,
exactly.
She didn't act on it. That's the point. Like, girls say,
and there was a reason written in that she didn't act on it.
Yeah,
what's the
Amino
reason in the story right now?
He gave her a reason to not kill him.
Yeah, but even after that reason passed, she didn't take up on it because
and there's not a reason in the story.
Reason, which is that he's gonna hook up Ada and Kawaki. And she tells him in the next chapter,
but he hasn't done that.
Hey, you better do this, Amino, or I'm killing you.
Exactly. And what has happened over the past 3 years where he hasn't done that? Has she killed him?
She kind of helped.
No, she hasn't, which means that when she said that, it wasn't that serious. She's just being provocative.
Well, she has been living with Kawaki for 3 years, so I'd say Amino did his job pretty good.
She doesn't care that much about Amado, bro. I'm telling you. Like, she might say that she's angry, but like the fact that she's been there for so long and he hasn't done what he said he was gonna, and she hasn't killed him, means that she got over it.
I mean, Keto, this just goes back to the
indicated that to the reader.
Yeah, this goes back to the Mangekyo debate all over again, to where our problem with the story is that there's just a blank void where writing should be, where nothing is, and that's bad. And we want Boruto to be good. Everyone here wants Boruto to be good. Even me and Kamui. We surprisingly, actually, as much as everyone hates to admit it, we want Boruto to be good. That's why we're complaining that it's not. And using headcanon is fine to justify and excuse the series when it's bad, but that doesn't make it good if it's not implied in the source material itself.
That's the thing.
Because that's not analysis.
I think there's a difference between a problem and being badly written and just wanting to be spoon-fed. I don't think everything needs to be spoon-fed. I think that
you guys are obsessed with spoon-feeding.
No,
okay. There's subtle writing works in certain instances, but some things are supposed to be.
My point is that when the Amado point specifically, I don't think they needed to explain. I think that is just obvious by reading the manga.
Then why did they explain that Ada hates Amado and spoon-fed the fact that Ada wants to kill Amado? Why write that in if you're not going to write that out?
And then what happened?
Nothing.
She put her hate for Amado aside for superficial reasons.
Because if you were gonna do this, the thing to do would have been when Amado explains his backstory, she could have forgiven him for that or something. Like you would just have like a one-panel thing of her being like,
I don't think.
Oh, Amado, I understand it. You know,
that's the thing. She doesn't need to forgive him. She just needs to not care anymore. And that's the thing. She doesn't care anymore because she has other priorities. She has other things.
We don't know Ada's current thoughts.
We know she still hates this love.
That's the last we heard about it.
In chapter 1 of Two Blue Vortex, she was complaining about it again.
No, but Keto, that doesn't work because that actively goes against the story.
She was really pissed off about her love charm.
That actively goes against. That's like saying Sakura no longer cares about Sasuke at the beginning of Shippuden if she hasn't thought about him yet.
No, but those are two different things, because the entire point was that she wanted to kill him. And she has had 3 years to kill him and she hasn't done that. That's different from a person not thinking about someone yet in a new like,
Sakura wanted to bring
serialization.
Sasuke
Those are
back
two
for
different
3
things.
years, but she didn't do it. Does that mean that she didn't care?
No, those are two different things because she didn't have access to bringing Sasuke back. Ada has access to kill Amado. She has control over everyone in the village. Those are two different things. So context matters.
Yeah, but
So that's what
Amino
I'm
could
saying, like,
shut Kawaki down, and then she can't date Kawaki.
he has
He
to
can
be
hold.
near
He can
Kawaki.
hold one ups on her.
He has to be near Kawaki to do that. Ada knows where Amado is 24/7. Come on, what are we doing here? She knows how to get to Amado. So if she wanted,
She also
Amado
might know
dead,
about Amino's
he
secret
would be
sound
dead.
device that could just one-shot GG her.
See, the problem is might
Can-
with that
can that
sentence.
s-
That'd be a
can that
reason to write
sound
in, but they're
device do
not.
that?
But
Can
Keto,
that
the
sound device
problem,
do that?
what you're trying to do is you're trying to use analysis to make the series better, when really it's filling in what Ikimoto didn't do. That's different.
No, I understand what you're saying, but and I understand that for other points. I just think on this specific point, it's not that big a deal. I think this point is just like you just.
Well, we're
read
not
the
saying
story
Amino's the biggest deal here. Like I said, there's 4 other plot threads that she should close
Which
up.
other
before she
one?
dies.
Which other one? Which other one? Like they
So
need
you
to
have
close up the
Sarada-
one
okay.
with
Sarada
the
and
one that was
Sumire.
open with
I'm gonna lump them
Mitsuki and which
together.
leads into the
She
Boruto
can
stuff.
do Sarada and Sumire next chapter. There's not a problem with that. I think she will.
Yeah. So then,
That's
if you want to
gonna be
remove
closed
Code
out
and
in
Ada and
next chapter.
Amino and Ada, okay.
I think it's gonna take all
there's just
chapter, though.
Ada and herself, Ada and Boruto, Ada and Kawaki, technically Ada and Mamushi, but if you really want to lump that in the same chapter as Sarada and Sumire, go for it.
No, Mamushi doesn't need to come in. I guess he has to.
Well, that's just extending the number of chapters before she dies.
I mean, you can wrap it up in 2 chapters, really. I guess.
All
'Cause
these
if he comes
characters.
next-
Is she gonna have her one-on-one talk with Boruto at the same time as Kawaki?
I don't think she needs to talk to Kawaki.
Her entire character is like revolves around.
Well, hang on.
She probably interact with
Okay.
him.
Not
Keto.
not anymore. Not
Keto.
anymore. In part 1, but not anymore.
Keto, I'm curious.
Yeah, I agree. She has more things
I
going
think
on, but
I think-
Kawaki
I
is
think-
still
I
her
think
biggest
there's
thing.
I think there's been growth in Ada, and that's the entire point of her having that conversation with Boruto. I think she isn't that obsessed with Kawaki anymore. Like what she had was a superficial like obsession with him, in a sense, right? It's not that deep. But when she's now exploring different things and she's forming connections with people like Sarada and Sumire, and she's interested in Boruto. She finds Boruto more interesting.
She's
even now.
always been like that with Boruto. You need to go back and reread the Ada and Mitsuki conversation, because they talk about love
And
there
also
a lot.
Sarada and
No,
Sumire,
but
she was
that's
interested in them as
that's
friends
just-
in chapter
that's
76. She
TBV.
was
That's
talking about how hot Boruto was back at the Code arc.
Yeah.
She's
Yeah, but
been
that's what I'm
doing
saying,
these
like,
things.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's leading to her not being that obsessed with Kawaki. So I don't think
But
she.
what's
I
implied
don't
she's
think Ada
not in
before
love with
Ada.
Kawaki still.
I don't think Ada needs to speak to Kawaki before she dies. I don't think that's needed. I don't think.
What's
Why do you
implied
guys
she's
think
not
characters
still in
need
love
to
with
speak to
Kawaki?
every character they've had an issue with before they can die? Why do you feel that way?
Because
What's
if they
implied she
set...
doesn't love Kawaki anymore.
Okay.
I don't know. I think there might be some attract. I don't know if she ever loved Kawaki. It's just a teenage fling. She's
You
now
need
an
to go
adult. Like, what are you
rewatch that
talking about,
Mitsuki and
bro?
Ada conversation.
Bro,
But not in Viz, in the actual
think-
translation, where they're talking about how Ada loves Kawaki and not Mitsuki.
Yeah.
This
Bro, they're
translation
literally
on Viz.
discussing if they even understand what love is. That's the entire point, bro. That's the entire point. Like, does she even understand?
Ada
what
thinks she
that
does.
feeling was?
She needs to
That's the
realize
point.
she doesn't if that's
and
the
she
character arc
doesn't
they want to
need to
go.
speak to Kawaki to understand.
But okay, that was
She
going to be my
doesn't.
question, Kamui. Keto, I want you to explain to me, what is Ada's character arc?
Or what do you think it is?
I think Ada's arc is how would I put it?
While you're thinking, I'll at least give you, you would agree with me in saying, to kill Ada off writing wise, her character arc should be resolved. It should be completed.
Maybe.
It shouldn't be left in the middle of it.
Maybe.
Because that's what I would
Depends.
argue it currently is. I do have a whole topic on this.
Resolving the arc wouldn't be the arc itself.
Wait, what?
I think
Well, no,
yeah,
he's
no,
asking
that's not what we're saying.
arc is, because once you say what the
I think
arc
it's
is,
learning what
then we know
love,
what we need to resolve it to.
It's
Yeah.
it's probably learning what real love is, or
Okay,
understanding
let's
that.
go with that. Let's go with that. If her arc involves learning what real love is,
And learning the difference
would
between
you
love
agree?
and obsession.
So she hasn't gotten there yet. So we got to resolve that.
I think she's
Wouldn't
on the
you
way.
agree that interacting
Yeah,
with
in the middle of
Kawaki,
it.
whether it's pre or post resolving, would be good to
It would
show her
It
progress?
would be good. It's not necessary. That's my point.
It's borderline
necessary.
needed for
No, it's
her character.
No.
Well, Keto, nothing's
That you can
necessary
not
in a
do it,
story.
but it's so much better if
No, but
you
we're talking
do
about-
that
I
it's
thought we're talking
basically
about-
needed.
No, nothing is necessary, but in a sense that we're saying that what's needed for this arc to feel completed to us. I'm saying,
Yeah,
just
okay,
because
okay. Do you think that
Kawaki, she can
Boruto
do that
Part
through
1
Boruto.
felt completed?
Wait, repeat the question.
Do you think Boruto Part 1 felt completed? Naruto Next Generations. Does Chapter 80 make the series feel complete?
No
No,
chapters of
because
TBD.
there are things that are left pending.
Okay, likewise, do you think that Naruto, with Part 1, Naruto versus Sasuke's final fight, did that leave the series feeling complete? Part
Yes,
1.
it did. Unless, Part 1.
Yeah.
No, obviously not.
Okay, by complete, I don't mean resolved.
What do you mean by
For
complete?
clarification. Like, it feels like you can end Part 1 there and tell another story with Part 2.
I mean, yes, they could. You can just assume that's where that ended. He failed and just to bring back Sasuke, and
Yeah, because that's
with Orochimaru.
so that's
You could do
basically the
that.
point I'm getting at. The Naruto vs Sasuke fight's the culmination of everything that's led up to this in Part 1. It's all been building to this.
Bro, you're reciting text.
I'm not looking at anything right now. You can prove that by watching my stream.
No. What I'm saying is that what you said about the culmination. I mean, that's literally dialogue from the the chapter. This
What
is the
chapter?
culmination of all the fights we've had until now.
Oh, okay, that's funny. I wasn't intentionally doing that. I was just saying that because it's true.
I thought you were too. I thought you were referencing that.
That's so funny. But either way, if we just don't get that, it's bad, but it's not necessary. We don't need Naruto versus Sasuke at the end of Part 1.
So wait, do you think that the ending of Attack on Titan is bad?
Well,
Who do you think's
depends who
all
you
Attack
ask.
on Titan?
So what about us not knowing exactly what happens afterwards?
Do you mean with Attack on Titan?
Yeah. It's left up in the air, right? So does that make it bad?
It's ambiguous, but they give us the story at least.
So so if Naruto ended and it was ambiguous as to whether Sasuke, let's say it ended with Sasuke looking down at Naruto and crying, and then it just ended. So it's
Yeah, but the thing with the
ambiguous.
Attack on Titan thing, though, is the story
Exactly,
we've been
it resolves
following
it.
is the stuff with
All the
Eren,
character
Armin,
arcs.
Mikasa, all the other characters. They resolved all of the story we were following. Then you get the epilogue of all those wars in the future, and then the kid in front of the tree. That's almost just like an Easter egg little thing, like,
Yeah.
who knows how this is going to continue moving forward. But the story we were following was wrapped up. If Naruto
Yeah.
versus Sasuke just
well,
ends
apart-
with, who knows if Sasuke got away or not? Well, that's the story
not
we were
necessarily-
following, and we just don't know what happened.
A part of the story in Attack on Titan was the result of the deal that they made, right? And how they move forward with the humans and all that stuff. I mean, they're technically all humans at that point, but you get
What do
what I
you
mean, right? The outer people.
The Marlians
so-
with
and
But you
Armin?
stop.
Is that what you mean?
Does you mean like in terms of like the boat going to Parody
With
and
Armin?
and
Amazon?
we know like what their plan is. We don't see the plan come to fruition.
We already
like,
have.
You could argue you do
We're
in
just-
that
we're
little
just
I know this is in the manga, but at least in the anime, because you do see like Mikasa grow old and all this stuff, and it's like 100 years later on Parody and nothing happens. So you could argue, again, we don't know, but you could argue Armin's plan worked for 100 years until some old, their great-great-grandchildren said, screw you, for some other reason, start going to war. Like, we don't know.
That is
what
also
happened there,
epilogue
but-
stuff, but that doesn't matter their plan there, because again, their character arcs have already been resolved. We've seen them accomplish their plan. What matters from there on out is separate from that. When
What
Armin
is it-
did successfully convince those Marlians after Eren died, that is what mattered.
Well, and that's the other thing, though, is because of what we've just seen, well, we don't know for sure, 100%. We don't have, Koji's 10 directions. We don't know what will happen, but we can go there saying, I have confidence that Armin's going to be able to do this again. He's done it before. He's
Exactly.
going to do it again.
He'll be
We walk
okay.
away
That's the
confident. It's same way if
fulfillment they
Naruto
leave
were
us
to
with.
end at the Land of Waves.
Hey,
You're right. We don't
can-
know if Naruto will change the Shinobi world. But
And
we
we can
see
do
what
the
he's
same
done,
thing
and we
here.
feel like he can.
We can do the same thing here with Naruto and Sasuke.
No, if Ada dies, we don't think she can do anything.
No, I'm referring to the part 1 stuff that we were talking about.
If Naruto
Like, we can
loses to
assume-
Sasuke and Sasuke gets away, no, we don't think he can bring Sasuke back. We've only
no,
seen
but
him
no.
lose.
No, but no, bringing Sasuke back isn't a character arc though. That's an objective.
Sure.
So
what-
like
okay,
we
what
can
is
assume
Naruto's
that Naruto
character?
doesn't need to succeed in that objective. for
Well,
the
should
story
Naruto
to
protect his
to be
bonds
resolved.
in relation to his character arc? Would that be important to Naruto for Naruto's character arc to
But
have?
that's like saying he failed to protect his bonds because Jiraiya died.
But that hasn't happened in part 1.
No, but I'm saying like no, but that's like using that logic in part 2. But people die. Sometimes you can't save everyone. That could have been the
Well,
resolution.
Sasuke
that
didn't
they,
die.
the resolution of part 1 could have been Naruto understanding that you can't save everyone.
No, but Keto,
And you
this
need
is
to be more realistic, right?
this is starting to spin off into something else. The problem here, the root of the problem, just goes back to plot versus story. The story is resolved. The interaction between Naruto and Sasuke, the conflict there, that's what matters, not the physical fight itself. Same with Attack on Titan. They wrap the story up. They complete the story, regardless of the plot that continues on. Ada, her story hasn't been resolved yet. We haven't got there.
So something like a code and Ada plot thread, that doesn't need to be resolved for Ada's story, because honestly, it's really about Code's story at that point anyway, not Ada so much. So you don't need that. But some of the other things do relate to Ada's whole love arc, if you want to call it the love arc.
Because let's think about what
her
side characters are meant to
understanding what
do
love
in a
is.
story. Side characters are written in to support the main characters or support the main story, whether to help it or to hinder it. Ada hasn't successfully completed that yet. If she dies now, she can't continue doing that.
But she doesn't need to complete that though. In its totality.
To be a
I
good
look at it
character,
this
she
way.
does.
Look at it this way.
Considering
If
how
the- if
important
the
of a
goal-
character
if
she
the
is,
goal-
though.
No, but if the goal is for Ada to understand what love is, right? And to understand the difference between obsession and what her true feelings for Kawaki was, she could learn that by speaking to Boruto, Sarada, and Sumire. She doesn't need to speak to Kawaki. Not that Kawaki would even entertain or even provide valuable
It's not that she
input
needs to
in
have
that
a talk
conversation.
with Kawaki about love. It would be that
So you agree.
through interacting with Kawaki, she either gains an understanding or resolves her
No, but the thing
understanding
is-
with a Kawaki interaction.
Because-
for Ada's sake.
She already has. She's been interacting with him for years.
But
But
not in
she
any
needs to do
meaningful
it-
way. Yeah, Naruto
either
interacted
to
with
get
Sasuke for
to
years
person-
before the Naruto versus Sasuke final fight. Doesn't
All right,
change
look at it this
that.
way. All right, put it this way. One. Before we get to that point, Naruto with Sakura. Did Naruto and Sakura close out the love arc between them at the end of Shippuden?
No, but it wasn't written that great.
That's no. Hold on.
So don't,
Hold on.
yeah. If you want Ada to be comparable to that, by all means, the fandom will riot.
Well, what do you mean by that? Because I would argue she did. They did.
I mean, like, because the point, what he's trying to say is that Ada needs to speak to Kawaki to resolve the love situation.
That's
between
not
them.
what I said.
Naruto, you said she needs to have some interaction with him.
Naruto-
Did you say that?
Kawaki towards the end, the climax where she gets the resolution can be during the Kawaki interaction, or
But that's
she
what I'm
can
saying.
resolve it and have a resolution epilogue-y type thing interacting with Kawaki to further cement the resolution of her.
That's what I'm
arc.
saying. Like,
But you should
that
do it
doesn't-
at some
But
point.
that's what I'm saying. That's why I brought with Sakura point, because Naruto never had that with Sakura until
I disagree.
Naruto the last.
No, I
He never had that
disagree.
until Naruto the last.
What does that change
didn't.
with the story? It retcons it. What is it? How does it add on? How does it continue it? How does it finish it off? How does it grow it? It only reverts
What
it.
are you referring to? What are you referring to exactly?
Naruto the Last just retcons it.
The love
Yeah, Naruto
triangle
Last is
between
a
Naruto,
retcon.
Sasuke, and Sakura is settled in
Mhm.
the 5 Kage Summit arc. Sakura confesses to Naruto. I think it was genuine feelings, just not romantic feelings. Naruto denies it,
Oh
not
my
because he
God,
doesn't
okay,
love
okay. Ain't no
Sakura.
way,
He
bro.
does love her, but he hates people
Oh my
who
God.
don't
Ain't
confront
no way
themselves or
Ood
honest
believes
themselves.
that-
The point
Ood
is that
believes the stuff
the point
that
is
was
the
said
thing
in
with
Naruto the
Sasuke
Last.
there.
I can't believe this.
No. Let's stop that. Because the
Can't
point
believe
there with
this.
Sasuke is that Sakura feels bad because Naruto's trying to complete his promise of a lifetime. But at this point in time, Naruto's
hold
not
on,
just
hold
doing
on,
it for that,
hold on,
he's
hold
doing
on.
it for himself.
We have a fundamental disagreement here. Do you
I
actually
mean, Oodie,
believe
I would
that
completely
Sakura
agree with
never
you,
has
and I
romantic
actually-
had romantic feelings for Naruto? Is that what you
That's
believe?
that's not what Oodie said.
No, I'm
but-
asking. No, he just said that he didn't think it was romantic feelings. I'm asking, like, do you subscribe to the notion that
What I mean by that.
Naruto never had romantic feelings?
No, well, first of all, I said
for
Sakura for Naruto, and that's to say that I don't think she genuinely romantically loves Naruto in the 5 Kage Summit arc. Because Sasuke's still around.
What if I provide evidence where she has shown romantic feelings for Naruto prior to the 5 Kage Summit?
I
could
know
point out
it
since Oodie
exists.
remembers
You
beginning
know
of
they exist.
Shippuden when
So how can you say that they weren't romantic feelings?
That's
She
to
can
say
like
that
both of them.
Sakura doesn't romantically love Naruto and would be perfectly okay spending the rest of her life with Naruto with Sasuke around, and she just doesn't regret that at all.
Wait, repeat that. I think I missed. Repeat
When
that.
point
Point.
is that Sasuke's around. She could think Naruto's kind of cute, but Sasuke's the one she loves, and she
Put it this way,
can't
Exactly.
Put it this way.
fully love Naruto.
So hold
knowing
on, but those are two different things though. Like I agree. She does like Sasuke more, but she also likes Naruto. That's my point. So there is romantic feelings there. And she has shown
But
that
she's
multiple
not gonna
times.
say
Well, this is so
seriously,
semantic.
genuinely
This
be
isn't
saying,
even
"I
the point of my
romantically love
argument."
you, Naruto, knowing that she loves Sasuke romantically.
Repeat that.
Sarada can think Naruto's attractive or whatever.
Sakura.
But she's not gonna be
Whoa.
genuinely
Well,
romantically
you never
know with
saying,
Ikimoto.
I love you to Naruto, knowing
Whoa.
that she genuinely romantically loves Sasuke more.
No, but the thing is, no. That's completely wrong, bro. Like females do this all the time. So she can like Sasuke more and settle for Naruto because she likes Naruto as well. So
But she
even in
wouldn't
that
be
arc,
genuinely saying, I love you, Naruto.
But
I don't
Keto
care about
also
Sasuke.
also at this point,
Of course
Keto
she can.
Sakura
Of
isn't
course
written
she
to be a
can.
female. She's written to be a character
who's a female?
who happens to be a female, but she's written as a character first. Female
Yes.
second.
Who's a female?
That doesn't change her character.
You're the one who's trying to distinguish between the two. She's a female character.
She is a character
likes-
who happens to be female. The fact that she's
Yes.
female here doesn't change her character.
I never said that it did. I'm just acknowledging that she's a female character. who likes
I
a male
agree.
character.
Her gender is female. That's not how she's being
Yes.
written. She's being written as a character.
She is being written as a female character.
Oh my god.
You know why? You know why?
Why? Because she
Why?
likes a guy.
Exactly, yes. Very
Okay,
basic.
okay,
Now let's
okay.
move forward.
She could be a gay male and nothing changes.
But she isn't. That's the point. You're arguing against objective reality. She isn't a gay male, so she is being written as a female character interested in a male.
But
what are we
Oodie
doing
is
here? We're
saying
literally
is
arguing
you're putting
semantics.
female first, she's putting character first.
I literally made one comment that that's how females are. That doesn't need to be extrapolated on. Right? The point is that she's Sakura.
What?
She can like 2 guys at the same time and like 1 guy more. That is not impossible.
Okay, but she's used the words love to the guy she likes less than a guy she likes.
She can
So
love
with this-
Naruto and Sasuke. What does that even mean? She can love both of them. Can she not?
Kamui, what was the
Romantically
point?
loving both.
Or-
I mean, I guess it
or not
depends on
Kamui, sorry,
how
Keto.
you feel about cheaters.
So Keto, let me ask you this,
How
Keto.
can she cheat on someone she isn't in a relationship with?
No, but like
just-
the conceptually, it depends on how you feel about the conceptual of someone who does
Okay, I
cheat.
get you.
So Keto,
Because
why?
you could argue if you were to feel that way, then you don't genuinely love them romantically. It depends on your belief system at that point.
It just depends on
Okay.
how much you love them. That's what I think.
But
There are
Keto,
different
why does
levels and
Sakura?
magnitude to love.
Why does Sakura confess to Naruto when she does? What's Sakura's
It's to
plan?
prevent him from going after Sasuke. She
Okay,
wants him to abandon the mission that she feels she led him on.
okay. So you agree?
Okay, real
it's not
quick,
just
I'm sorry,
randomly
but
to get with
David's
Naruto
hair
at that
this
random
thing
moment.
has been
Good.
bothering me for a while. It's reminding me of like horns or bunny ears, and it's just stupid.
What?
Stupid. In the picture.
The middle one of David like back.
Ah.
Oh, that's funny. Ugh.
Mm.
But
Okay,
anyways,
okay.
she's confessing because Sai just said that Naruto loves her, so Naruto should say yes to the love confession.
Yes, but guess what? Naruto knows that Sakura loves Sasuke.
Exactly.
So he knows he's not stupid, which is why the entire thing of him not knowing what love is in Naruto Last is completely ridiculous. But anyways,
Exactly.
he knows that she loves Sasuke. So the reason her telling him to abandon Sasuke doesn't make sense. So that everyone understands this. Everyone understands this.
Then
but
we
my
don't
point is
disagree
that-
on anything.
No, the only thing we disagree on is the fact that there's romantic feelings between the both of them.
No, we don't disagree on that.
So you agree?
I never disagreed. You just misunderstood me.
I think I vividly I
No, I
remember
thought
you saying
Keto was
Sakura
saying she
doesn't
does
have romantic feelings.
for Naruto.
Well, no, that is what
remember
Keto's
you
saying.
Literally saying that Sakura doesn't have romantic feelings for Naruto. I remember.
That's
you saying
not
that.
what I said. You just misunderstood my point.
Ah, gotcha. My bad then.
All
My
good.
bad. So,
but that's to say, like we agree, the Naruto last thing is ridiculous. It doesn't add anything to the narrative. The narrative is complete. Sakura is going after Sasuke
Well, it
romantically,
retcons the
not
narrative,
Naruto,
that is.
and Naruto
retcons it.
accepts that. Naruto's still in love with Sakura, but he is wanting Sakura to go after Sasuke in a way.
No, but then
he wants to get
guess what?
Sasuke back
Later
for
on,
himself.
What happened in the war?
But nothing that doesn't change anything I just said though.
Does.
That's where the
Because look at it
story
this way.
ends with
Naruto
that
in the
with that
war.
regard, with that
Naruto-
love
no,
triangle.
No, it doesn't end there. Because even in the war, Naruto tells Minato that he tells his mother that he likes Sakura. He tells Minato that she's his girlfriend, and then what else happens? Something else happens where he's still gushing after Sakura, even in the war, late in the war, shows that he still likes her romantically.
That's what I just said though. That doesn't go against anything I just said.
And still hasn't given her up to Sasuke as yet. Is he still taking
No,
ownership
he's
of Sakura?
not pursuing Sakura like that anymore.
Oh my god. So why would he be claiming her as his girlfriend? Saying
Then
that
why
she's the
would he
woman
deny
that
her
he's
love
gonna marry
rejection?
someone like his
Or why would he deny her
because
rejection?
you don't because in that moment he understood what she was trying to do. He understood that she was trying to the issue with Naruto in that moment, the reason why he denied it is because Sakura felt that the reason why he was going after Sasuke is because of her. Naruto wanted her to know that it wasn't because of her, it's because of him. He wants to save Sasuke. That's what he literally says.
I agree.
So him denying that in that moment is not him rejecting her love in totality.
Okay.
It's him rejecting her weaponizing the love to stop him from going on a mission she believes that she's leading him on. The context is very important.
Kido, I think we actually just do agree on this. So, like, let's say after the war, Sasuke happened to die versus Kaguya or whatever, or Sakura just genuinely chose Naruto. I think Naruto would accept that. We agree with that. Yes.
Yes, we agree. That's what I'm saying.
But he knows that Sakura isn't actively doing that, and he's not trying to convince her. He's not doing a rivalry with Sasuke to try and win back Sakura or anything. He's accepted the fact that Sakura loves Sasuke, and he's moved on.
I would say yes. I would say yes by the time that he fought Sasuke at the end of Shippuden. Probably.
I would definitely say before then.
When she cried and shit, you know, like, oh Sasuke, I love you, you know. I think he is probably like, okay. But I mean,
well, he already knew that.
If it was any other person, he would have probably still done it. But he probably feels sorry for Sasuke, so he's gonna be okay. I'll let you have.
Well, again, at the beginning of the Sasuke retrieval arc, he sees when Sasuke wakes up and Sakura hugs Sasuke, that like eats Naruto up inside, because like that's the girl he loves, and the girl he loves is chasing after Sasuke. That leads into the promise of a lifetime, because just like in the 5 Kage Summit arc where Sakura feels really bad for Naruto, that's why she does what she does, Naruto feels really bad for Sakura, the person he loves, which is why he does what he does. But now in the 5 Kage Summit arc, he's doing this for not only Sakura, but for himself.
Yes.
So clearly in part 1, it was eating Naruto up that Sakura chooses Sasuke over Naruto.
Mm-hmm.
In part 2, that isn't the case. Clearly based on the love rejection.
Mostly because of misinformation, but yeah. She thought Sasuke saved her when it was Naruto. But yeah.
Sasuke saved her. It was Naruto. When during the Gaara thing?
Yeah.
What's the misinformation?
Because Naruto was the one who saved her.
Yeah.
She thought it was Naruto.
Well, she finds that out immediately after though, and so does the audience. Because that's the scene where Naruto's trying to learn Chidori or whatever in like the goofy mode.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a flashback, so technically the audience learns it afterwards, but still. It's like immediately after the Gaara thing.
Sasuke tells her, but like was it Sasuke who told her? I think it was Sasuke.
It was Sasuke, yeah, and she believes him.
Yeah, but
she's like surprised, but because she thought it was Sasuke, but she's like, oh no, it was Naruto. Oh, okay, crazy. Wow, wasn't expecting that. But now
I guess you're probably right. Yeah, by then he's probably accepted that Sakura would go for Sasuke.
I think by the 5 Kage Summit arc at the very latest.
The thing is, I disagree on that is because he was still doing that shit. I guess you could just pass it off as joking about it, but I think there's a difference with how Naruto acted during the war towards Sakura as opposed to post the war.
I think it's fine because Naruto's not doing that to her, even if she's around. He's doing it to Minato and all these other people. Because again, Naruto still does love Sakura. He just understands those feelings aren't reciprocated, and he's not trying to make Sakura stop loving Sasuke to love him instead. Because again, he doesn't want to kill Sasuke, he wants to bring Sasuke back, which means he understands Sakura, once he's gonna do that, Sakura's gonna go to Sasuke. He understood that at the end of part 1 even, but he didn't want that.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. But anyways, I forgot the entire point of that. Oh yeah, that's to say that it was resolved in the 5 Kage Summon arc, in my opinion. That love triangle. And so that hasn't been resolved in Boruto. And again, Boruto and Kawaki are the main characters. They're not side characters. So they're the ones that Ada should be affecting the most. And I think story-wise, she has a lot more to contribute. Maybe not plot-wise, because you could argue after Omnipotent, she's completely dispensable. But she clearly wasn't removed then, so she has more story to tell. And if she died now, Boruto and Kawaki, what lesson have they learned from Ada since then? It's nothing. So
it's like
it's pointless.
If it's like 2 arcs, 2 chapters, they could wrap it up. Because we could have Boruto coming in at any point to have that conversation with Ada. That could happen before Mamushi comes in.
It can feel anticlimactic, though, because the more they build something up, the more of a payoff it needs to be. That's why Naruto vs. Sasuke works so well. The entire series was all leading up to that final fight, both at the end of part 1 and at the end of part 2. If it's just one little scuffle or like a side eye even, and that's the resolve, that's not. Yeah, it's technically doing the resolution, but it's in the worst way possible for what it's built up.
The other thing, we're comparing like things relevant to the protagonist and the deuteragonist to a side character in Ada. I don't think they share the same level of importance.
But
same with Sarada.
I wouldn't compare what needs to span across the entire series between the literal protagonist to a side character. Like that has never been the case.
Well, but then we have to say that Kawaki's a side character. Like, how far do we go?
This arc, though, when you think about it,
a side character?
Well, but exactly. Then Sasuke's a side character. But then then Naruto and Sasuke are the main characters. But then what about Sakura and Kakashi?
Mm-hmm. But
like, how far do we go?
Those characters have different levels of importance. Like it's like
like well, same with Sarada
has a lower level of importance.
Yeah, so there's like A characters, B characters, C characters. That's how you go with like A story, B story, C story.
So like I think Ada has an A level of importance to completing her story arc for it needed to be spanning across multiple chapters to be completed.
No, but I think it's at least B.
Yeah, and
B.
The thing is,
probably B.
When it comes to Ada's character arc, there needs to be like a climax and something that pushes her along that arc. Now, Mamushi's coming for her. Mamushi is seemingly gonna be kind of like obsessive and animalistic, but it's probably gonna tell Ada something. She's gonna get some new understanding after this Mamushi fiasco's over, in one way or another. Because of Mamushi, that's gonna happen. In other words, Mamushi is likely gonna push her into the climax of her character arc. So you can't just have her talk to Boruto, talk to Kawaki, and then Mamushi shows up. It just feels very random. It feels like Boruto and or Kawaki should be involved somehow, somewhere around the time of that, either right before and or after. Maybe have one before, one after. But it would be weird to just like, you don't just want to shoehorn them in randomly just so we can say they do it. They should be somehow interwoven into what
you say
she's going through in one way or another.
That's like, would you say the Sarada Sumire stuff was random?
Well, in some ways, yes. In some ways, so it's random in the sense that they randomly retcon Sarada's character arc 50,000 times randomly and shoehorn that in. But other than that, ignoring that, I would say no.
It is connected to the love thing they're doing. Like, that's like saying Amado's love for his daughter is random. Like, it's like the theme they're going for.
So I mean, like when the chapter came out and like half the chapter was Sarada and Sumire, like, do you think that was random? Like, did you have a problem with that?
In particular?
I had a problem with the characters, but not with the theme, because it goes along with obsessive love, which is what they've been doing.
All right, so you didn't have a problem with that chapter just dropping in and spending half the chapter just about
like chapter 25. You mean
chapter 25 or 24? I don't know.
We didn't like Sarada's random nonsense. We didn't have a
problem with them talking when they did. We just have a problem with the things they say in that conversation that retcons Sarada's entire character.
If you put it in the, so they could. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm thinking something like this for Ada, where you're saying that it would be random if they just randomly started to address Ada's character arc, which
no, what I'm saying is just trying to shoehorn a brief conversation in with Boruto in the midst of all these other things before Momoshi's like just trying to shove it in just so you can say you can do it is different from try to do something with a Boruto conversation or with a Kawaki conversation. So, for example, Sarada and Sumire, they don't just have a conversation. The conversation at the beginning of the chapter is meant to facilitate things with Sarada's character arc in the Sand Mission, and then they resolve it afterwards.
Yeah,
I'm saying a Boruto conversation should influence Ada when she's dealing with Mamushi, then she goes through her changes, and then maybe she resolves it with Kawaki, or maybe vice versa. That
wouldn't
sort of
you
idea.
argue that they already started that already with the Mitsuki stuff?
Well,
Yes,
okay, that's what I'm going to add on to that.
Talked to the other people.
But that's exactly the thing, though. So, chapter 25, like Kamui was saying, Sarada and Sumire, they have half a chapter worth of dialogue. I think that's a good amount of time to spend for wrapping up that arc. Something that started like 8 chapters ago or so. And it hasn't really been addressed that much between the two, but whatever. That's an arc. That's one arc. Same with Mitsuki and Ada. That's technically addressing chapter 7 a couple chapters later. It's in the same arc. What's happening with Ada, that's not just for this one arc, for whatever thematic development they're going to do. This is an overarching story. It, by default, has a lot more importance placed on it. It needs more than just half a chapter, in my opinion. So I think they're going to dedicate this whole next chapter to it.
I think they should have these conversations with. It's supposed to be a one-on-one talk with each.
Yeah.
With
because this isn't just an arc.
One-on-one talk with Boruto, and at that point, you might as well do Kawaki separately instead of just having Kawaki show up midway.
Because this has been going on since the beginning of her story, her introduction, spanning across multiple arcs. So it's not just a single arc wrap-up thing.
I think it could be, because I don't think they're gonna stretch Ada's issue to like another arc. I feel like this is the arc they're trying to get some closure on the entire love thing when it comes to Sarada and Sumire. And
I agree with that. With Sarada and Sumire, they might wrap that up next chapter, and I think that'd be completely fine. I just want them to dedicate the chapter to it, and I think they totally could with everything they got. With Sumire just doing whatever she's going to do, but with Sarada, so Sarada versus I mean, think about Code versus Damon. That lasted most of the chapter. But they weren't really doing much else besides that. You can just have most of the chapter be Sarada versus Damon, but I don't necessarily want that. I want about half the chapter to be that, some of the chapter to be Sumire related. Realistically, I want 60 to 80% of the chapter, if not more, dedicated to Ada's internal dialogue, her conflict with seeing the fight in front of her, the feelings she's feeling, her hurt for the fact that she was betrayed by who she thought was her friends, which is arguably the reason that Sarada and Sumire are immune. I want her
and
to...
the conflict with her not wanting Damon to beat up / kill who she wants to be.
I want that written in the story.
I don't think any of that is going to happen. Because for one, I think this is assuming that Ada is bothered by this and is going to be deeply tormented by this.
I think it would be like a two sides of the same coin. I think she's bothered that they were lied to and she was lied to and they betrayed her, but she's also glad that means she has real friends.
Yes.
I think that's she's always felt. She's always wanted them to be her true friends. But there's also that part of her who didn't want to believe they were lying.
Yeah.
So
she has to confront herself now.
But I think because of
change.
that benefit of it, that supersedes whatever hurt she would feel by them.
Exactly. That's why she would stop Damon.
That's why
she should have the conflict leading up to that.
That's why I think it's not going to be focused on. That's why I think like when you say like you want to see like a half the chapter be like Demon versus Sarada or something, or less than half. I think it's gonna be like 2 pages, to be honest. I think it's gonna be like 3 pages.
I mean, I agree that is what it's gonna be. I don't think he's gonna do a Gon and Hunter x Hunter of like, no, it's Pito's fault. No, it's my fault. Like back and forth. He's not gonna do that. But
she's gonna wrap this up quickly.
But I want her to.
I'm not saying that it's going to be a close fight to where Sarada's holding her own for half a chapter. I think the closest thing that we've got is going to be something similar to like Sakura versus the Sound Trio in the Forest of Death, and watching Ino struggling to save her friend for the entire episode.
I don't even think it's going to be all that. I think that fight starts and ends with them being in that chair. I think that fight starts and ends where we saw it last chapter. I think they're gonna have whatever thing Sarada did with her Mangekyo, and then before they actually kick off the fight, Ada is gonna tell Damon to cool it. Why would she allow Damon to fight Sarada and Sumire? She's not gonna do that. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, but if that's the case, it would be better if Damon just won the exchange. She didn't use her Mangekyo, and then she's calling him off.
But it would be okay. It would be okay either way to me. But it's fine.
Ignoring that, I mean, like you said earlier about Sakura's written as a girl, I mean, wouldn't that apply even more so to Ada, who's not even a ninja? And that does actually matter here. I'm making that point not just out of pettiness, but she does have these literal pillow talks with Sarada and Sumire. She's a fickle girl, a teenage, soft-spoken girl. She hates fighting.
Yes,
she's exposing her true vulnerable emotions and feelings to these girls.
She's also extremely understanding. I think people miss that about Ada. She's extremely understanding. That's the entire thing that led to her choosing to side with Shikamaru and cooling the jets with Code and working with Elite. Like she's intelligent and she's understanding. The same thing I said with
he knows understanding.
That's why she isn't like. I would argue the opposite, actually. That's what led to the entire thing with her not killing them. I think she's extremely understanding. I think she's going to understand that the reason why they didn't tell her is because they felt they would be danger with Damon, and this is proven by Damon literally attacking them the moment they found out. So I think she's going to be.
No, I don't think it's just about Damon, because it goes back to the plan to kill Ada, and they're not denying the plan with Shikamaru.
I don't think they're never going to mention that plan.
I disagree. I think they have to be open and honest now. I think they're going to be as well.
I think what they're going to say is that they were sent there because they were the only ones who weren't affected. So if anything were to happen, they could protect. I don't think they're going to say, "Oh, we were sent here to kill you." I don't think that's going to.
Well, think about Yashimaru and Gaara. Remember Kid Gaara's backstory with Yashimaru, who tried to blow himself up? He's like, "Oh yeah, I could have denied your father Rasa's plan to kill you, but no, Gaara, I hated you, so I chose to do it." Like Yashimaru is just revealing everything there at the end for a full episode.
Well, he was lying, but
ignore that. In part 1, you don't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't believe it, but I said, Yashimaru, my boy, there's no way he's that much of a shithead. I could not believe it.
I mean, I believed it.
I was so glad when Rasa said that it was true, though. I was like, oh, thank God, my boy Yashimaru is nice.
Okay. I mean, there was no reason to not believe it in part 1. In fact, it's arguably better narrative-wise.
I was clinging to hope. I just could not. I could not stand the idea that Yashimaru, that sweet uncle, was a dickhead.
Okay, but to be fair, Kamui, to be fair, it's arguably better if Yashimaru was just mean.
Arguable, yes. But I just refused to believe it, and then I was lucky that I was right.
Well, that just goes to, like, personal preference versus writing, but I agree. I like it, too. At least it doesn't take away for part 1.
Ayano, we're kind of discussing Ada's character motivation and all that stuff.
Are you saying that to your chat? Are you still live? I don't know if you were ever actually live or if you were just joking.
Yeah, I was live the entire time. Almost 4 hours.
Okay.
So,
does your chat hate us or agree with us?
They're agreeing with me.
Wow. Well, our chat's agreeing with us.
Hold on. Hey, if that's the case, I'm gonna ban everyone who disagrees with me.
Okay. Well, no wonder they all agree with you.
We're gonna say hi to people who agree with us.
I was about to say, God, we don't make a promise you can't keep.
I know. It's like,
I was about to say, is he about to say give mod?
Ideas, like, I don't think we can do those. Well, anyway,
but I do think that Ada will care about the fact that her friends have been lying to her for the past 3 years, and she has to confront reality, even if she's understanding. I think that her emotions are going to override her understanding. It's gonna be like Sarada's trauma with her instincts of the Mangekyo, blah blah. because those should be some pretty
I also just
intense
feel like
feelings.
when it comes to Ada stopping Damon, it just is more impactful if he is kind of like kicking them around a little bit versus like when Zaku's punching the shit out of Sakura and Ino's watching it. It's a lot more impactful if Ino's seeing that before stepping in than if Zaku's just standing there threatening her.
If Sakura's just 1v3ing them and winning, no diff. Doesn't struggle much watching that.
The thing is that Ada is just different. In character, she wouldn't do that.
Who? Did you say Ada? Because I heard Ino.
No, Ada. Like, in character, why would she?
Why would she do what?
Allow Damon to do that.
Because she's gonna feel hurt.
So then it's more like she's just unsure of whether to stop him
She's
at
not
the moment.
hurt, bro. Like, legit, if you even look at the she even knew this before this interaction. She knew, and she
didn't know. She knew, like Elle knew, but she didn't have proof, and she didn't want to confront this. That's why she didn't call them out earlier.
And even when she did confront them, she wasn't angry. She wasn't. Like, if you look at chat when she says it, she wasn't angry.
I don't think she wanted to confront them. I think it's just something that she had to do because reality was screaming in her face. At that point, she couldn't deny it.
Yes, and I think she's gonna be extremely understanding when the chapter comes.
But then why would she be happy to live in her ignorance is bliss? To where she knew it, but she didn't know it, so she didn't confront them.
The other thing to consider is, now you might not like this, but Sarada activated her Mangekyo against her little brother.
Yeah.
Code activated his claws against Damon, and he got scratched at the time. But Ada threw a fit over that. It's like, did you just offensively try to do something to my little brother? Technically, she could say something similar to Sarada. Like, did you just try to use your Mangekyo on my brother?
Well, okay, so this goes to interpretation.
Damon walked towards her first, so it's self-defense.
So I'll add on to that. I'm not going to make the same point, but I will interpret the scene through my own analysis. I know that Damon technically moved first by the paneling. I don't think Sarada is activating her Mangekyo because Damon moved. I think Sarada is activating her Mangekyo because Ada found out the truth and she's been exposed. And that's why she's activating her Mangekyo. It might be because Damon's there, but I think that Damon's essentially reacting to that or just moving preemptively. I think, and that's going to matter because that means in response to being confronted on that, rather than being apologetic or begging for her forgiveness as her friends, Sarada and Sumire are instead basically validating Ada's doubt, her disbelief, by proving that they aren't. They're doing an act of non-friendliness, just like Sasuke beating up Naruto at the beginning of the part 1 Naruto vs. Sasuke fight.
I can't really say Sumire necessarily, other than like looking at Sarada.
But I don't think that Sumire is gonna deny Sarada or anything. She's not gonna be like, "Stop, Sarada, we're her friends." She's gonna like, "Get her, Sarada, yeah, you go." She's not gonna be like that. But you get the point.
The reason I disagree because in character, like I said, like Ada has been extremely understanding.
Bro, she's not that understanding.
She wasn't understanding of Code when Damon struck first and Code tried to attack back, and she wasn't having that argument.
Well, no, because she was trying. Damon was Code was messing up her plan with the model, so she was upset at Code. So the point is that I think in this moment, because she understands that even though they had the ability to hurt her all this time, they haven't. I think in this moment when Sarada defended herself because this overpowered guy started to walk towards her, I think she will understand why.
It's not because of that though. You can have another interpretation if you want to present it.
That's an assumption. That's an assumption that it isn't.
Bro, it's so obvious. That's why though. It's so obvious.
Bro. If you look, no, that's so wrong because for one, if I pull up the actual panels here,
I'll pull them up in my
I'll pull up the panels here. My interpretation is actually more supported.
On the surface layer, maybe it's not technically so obvious based on the visuals of the paneling, but based on the story, it's so clear.
If you look at the panel here, it shows that Damon starts to walk, Sarada gets serious because the panel before this, she's like still caught. She's like more like shocked about Ada and cautious. and then she sees Damon starts walking, and she.
Damon
gets
doesn't
serious.
really started to walk.
And-
All he's done was uncross. I'm looking at it right now. All he
Bro.
did, because I'm looking at where his foot is relative to that
Bro,
pole he's
a
leaning against.
ninja
All
can
he did
sense
was
a ninja.
uncross. He had a cross leg. All he did was uncross it with
Bro,
Sarda.
literally, no, it literally shows his foot in a walking motion, like he's
Bruh.
No.
He's
Look
laid up
at-
against the
so look
thing.
at my share screen.
He's in a perpetual state of walking.
His
Then
right foot
Oh my
is like a foot
God.
away from this beam he's leaning
Bro.
against, and his left leg is crossed over.
exactly.
Okay, do you see this? Okay,
Bro,
and then
bro,
I hate Viz, bro. Viz is the worst thing ever.
I know.
bro.
Okay, so then they're just standing there. What has he done? Right foot, exactly where it was. All he did was take that left foot and uncross it.
He uncrossed his foot and put it in a walking motion to step off. That's
Oh,
why his
It's not a
toes are on the
walking
ground.
motion yet. Is he
Oh
going
my
to
God.
walk? Yes, but
That's
has
what
he
a walking
started?
motion is.
No.
That's what a walking motion is.
But he
Well,
hasn't
first of all,
started
prove he
walking.
walked because
That's
he just
why I
jumped
didn't
from where
say-
he was.
I didn't say
He
he
hasn't
was walking. I
started
said he's
the
in a
motion.
I don't think he walked at all.
walking-
I think he just jumped
It's
from where he is.
literally- Oh my God! Do we need to search up what a walking motion is?
Go ahead. It's not this.
We're literally saying he's in a walking motion, and you're saying that he's not walking. Those are two different things.
He's not
walking motion.
walking
What is a
walking
walking
motion
motion? What
It's when
is
you
a
set
walking
your
motion?
foot
This whole
in a
time?
motion to start walking.
Bro, Mello, what's your interpretation for why Sarada activated the Mangekyo and the reason that Damon jumps?
Come on, guys. Come on.
I just arrived here.
In the middle of a heated debate.
I know. I just kind of walked in like, yo, they kind of cooking right now. What's going on?
Bro, what?
All right, sorry, can you ask me?
We've
the
had
question
plenty
again?
of heated debates since you've been gone.
So I don't want to give my interpretation. I don't want Keto to give his. I want Mello, who hasn't heard either of ours, to give his interpretation for Ada confronting Sarada and Sumire, and then Sarada activating her Mangekyo with Damon jumping. What's the reasoning that Sarada does it, and then Damon does his thing, and blah blah, however you want to word it?
Oh, I have
Open
to look at
prompt.
the panel again. Hold on. Give me a second.
Well, I'll show you right now. Damon, as he's leaning against this pole, his right foot is about a
Begins a
foot away
walking
from it. His
motion.
left leg is crossed in front, and then
After
he
finding out the issue,
uncrosses the left leg.
begins a walking motion.
Bro, I know Mello's
No,
gonna
no,
agree
no,
with me.
Let's
I
put
know
there,
he's gonna
Mello,
agree
Hold
with
on,
me.
can you
hold on.
define what a walking motion is?
And then
Hold on.
literally
You don't have to
walks.
do that.
No, Kino, hold on. Let's let Mr. Mello here, Mr. Melly, let's let him talk.
Go ahead, Mr.
Define a
Busby.
walking motion in your definition.
Okay, so a walking motion would be someone in motion. Number one, you would have to be moving because otherwise it's not motion. I think if you think like walking position, that's a different thing than walking motion. So walking motion would just be you in the motion of walking. Like it's pretty self-explanatory.
Okay. Which is not what Keto's saying.
No,
Yeah.
for one. Okay, so I sent the walking motions in chat. So walking motion. Okay.
The walking motion.
The walking motion is, as it says here, we're gonna pull up the definition, right? We're gonna put it in chat. We have the definition.
I love you.
Wait. Sorry. Wait,
so
David doesn't have
we're
that
gonna put the
cane. He's not
definition.
doing one of the
Hold on.
walking motions.
Yeah, that's not a walking
Hold
motion.
on,
That's okay.
It's just
Real
an
quick.
example.
Hold on, real quick,
Mhm.
because Oodie did ask me this question. I think Sarda's reacting to what Ada is saying.
Thank
It's just that Damon is so fast that he just blitzes her, but she's not reacting to Damon. She's reacting to Ada.
Exactly.
That's what I
Okay,
Exactly.
so let's put this here. So a
I was
walking
gonna
motion
make real
or
quick-
gait, or if that's what that's what it is the coordinated sequence of movements of the legs, arms, pelvis, and spine to move the body forward from one place to another while maintaining balance and stability.
So what
My whole
Damon
thing with
did
this-
was not move forward.
So-
he moved his left leg from the
Oh
right.
my
He
to the
also isn't
left.
moving his spine.
Wait,
You have to move your
wait,
spine
hold
to
on,
move
hold
your
on, hold on.
legs, so that's incorrect.
So
Based
if
on
I
your
ask
definition.
a series of questions, and you
Mhm.
guys will probably just arrive at the conclusion. So, so for Kiddo, what's the point of you bringing up a walking motion?
Oh, okay. So the point was, so I believe, so based on the, if you scroll up in chat, the initial panel of Sarda activating Mangekyo, I believe Sarda activates the Mangekyo because she senses Damon motion to move towards her. So when I say when it shows the panel of Damon at the top with the flick showing that he's motioning to move, she senses that because she's watching Damon because Shikamaru told her to watch. This is right after the panel where Shikamaru tells them if they find out, Damon might try to kill you. So she's looking at Damon based on the second panel that showed there. She gets serious and then activates the Mangekyo immediately because she senses Damon motioning to move towards her. And I think as a ninja, even without the Mangekyo, she would be able to see that from a few meters across the room.
Mhm.
That's my interpretation of the interaction and why the walking motion thing came into question. Into
Gotcha.
being.
So it doesn't matter whether he walks or dashes. You're just talking about the initial movement.
Yes, yeah.
Never mind what follows the movement.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I was trying to get to. I feel like if that was the case, that middle panel with her would be on top, and then the feet movement would be at the middle.
It not necessary. It could work that way, but it doesn't.
I mean,
have to
honestly, I
be,
think it should be that way regardless.
because
But
because it could be that she sees him, like you follow the story, like he moves, she sees it, then activates the Mangekyo. Or it could have been she sees him, he moves, she's looking at him, he moves, and then activates the Mangekyo. I think it works either way.
I do like it with the middle
can see
panel
that.
on top, but it's
Yeah,
obvious
I think the
why
middle
you have
panel
that
should be,
interpretation,
right?
Keto, because they do that
Yes.
flashback and then they do this and they're showing like you're following it with a chronological order, and that makes sense why you do that. That's how most manga is. I don't think that's happening here. I think it's like doing an A story, B story thing. They're showing these two things that happen at the same time, but they're not correlated in this regard.
The see thing
Not
is the reason
directly.
why I disagree is because I don't think because if you go back to the chapter itself, like a couple pages pass when she's being confronted about it, and she doesn't activate the Mangekyo, right? When she feels that the jig is up.
well, to be fair, actually, so
and she
Ada
looks-
asked the question. They do it this order, actually. They go Ada, Damon, Ada, Damon. So Ada asked the question. Damon's looking. They're thinking
they
back
start
about
to
Damon.
sweat.
Then Ada says, "It's obvious. This is not possible."
Mhm.
Then they go to here. So it's kind of like
no. Well,
back and forth.
Yeah.
She says it's not possible. Then you get the panel of Sarda and Sumire still looking worried. Like, oh,
well, they're looking at each other,
figured
not
us
at
out.
Damon.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. They're looking worried and they have the sweat marks. And then it shows Damon's eyes. And then, by the way, again, so this by the way is after they show the panel with Damon and Shikamaru saying, oh, you need to be worried about Damon if she finds out. After she says it simply isn't possible, they show Damon's eyes looking at Sarda. Then it shows him motioning to move. Then Sarda looks at Damon because she was looking at Sumire first, as you just pointed out. She turns and looks at Damon. She looks serious and then activates the Mangekyo. I just think it's blatantly obvious that she's reacting to Damon, motioning to move towards them after remembering that Damon might try to kill them, and after they show Damon looking at them in the page prior to this. I just think that's the more valid.
I
So
think
regardless of that, two things I just wanted to say earlier. One is that the way Ada's looking at them, I don't think Ada is going to immediately stop Damon based off this expression.
You think so?
Second, I don't think. I think Sarda activated the Mangekyo before Damon actually jumped. You can see he's getting ready.
Definitely.
He activates it, but I think she activated before he actually jumped. He just jumped that quickly.
Because it's probably quicker to activate the Mangekyo than you can move.
So Keto, I'll give you this. Oh, sorry, Mel, if you had something to say, go ahead.
Oh, no, I think I agree with Kiddo. Just once he explained it, because really for me, what it is if you go to the panel where like when he was talking about Damon's eyes at the bottom, the page before that, you can see where Sumire and Sarada are looking at Damon after Ada says, "Aren't captured by me, are you?" ? The next page, they're looking. If you look at their pupils, they're moving towards the left on the panel. So they're looking in the same direction. And then that's when Sarda, if you look down, she takes a note.
Well, actually, wait, hold on a second. Sarda's eye direction. Where is Sarda looking? Because Sarda should be looking towards the left at Damon, but she's looking to her right. Who is she looking at? She must be looking at Ada. Yeah, she has to be looking at Ada.
When she turns to look at Damon, is that second panel on page 34, 35 if you're on Viz. So
okay, so you're saying, okay, so
exact
this
same
is
way,
her looking at Ada, and now she's looking at Damon?
Her pupils go from left to center, as if she turns. So then the next page, we fast forward, and then Ada says her stuff, and then that's when Sumire is still looking at Ada, but Sarda is not, because now her pupils are moving right, and then Sumire is still left. So Sumire is still locked on Ada, Sarda is locked on Damon. And she got locked on him last page. So yeah, I think I agree with Kiddo. Like this, right? Because if it was she's reacting to Ada, the Mangekyo's reaction to Ada, then she would have activated it those last 2 pages or sometime after that. The fact that she 2 pages later activates it would suggest to me logically, like it's because of what Kiddo said.
Well, hang on. So Mela, do you think that if Damon just keeps leaning against the pillar and nobody says anything, do you think Sarda just doesn't activate the Mangekyo there at all?
If Damon keeps leaning against the pillar and nobody says anything, they just sitting awkwardly in a room. Does she activate it?
Exactly.
No, there would be no calls for it.
Okay.
No, that would be my answer.
So the reason
what
I
if
don't
Ada says more confrontational things, but Damon doesn't move.
They're just sitting in a room, just chilling. Somebody farts. It's like, okay, it's time to go.
Yeah. Because they already know Damon's going to be a threat.
Mangekyo. It's obvious you can activate it before Damon can cross the room, so.
Well, I don't think the activation speed really changes anything, but
even
no,
when
I
Damon's
mean, like if
in between them, even Sumire, like she's still looking straight.
Yeah.
And then Sumire just can't keep up, bro. Like that's very clear. Like there's a skill level here, and Sumire is at the bottom.
But, yeah.
Damon's bunny ears here, bro.
No.
That's the reason why I said the perception thing is because you brought up the point about, like, let's say Sumire, like Ada said something provocative but Damon doesn't move. Like she doesn't need to preemptively activate the Mangekyo because she has shown that she's able to activate it fast enough to intercept whatever Damon can do from across the room. So I think she's prepared to activate it, even if she doesn't.
Because if
in
you
this
think
moment.
about the way this is done, so you see her Mangekyo activated in the bottom right panel of my screen.
But when we see Damon, he's at the next panel. He's already beyond them.
Not really.
So it's
no.
Kind of impossible to. Well,
no.
Ikimoto's depth perception is impossible to read. We can prove it with.
I think we can read it.
I will prove it to you right now.
Is right. If you look at it,
the floating pendants. If you remember this famous thing.
Wait, what are you guys trying to figure out right now? You guys are talking over each other.
So the thing is with the speed thing. So you're saying that it's not definitely the case that she can just activate it whenever to.
Because it's possible. Damon. So, for example,
wait, I just need one person to talk, please.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is we don't know where Damon is at this moment. Because Damon, this could be at the same time. All 3 of these could be the same time, just as an example. Which means Sarda activates it, Damon's already behind her. It could be Damon's right in line with them. It could be he's still slightly in front. You just don't know where Damon is in relation to this moment.
You do know because you have to look at Sarda's body. In the first panel, she's looking directly at Damon. Her hair is straight. In the next panel, she's turned to the side.
Well, doesn't that already imply that Damon's already at least even if not behind her then?
All 3 of these, she's looking straight at
her. Because no. The point I'm trying to make here is about speed and her reaction to Damon crossing a room. I'm saying that she activated the Mangekyo when she was looking directly at Damon, straight ahead. In the next panel, before Damon even gets behind them, she's already turned to the right and her entire hair structure has changed.
That doesn't make sense why she would turn before.
Which literally means that she's showing physical reaction speed to Damon crossing the room before he gets behind them.
That doesn't make sense why he would be looking behind her Or she would be looking behind her before Damon's even there.
What are you talking about?
If Damon is in front of her, why would she look behind her?
Where is she looking behind her?
That's what you're saying.
No, I'm
But
talking
she's
about
turning
the
to
top
the right.
panel.
Why would she be turning to the right if Damon's still in front of her?
Dude, I'm talking about the top left. You're looking at
Yeah,
the
no,
bottom.
I'm talking about the top left too. You're saying that Sarada's turning to the
She
right.
isn't
Realistically, she's
looking
turning to
behind
her left,
She
but
isn't looking behind her in the top left panel, so how does that make sense?
if she was looking
I mean,
right
her
at
eyes
Damon,
are turned this way. Actually, if you
Her
look
eyes
down.
are looking at Damon, so I
if she
don't
was
understand
looking
what you're saying.
right at Damon, then why would she be turning to the left?
Power scaling? Is this a
No,
versus
I don't know.
No.
What's going on?
No, like, so
We'll get there, don't worry.
it's obvious that Damon hasn't reached behind them as yet in the top left panel. Sarda is looking at Damon in front of her. You can see that from the
That's
perspective.
clearly not
Then
obvious.
it
There's no
shows him getting
perspective.
behind her. This is showing literal
Quacky, go show the
movement.
pendant. Or Kamui, go show the
What do you mean?
Yeah, so
What do you
like,
mean
so
there's
with this
no-
one,
bro,
you really can't say where Damon is because
Oh my God.
Hold on.
Ikimoto's death. So
can I
where
put
is
forth
this
a
pendant in
position?
relation to
You
Boruto?
guys
Sorry,
can't
Mello.
invalidate everything
I'll do that
Ikimoto does
next.
based on one messed up panel, bro. Come on.
We are moving from right to left, right? So
We can do plenty of the depth perception things.
The top panel where Damon's like midair, and then the second panel is where will be the second biggest one. That's the second sequential order. And then the last thing to happen in this order is Sarda turning around, correct?
Yes, the last thing. So I
Well,
don't know.
Kamui was saying that the top left
Oodie's
and the one where he's already behind him in the bottom there might be at the exact same time. Yeah.
They could
There's
be.
no way
We
that
don't
could
know.
be
This could be
the same
him in
time.
front. This
Yes,
could be.
but,
Well, this is obviously
bruh.
behind.
That
But
There's
make
no
sense.
way, right?
Why?
Exactly.
No,
So
they've done
crazy.
this plenty of times where they do like three
But are they-
perspectives
but are
of
they
the
doing
same
it
exact
here, though?
moment.
Are they doing it here? No.
They could be.
Why
Why
are
not?
they doing it? Well, they'd just be Ikimoto.
Bro, Damon's foot position is also different. His hand is literally holding on to the sofa in the bottom panel. What are we doing?
I'll
here,
definitely
bro?
give you that. This can't be
Yeah.
the same. Well,
Oh my
yeah, it looks like it's touching. This can't be the
It's
same.
literally holding on to the sofa in the bottom panel.
Yeah, it's just not the same.
But to be fair, he could just be going straight down, kind of.
Okay, bro.
So wait. So Kamui, you thought this was all one thing happening at the exact same time?
No, I didn't say it
okay.
was. I said we don't know what the time frame in relation to all of these are. I mean, can't actually say whether Damon is. What I was saying is he could be right in the middle, he could be slightly in front, or he could be slightly behind. You can't tell with Ikimoto's depth perception. The pendant's the best example. Where is this pendant in relation to Boruto? Is it in front? Is it behind? Directly? Like, where is it?
I
He's
think
done things like
this one right here. Take it. You can just follow. If you draw a straight line from Sarda's pupil, you can see that it's looking in front of her at Damon. So I think that's
her eyes are turned to the right, to
the left,
our
but
right,
it's
her left.
focusing in front of her.
But Keto, you're assuming that she's looking at Damon the entire
she could
time.
Be slowly reacting and catching up.
Exactly.
I mean that is
Sarda
literally
in-
what she's doing. What she's doing here.
What position is Sarda in after this panel? Because it looks like
this way.
if I track where Sumire was, she's in the exact. Well, no, she's not in the exact same position. So
Yeah, they're moving
about the same.
I think
Sarda-
Damon moved them, or maybe they moved. I don't know.
Damon,
I don't think Sumire really moved unless Damon hit her arm.
I think
or
he
something,
snatched
but-
them by their neck and reshift their position from his.
definitely
from him.
did.
Yeah, he just hasn't done
I
that
think that's
yet.
what happened. Because Sumire is
Nothing.
not fast enough to do any physical movement.
After, but Sumire just hasn't moved other than when Damon grabs her neck.
I mean, technically, you could argue that
Sumire
she
moved?
has moved. Yeah, unless
her
Damon twisted her to the right.
Yeah, that's what I was saying with the choke
Yeah.
on the back of the neck. Yeah, I think
maybe
he
he-
might have moved them.
Yeah, here Damon's like moved Sumire a little, like when
Yeah, that's fine.
either she flinched or he moved her slightly. And
Yeah, but
moved
I
her
want to.
hand
Why
there.
would he twist her away from Sarda?
Well, I don't think he's
Maybe
twisting. It would be a matter of he kind of just grabs her inward slightly, so then this hand stayed where it was, so the rest of her body
I
pulled
think it
in.
might just be his length. He's just
That's
a
the point.
short
I'm saying
boy.
like. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, sure. That's it.
He's a small child. He's secretly Shibai, but we gotta get there yet. Okay, we haven't revealed that one yet. Okay, but
Yeah.
yeah. But what was the point of all this? You guys were getting to something, I assume?
I don't remember.
What's
So
the point?
the point is that Kido thinks that Ada's just going to instantly forgive Sarada and Sumire next chapter and instantly call off Damon. And I think that she feels hurt by the fact that Sarada and Sumire were holding secrets from her for all this time and chose to keep that to themselves. And even when they were revealed, clearly had hostile intent.
I think
he's going to feel conflicted.
Yes. I'm explaining to them that Ada is very understanding.
That's ridiculous.
Entire series.
Yeah,
so why isn't she stopping Damon right now? Why isn't she cutting Damon off?
That's the thing, though. You're literally invalidating your own argument by bringing up this point, because your entire thing is that she's going to allow him to do something before she stops this. How can you then say that why isn't she stopping this immediately? Yeah,
I'm saying it from your argument's perspective.
No, but that's
if she's so understanding, why hasn't she already understood and stopped Damon?
No, because all of this is happening very quickly, and she
okay. You know what else is happening very quickly? You know what else was happening very quickly? I'll show you right now. It's called Code versus Damon.
Well, it could be the case to where, in order for her to be fully understanding, she needs to be like just a numerical value of 10. And what she's putting out right now is an 8. But she's still understanding. She's just an 8 understanding.
To fully understand, she needs to hear their perspective first. Until they give their perspective, what is she going to understand?
Like, all of this is going to be wrapped up in like 5 to 8 pages tops.
Bro, that'd be so trash.
Koji values Sarada's ability, and he would have seen this, or at least some variant, and he didn't think that this was a threat to her under any circumstance. So she's under no danger here.
Yeah,
we agree, because Damon's not going to kill Sarada and Sumire here for one reason or another. But
it is possible this could have been a 10 directions update.
I think either it's going to be the case that he's in Genjutsu and then she's going to release it, or he isn't in Genjutsu and Ada's going to tell him to drop it. And then they're going to have a girl-to-girl talk about, why they felt the need to hide this from her, and she's going to be understanding of why they felt threatened by Damon, and it's gonna wrap up nicely. I don't think this is gonna lead into anything big, bro. To be honest,
so we agree, it's not gonna be some big blow battle. All we're saying is it makes it more impactful if Ada stops them.
I don't think
if Damon's done at least a little bit.
In character, I don't think it's in character for Ada to do that. To be honest,
I mean, it's absolutely possible for Damon to kill them.
EP Murdo is not going to have a major fight right after a major fight.
We're not saying a major fight.
I mean, Sarada versus Damon is going to be a major fight, bro.
Was Code versus Damon a major fight for you?
I mean,
Code versus Damon?
Essence.
Yeah. Or sorry, Code versus Damon. You made me doubt myself.
It should have been, but like, if I were measuring what the fight, if I were measuring what the fight would have been before it started, like when it was about to begin, similar to this, then I would consider it, a major fight.
Well, then you think that Sarada versus Damon should be a big fight.
Yeah, but I don't think Sarada would win necessarily unless she got her like abilities off. Like for me, like this isn't even full power Sarada. Like there's a level above this, which is the abilities itself, which I suspect is the reason why Damon like didn't want that smoke. But yeah, I'm perfectly fine with everything that happens here. Like this is nothing to a Sarada fan. Like this is fine. Like she copied his movement, so she might get that in the future. I think it's going to happen exactly what Kiddo said. Either Sarada put him in a genjutsu and she'll flex a little bit, or whatever the case may be, or Ada will just dead the shit. They'll have a little girl powwow and they'll move the fuck on. Like, I really don't even think this is nothing.
This wasn't a power scaling thing, but really quick, I'm curious. What makes you say
Koji element? Then just.
Well, that doesn't mean that Sarada can't die here or be beaten to near verge of death.
I mean, honestly, all I'm saying is have Damon squeeze her next a little bit harder before she stops him. They just make it more intense.
Bro, they're not gonna have Damon fight Sarada in a full-blown battle. Just
no one says that. Nobody has said that. I agree. He's gonna beat her down to near death.
Not, bro. That's not gonna happen.
If Ada says nothing, he's going to continue.
You want to bet, bro? If you're wrong, you have to watch Pepper Pig season 1 to season 6 on stream every night.
Don't take that.
For one
season 1 to season 6, bro. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oodie, listen to me. Don't do it.
I'm willing to make a bet on this, but it has to be equal for both of us and something that's not ridiculous.
6 seasons is crazy. 1 episode maybe, but 6 seasons is wild. He hates you.
That shit's crazy.
I'm willing to do one episode. Keto, are you willing to do one episode?
Nah, I'm not
How
watching
long is
that
an
shit, bro.
episode?
You're not willing to do one episode. Okay, then you're
For
not
a good
confident.
show, it
I'm
has
willing to
be
do an
50
episode.
minutes per episode.
Nah,
I just don't want to do more than that to you.
I've actually had to watch an episode of Peppa Pig with my niece. And
I've had to do it at work too.
was-
It's,
it
it's
wasn't
whatever.
that bad. It's a
I've
good show.
seen
Not
I've
that
seen
crazy.
clips.
That and Blippi. Blippi is disturbing. Like if you said Blippi, I would definitely not do that.
Crazy.
It's creepy.
Now you've got me curious about both of these. You
Bruh.
know what?
Look up-
Screw it. I'm just down to watch it with
look
the
up-
Lucy.
Look up Blippi diarrhea. Okay, just look up.
Oh,
look that up,
thank
okay?
you.
See what that bastard was doing before he made shows for kids. Okay, the freak, nasty bastard. No, don't look up Blippi. Don't look that up. Actually, that's disgusting.
Okay.
Okay.
But yeah, no. Sarda is not at her full power until she
Yeah.
uses.
What makes you say that Sarda copied Damon's movement here?
You know why? I told you earlier in the stream. What are you asking questions you got the answer to? That's
Well, can you remind me? You said a lot of things this stream.
Rock Lee, Sasuke, tuning exams. Same situation.
Yeah, but you have to like
Essentially.
actively do that. You can't just like it doesn't just automatically do that.
I mean, I think he's
Okay,
implying that she actively does it.
Yeah. Like whatever I need to do to get me to the conclusion I'm putting forth. Yeah, that's fine. I don't care.
Okay. I mean, I don't know why you're so gung ho on that, but sure. If you say it happened, I
I
guess.
don't care either way. I'm just saying it's possible that she copied his movement.
Oh no, it's definitely
If he-
possible, and I believe
he
that you
didn't, I
want it
don't
to happen.
care
I thought you were
either.
saying that it did happen.
Oh no, I was just putting the idea out there.
Oh,
It
okay,
wasn't
no, that's fine,
originally
that's
my
fine.
idea. It was
Yeah.
somebody in chats actually.
I was like,
from
what
a
did I
previous stream.
miss?
So like if you see a thing where
Mm.
Sarda does like the whole jump style that he does here, but she does it to somebody else, and then you see like a little flashback panel where like it's shaded in the background, Damon doing this, but in the foreground is her doing it in real time. Yeah, then we can harken back and say, okay, yeah, she copied his movements or whatever the fuck. But honestly, I don't even think Damon is hot take. I don't think Damon's exponentially stronger than Sarda. I'm just being honest.
We'll see.
Just hot take. Though.
Mm-hmm. Ood believes
once-
he's
once-
like
once-
3 Hashirama levels above.
I think he's way more than that. But
Hashirama. Why are we still doing Hashirama in 2025? But
Hashirama
yeah.
and God of Ninja.
She
no,
need to get some
but
of
going
them
back
sales.
to the Sarada, the reason she activates her Mangekyo, clearly they're obviously thinking about Damon since he's the threat that they know to watch out for. Ada to them
Who's
isn't
Ada?
an active threat. They don't know what her threat level is, but they do know that Damon is a threat, and Damon's in the room, and because Ada knows, and Damon's right there, Ada could just sick him on him at any time. Damon's basically Ada's tool. Damon's an extension of Ada right now. Damon is Ada's knight, her fists, essentially. That's her offense right there. So let's just say that Damon is asleep in Ada's lap. I think Sarada does the exact same thing. I think she
I
activates her
disagree.
Mangekyo and tries to take out Damon.
I disagree.
No matter
Sarada
what, I
isn't
think
a
her
hot
target. I think her target will always be the most dangerous person at the time, and I
Yeah.
think that's Damon. Me personally, I think if she got the Sharingan ability off, then they're both cooked. Just me personally. I'm not really sure what you do against that much gravity, especially since she is reacting to him, and slightly having a physical reaction as well. So if she like the gap can't possibly be that wide. Not to be honest, I'm not sure how Damon's going all out with his like dart from 0 to 100. Like probably not, but yeah, just those gravity abilities mixed in with the implosion ability to bypass external durability, just attack you from internal outward. Like that's nasty shit. So I don't know. At the very least, you can snap Ada's neck with some gravity. So there you go. Mission accomplished.
Yeah. I mean, I think she would probably activate it even if Damon's not in the room at all, just because her secret's been found out. She's been exposed. She's got to do something now, because clearly Ada's confronting her for some reason. She has some sort of plan.
Yeah,
She's fine. Ada confronted her
w-
in part 1, in chapter 1, and she didn't activate anything. So
She
Yeah,
didn't.
I think Ikimoto,
not
there's
like
a reason
this.
why they're not going to have a full blown battle here. because I think Sarda will probably lose like a fucking arm or a leg, and Damon will die. Okay, and that's not going to be good for anybody.
No, I don't think Damon's going to kill them unless Ada tells them to. But if Ada says nothing, he's going to keep going to the verge of death.
Well, but like Damon could have just plucked her eyes out. Like he's clearly waiting for her to tell him something. Like this is all on Ada's directive, and I think she's just going to call him off. Because if he wanted to, he could have just blitzed her and took her eyes out of her head, like Madara did Kakashi, and then that would have completely removed any threat that she would have posed.
I agree that Ada's going to call him off. I don't think Ada's going to do it immediately, especially since they're clearly showing hostile intent. If she calls him off, what are they going to do? As far as she knows, she's going to keep attacking him.
There's barely any hostile intent there, bro.
They're going to talk. That's what they're going to do.
Like she's not even showing any visible emotions. Like she's upset.
But then why would they keep this from her? The fact that they're willing to do that at all.
Not showing visible shock and disbelief and emotion towards Damon doing this.
She understands. She needs to understand. Ada is very understanding, as I've said multiple times. But she also needs to claim her territory. She needs to posture. So she's gonna allow Damon to do his little thing, and then she's gonna call him off.
That's what I said.
She is going to allow him to do his thing. That's what I said, at least.
Did you look up a picture in an article about the walking motion? That is wild, bro. You were serious about that shit.
No, I just went on.
I'm gonna make this motherfucking point.
Oh my god!
Pull it up.
Yeah, where did you find that picture? The first one you saw, you said, "Fuck it, it looked good."
Yeah, I'm just gonna send it in.
No, but chapter 1, Ada's not confronting them. She put them on edge, but she's not like, oh, you guys are immune. Now I know. She's just asking, oh, I guess you guys aren't immune. Oh, it's fine.
She
says it's obvious. Now I know. You can't do that ever.
What do you guys think about scaling wise? Scaling wise, Koji seemingly seems to favor Sarada's progression over Damon's. Like he hasn't even mentioned Damon as an asset or something.
Yeah, but that does mean that Damon just doesn't care and Koji knows it, because even if you Sarada aside, other people have been useful. There's just no getting around the fact that Damon would be useful. Like he just would be useful. Based off this, even if you think Sarada's secretly a little bit stronger, Damon's probably bodying Ryu if he's there. Like he just would be useful. The fact that he's not asking Damon,
and even then, let's just say
Damon wouldn't go.
Let's say that Damon scales to Kid Konohamaru randomly, the weakest character in the entire series. If Damon's asleep, he's literally scales to nothing. If you're wearing him like a backpack, or if he's on your lap, he's useful. It's his ability.
I mean, that is true though. He literally just gives everyone reflection against the Shinju who don't know about it. Like.
He doesn't seem so useful to Koji. He hasn't even mentioned him once.
Which implies that, I mean, I agree. It's weird that they still haven't mentioned it, but as of right now, the only implication is Damon just won't help. The same way that Damon didn't care when Code devoured the planet in one of the Koji's futures that he saw.
I mean, this is wild to me. Like, we're dealing with shinobi, like tacticians and strategists. Like, formulate a strategy that's going to force his hand or something.
I mean, I feel like it wouldn't be hard. Just have tell Ada. Can you ask Damon?
He's like, yo, I got future sight. Ada knows about it. Go ask your sister about me, son. Okay,
just tell him that Jura's Mamushi in there yourself to the world.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I saw the future, and you got some trouble coming, boy. Like, you better get ready or something. Like, he could do something. Kidnap Ada himself if he needs to force his hand, something.
Literally, I mean, like, literally, though, it wouldn't be hard.
OP,
see, the problem is, it's not just Koji who is future sight and is banking on all of that. It's Boruto, who's following the way of the shinobi, going against Koji and changing fate. So it doesn't matter if Boruto knows. He's going to Momoshiki before Damon. Why?
That's what I'm saying.
That's a writing problem. The fact they aren't addressing it at all.
It's like they're afraid. Like, is Damon gonna kill anyone who asks? Is that why Koji's not telling him to do it?
All this means is that Damon is not as strong as you thought he was.
But we know it doesn't matter. If Konohamaru has a chance against Matsuri,
Konohamaru had zero chance against Matsuri.
He almost killed her.
He got folded, bro.
Given his
Konohamaru
feats against
reacted
Hiirari, I
to
think
some
he
of
would have
Hidari's
Only
attacks.
the only chance he got against Matsuru was when she faltered, bro.
Okay, Konohamaru has the
Aram
speed to
Jutsu, reverse Aram.
consistently react to Hidari's attack.
When he,
Damon is obviously faster than
bro,
Konohamaru, which means Damon is just fast enough to keep up.
And based on this, he's faster than Mangekyo Sharingan Sarada.
No. Konohamaru's G-Game Plus in TBV. I'll debate this with anybody.
That's only upscaling Damon's value.
I mean, I'm fine with that, but like the Konohamaru wank is crazy, bro. I mean, downgrade is crazy. Like Konohamaru is godly in TBV. Like the feats alone, like fucking Araya.
Crazy.
Araya is G-Gen Plus, and like I'm laughing, but I'm not laughing. Araya,
Well, exactly. If Araya can be useful against Ryu, so can Damon.
Being
The
G-Gen Plus
scaling in
is like
TBV is out of fucking control.
being G-Gen Plus is like being what do you call it? Being Hashirama level in Boruto, bro. That's what it is. So like
I wish
bro can
that's
be
what it was.
bro can be Hashirama level and he still would have lost to Matsuri if she had her head on straight. That was the entire point of the love thing.
Wait, so if I put Konohamaru up against 6 past Sage Mode Naruto, Shippuden, who's winning? TBV, Konohamaru, or Naruto?
Shippuden?
Yeah, Shippuden, Naruto. I'm just starting somewhere. Because if you can't even get him past Shippuden, Naruto, ain't no point in going to nowhere else.
I mean, Shippuden Naruto, I don't want to scale that. I would say probably based on power cliffing, it would be faster. Maybe have more AP. True seeking orbs would be a problem, maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
So it depends. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
I think he's blitzing him and like fucking just tagging him with like Rasengans, but I don't think he'll be able to like bypass the durability, like the sheer endurance of Naruto.
Especially if it's Sage Mode on.
It
yeah.
depends on blitzing. Blitzing is different because like in Naruto speeds, you have running speed, reaction speed, combat speed. Those are not the same. So like Naruto can react to light speed attacks, can't run at light speed, can't.
If I have
fight at light
him
speed.
at
So
G-Gen Plus, I kind of have to have him over like all of these motherfuckers in anyways.
I mean,
so.
yeah, I mean, yeah.
But where do you scale
He's G-Gen
Jigen to Shippuden? Because if Araya is beating Jigen, is Araya beating like Kaguya or like is Araya beating Shippuden Naruto?
I don't think Araya. I don't think Araya's beating Jigen. I just think his reaction speed is Jigen Plus. I mean, I'm a bit hyperbolic with Araya, but yeah, I think his reaction speed is clearly Shinju tier, and I think the Shinju are clearly Jigen Plus.
I mean,
in terms of like reaction speed,
this
though,
this thing is a bit
like reaction and
complicated.
physical movement. Yeah.
Because like reaction speed and like speed itself doesn't have to scale to AP. So I think it's a bit more complicated. So even if you assume that he has like Jigen plus level AP, doesn't need to have Jigen plus level speed.
Wait, you mean Araya? We're talking about Araya or
Araya.
Oh boy. No, Araya for me is mostly like with the sword. He's able to like he's able to match the movements of a Ryu who scales to where I think he scales, and he's also able like in order for him to even be of worth in that battle, he had to be of level to even perceive and physically move to even use the sword effectively. I think if he wasn't of level, he would have looked exactly like Yodo did. I don't even think Yodo's weak. I just think she just wasn't of level for that mission.
You know, I would add some context. So even like so when he used the sword the first time, you could argue that Ryu wasn't sending the sword at his fullest speed because he didn't expect that to happen. You could argue
Araya like deliberately said he was going to go all out or something like that, right?
No, I mean like the first time when he Ryu captured Sardan, and when he first introduced the sword, like he did it, he just came out of nowhere with the sword and freed them from the sand. They could argue that, but then the next time he does it, he's using Yodo to predict where the sand is gonna come from, so he can go there before it even comes from there. Because Ryu was sending the sand from his area to underneath the earth. So I don't know why he was doing all that. Anyways, but he was doing the underneath the ground thing, and Yoda was telling him where it was going to come from, and he was positioning himself before it even appeared there. So it's kind of like aim.
Was that consistent across every instance?
That was
I
the
don't know. I'm going from
next
memory. I have to go
instance.
back and check.
Yeah. The third instance was when Ryu was trying to hide in the sky, and he just detected him in the sky. So, yeah.
For me, it's not Ryu's movement speed that matters at all. It would be his sand speed. So it'd be scaling to that, which would be way more important than whatever his body movement speed would be. For
That's how
sand
he
user.
typically moves around the battlefield, and that's how Araya has been typically. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like Araya is reacting to that. He's not.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
the
yeah.
dude dematerializes.
No, I know. I'm
immediately.
just
It's
clarifying.
like some
I
One
wasn't
Piece shit.
disagreeing.
Yeah, like some Logia One Piece. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
But I would say my interpretation of that fight was that Ryu wasn't trying at all until the very end. I don't think he was even trying. Because Ryu's sadistic. I think he was absolutely playing with his food. He thought he was going to win. He thought he was going to kill them all. That's what he was planning to do. His hands in his pockets. He's not trying at all. I don't even think he's trying when Sarada pulls out the Mangekyo. And I don't think he's... I think he ups his game once he realizes the Mangekyo is pretty strong, but he's still like testing her, essentially. He doesn't really try until he's pushed or cornered, which I would say is after he gets untethered from the ground, which at that point, it's just too late. He just goes straight to the orb from there.
I think he starts trying after he captures them again. He captures them again using the sand thing and starts to control their bodies. And he leaves Sarada. He could have also done it to Sarada, but he just didn't because he felt like he didn't need to, right?
Yeah.
Even before then, when they were doing their entire thing against
21,
him,
22.
like he could have ended the fight
Less
a
than
long
that.
time ago by just controlling them. He just decided not to. So I feel like the entire fight is
Yeah.
just like playing around and not
Exactly.
really,
With his food, yeah. That's what the vibe I got.
trying to his best to win.
Fight, I would say. I wouldn't say like all of it, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Like up to the point, but yeah.
And if you've
I
seen
think that tracks and makes sense.
if you've seen Avatar: The Last Airbender, it reminds me a lot of Hama, the Bloodbender. That episode with the fight.
Oh, I only remember him
It's
from like the
kinda-
flashback.
It's kind of direct. It's kind of like very on the nose.
Yeah.
Controlling bodies thing.
Exactly. No, but I think it's like in terms of level of trying as well. Like she had a goal in that fight to get Sarada to get to Katara to use it.
Bloodbending, yeah.
Mamushi doesn't exactly have that exact same goal, but similar idea anyways.
There is a character who does, Yodo. So let's
There you
to
go.
use the Mangekyo. It
Yeah.
works in some sense.
Changing those. Not Yodo.
Yodo dies and no one remembers.
Boruto does. That's all he cares about.
Fuck, they introduced the girl fucking 3 chapters ago. Like that's their fault. They should have did something with her or reintroduced or whatever.
Yes, Boruto. He cares more about Yodo than he did about Kawaki.
Yeah, I think
Walky?
yeah, I think once Sarda levitates them, that's when he starts like going serious. In fact, I think I agree with Oodie. Like once he because up until this point, he's trying to analyze her abilities, so he's not really going all out until he figures out what they are and then he can attack. But it's really once he tethers, she rips him out the tether, and he's just stuck in midair.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm being pulled towards this sphere too. That's when I think like when he's yelling, "You psycho!" and all this shit to
Exactly.
her.
It reminds me of
Yeah,
Ishiki.
that's when he's like, that to me is not him going all out as much as that's him desperate and him just doing whatever he can. But you could technically call that going all out, I guess. But
I mean, he can't do much of anything, really.
Well, at that point, you could even argue he's still like mentally nerfed, because I would argue that Neji was mentally nerfed when Naruto pulled out the Nine Tails. He's like being overwhelmed,
if
like
anything, I'll say
panicking.
he's amped. He was amped before the fight. I think he was like resolved. And then also like when he's like, "You psycho!" Like that seems to be like some kind of like frustration or anger, which could amp him in that instance.
Maybe in terms
Plus
of
his
power,
life's
but not
on
in
the
terms of
line,
like.
So I think that would amp him as well.
I do think that he's a very smart fighter, and I do think that matters. Like if Shikamaru gets angry, I'm not going to say that's going to overall amp him, even if it like power amps him, but it's like mentally, logically probably going to hold him back.
It's a rage jump.
A rage amp, but that's not going to like give him strategy.
I mean, no, but it's going to like allow him to. I mean, what strategy could he employ? I mean, frankly, he can only do so much with what he had.
Yeah. No, but I think
It
it's the
was just
same with Ishiki.
at
Like,
this point, I just need to outpower you, and he just couldn't do it. So
yeah. It's like when Baryon mode came out, Ishiki doesn't care because he's not being pushed into a corner, but once he realizes he's starting to lose a lot of his lifespan, not just some of it, but a lot of it, that's when he starts caring. Because now he is at a threat of actually losing. I think it's the same for Ryu. When he starts being lifted off the ground, his attacks aren't working. It's fine. He can still tether himself to the ground. There's still ways around this. He's not concerned yet. Or at least not overly concerned. He's like suspicious. He's worried about it. But he's not changing how he's fighting just yet.
In other words,
he's
he's
just
sweating
ramping
the
up.
whole
incompetent.
chapter, bro.
Yeah.
Incompetent. You gotta get a shirt.
Yes.
Put that on the shirt.
Yeah, basically.
They really
Learn
didn't
from
bring
his
Yodo
master.
back. That's crazy. I thought they was gonna
Yeah,
bring him back.
she did.
Hey, Brody, what you know?
And people was gooning over her and everything. I remember that shit.
That's wild.
Tragic. Bro couldn't even move a finger, bro. That's so fucking cold. That's crazy. Like, I wouldn't even tell that to myself. Like, I couldn't even say that in my own head. I couldn't admit that, bro. That's crazy. That's absolute defeat. I can't even move a finger. Damn.
Either way.
Do you guys think that is implosion with Ohiram?
Implosion. I
Yeah,
mean,
because I was researching implosion, explosion. I was trying to figure out like how does this happen? I arrived at implosion, but different strokes for different blokes, I guess.
I mean, it seems like that's the case.
I don't know if it really matters, even if scientifically it's stronger or whatever, but I don't think Hikimoto would know that or was thinking that.
What?
No, it makes sense.
Ikimoto is stupid?
If you rupture a vacuums and like all the air kind of gets sucked in, it'll like implode in on itself. It's actually like and like the reason why I arrived at it because like the black hole pulls it in. So with that pressure, and then you get into like kind of water pressure and that like famous event with that submarine that crushed recently, tragically. So that got me thinking about it. I was watching some videos about that kind of pressure as well. But yeah, no, it's interesting. Effectively, the reason why I care about it is just power scaling reasons, really. It just effectively means she can kill anybody in the verse, basically. So I'm cool with it.
Well, not necessarily, because what if the implosion was just strong enough to kill Ryu, but the implosion isn't strong enough to kill someone like Jura?
I would
Or
need to know
he
the
just
mechanics of
is just strong enough to resist it. I mean, power conquers all. It depends on how strong the character is, of course.
Yeah, I just need to
Going
know the
Force
mechanics
is
of it.
getting stronger. I'm not looking away anymore.
I would have to look at it again to see if it's clear, but I don't even. I wouldn't be confident saying it is
Love how she's
implosion.
drawn in this chapter, though.
I remember the like weird black tendril things like wrap around him and like squeeze, pull him in. But I mean, as far as we know, that's what kills him, not the implosion. Or the orb exploding is what like vaporized him rather than anything else. We just don't really know. But yeah.
Maybe for me, the reason why I arrived at the pressure and the implosion, is all like linked with black holes, gravitational pull. It's mostly because she's pulling him in so like hard that he's
That's
just
the
blowing up.
natural thing, right?
Well, but let's remember that
interpretation is
he's ramming into it with all this momentum, and he's not blowing up, but he's blowing up afterwards. So that's a little bit weird to me.
Because the pressure is just increasing over time.
But it would have to increase so exponentially if him being pulled into it doesn't blow him up, but him existing on it does.
No, that's what I think is happening when he does the. I think that's an exponential increase in speed of pressure, all at once, and that's the jutsu.
Okay.
It's the pressure combined with the speed of it. It ruptures you, and then all the external elements come rushing into the internal, and then you just implode.
The author did say on Gekyo Sharingan Ohirume. So this is after he was already pulled onto it.
So Mello, do you
argue that there was an increase in gravitational pull at that very moment, which caused it to collapse?
Even the speed lines are kind of all implying
pointing
that, like
inward,
a kind of motion. Yeah.
Do you think all this applies to Pain or Nagato or Sasuke or Madara with their Rinnegan?
Oh
Pain,
no,
Nagato,
not
Sasuke,
the
or Madara.
Rinnegan.
I would say no, because they're just different abilities. even if they're similar in mechanics.
So what
But at the
difference do
same
you think
time,
would
the
like make the
actual
difference in
the
power?
actual I'm sorry, what did you say?
What difference there would make the difference in power for you? Because they're both like gravity manipulation, gravity control.
It wouldn't even really just be the difference in power as much as it would be the mechanics and how they interact with the power that you have. Like for example, like her mechanic could be that she manifests the spheres and she can control the pool or the activation of the pool. But she doesn't need to expend some exponential amount of chakra to like pull you in. Like the increased pull doesn't like cost her that much or at all or whatever. That sounds crazy to me, but it's possible that's the mechanic at play. Or it could be the opposite, where with Pain or Nagato or Sasuke or whatever, that is linked to their chakra cost. Now again, I think it's the same for both. I think her ability to pull things in or her abilities to use her powers in general are just going to be determined based upon her reserves. She's going to reach a cap at some point, and that's going to determine the upward limits of the pressure that she can apply on a person. So there could be people who could survive that upper limit. It's not that they can survive the pressure, it's that they can survive her output. So she just can't do it. That type of thing. Or if she has like a scientific ninja tool, she can just get an extra boost of chakra and just kill them. Something like that could just easily beat her. I mean, beat somebody.
I agree.
Her
It does seem
ability
like.
itself-
Sorry. I was gonna say it seems like both of them can increase their output, considering Nagato's like putting his hands together, bleeding and screaming as he's like completing his planetary devastation when he like gets the 6 tails, or I guess 7, 8 tails, whatever it is at that point.
When he pushes
But-
Naruto out after pulling him in, like it's clearly different than Almighty Push. Like there's clearly a degree of severity between the pushing abilities.
I was
just in
talking
and of
about planetary
themselves.
devastation, but as well as those abilities. But planetary devastation is what would matter, and Madara can do like multiple of them as well as Sasuke, so that would be similar to Ohiram or whatever.
Yeah, but again, you can't measure like how much energy would go into it, so I can't really. So if the idea is like, oh well, maybe character X can just survive what she can output. Well, maybe, but I don't know either way. So I'm just, you kind of just arrive at question mark really.
I'm confused. So you mean that with the planetary devastation though, but not the Ohiram?
It doesn't mean with any technique. Like if it's a technique, I think the mechanic is that it's going to scale proportional to the amount of energy that you put into it.
Yeah,
I think
I
that's
agree.
reasonable, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's the same for everybody, including Sarda here. But what I'm saying is just kind of like a devil's advocate type of energy. It might be the case that that's not true. It might be the case that her ability, because it's different and we don't have that much information and it's new, that it operates mechanically fundamentally different than what we've seen. Is it likely? No. But is it possible? Yes. That's what I'm saying.
I agree, but I would say that since it hasn't been denied for planetary devastation, like let's just say hypothetically Sasuke comes back, does some training to scale up or whatever, they haven't outright denied it, so it's as unlikely as it is and less likely than Ohiram, it's still technically possible for that to apply for that ability, I think.
I don't think so. Because like that ability seems to just be autonomous. Like after activation, it just does what it does.
I
Whereas
disagree
Sarda,
with
she has
that based on
she has
Nagato.
finite control.
Because remember, Nagato makes the orb, and then afterwards, he's like screaming as he's clasping his hand to complete the jutsu.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think the mechanics of the technique itself just works by itself. I'll give you an example. This is what I mean. Like it's like autonomous. Sarda she has such finite control to where she can lift up people, but not lift up all the people. She can lift up people, but not grains of sand.
Mhm.
But she can lift up black sand, but she can differentiate the black sand from the grains of sand in the desert. This is the specificity of her abilities. While aura farming and like fucking vlogging the whole fucking time, like just yapping before she attacks,
Yeah.
just wasting energy for no reason. Whereas like planetary devastation, that shit is going to absorb every fucking thing in the vicinity into it, and all you can do is just increase or decrease that process, or rather just increase that process.
Well, interestingly, that might not be true because Pain doesn't get absorbed in it. You could say he's out of the range, which is totally possible. But likewise, Madara doesn't when he does his 9, or however many it was. Sasuke doesn't when he puts the tailed beast in. Neither does... Well, actually, no, Naruto does go, but again, Sasuke doesn't. But the user might be immune at least.
The mechanic of the caster not being affected by their own technique.
Yeah. But then it's also possible that in Boruto, when Sasuke uses it somehow without the orb on the individual itself, he might control what gets affected by that gravity or not. Because that's a little bit different as well, and weird. You just do that at a range. It's basically Ohiram, but on the person. It's weird.
Sasuke with an orb? I'm not sure what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. What orb does Sasuke have?
No. What I was saying is that he's not using the orb, especially in Boruto when he does against like Momoshiki. He does against the Tail Beast as well, but it's weird that
the orb
that like Nagato / Pain makes, that like black orb that like Naruto destroys in the war to get free.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm saying Sasuke just uses the person.
Okay. I got you.
Or the individual.
I got you.
Which is different and weird and OP.
I actually forgot Sasuke could make those orbs. That's why I was so confused. I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? Orb. I see what you're saying though.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. But I think a lot of what Sarda's importance might be is just her ability to control Biju with her Mangekyo.
Yeah, but if that's the case, I do think that Damon should scale up at the very least to the Shinju tiers.
Oh, bro, I think Damon defeats all the Shinju.
Yeah, which is weird that Koji hasn't commented on it at all. Like, again, I'm sure there's a reason why that Ikimoto isn't forgetting about this. He just hasn't revealed it, hopefully, yet, but he does, hopefully, in the future.
I don't think Koji cares about the Shinju. I think he's preparing them for what comes after the Shinju.
Okay.
I think
interesting.
I think Damon's weakness is it's probably gonna be like vision based. So it's gonna be easy to bypass, I think.
I don't think so. Let's keep in mind he does have like scientific ninja tech eyes or something.
I mean, like, he does. I mean, dude has a dojutsu, bro. But anyways, I think his intent, ability to reflect intent, like what the person is thinking, I think he has to be looking at the person. I could be wrong. There has been some hints towards that.
I mean, if it's a visual prowess, that makes sense. That seems to be in alignment.
There's this one panel in chapter 27. Chapter 27. That's crazy. Chapter 24. I don't remember.
Wait, what about Kawaki getting his blast reflected? Was Damon looking at him then?
Which one was that?
Code pulls Damon out the claw mark in part 1. Kawaki blasts him.
He was touching Code, so
he was asleep at the time. And also, when I wasn't listening to the first one, but when Code is putting the claw mark on Damon to test it, he's looking at Bug like turned around to Damon, so it's not visual based.
No, well, go on. Remember, he can reflect attacks. Yeah, he can reflect attacks and intent. So his ability transfers to the person he's touching. So that's one. So the attack that was launched towards Code would have been reflected even if Damon isn't looking at Code. What was the other one? Did you mention Oodie?
I think you brought up one.
Yeah, didn't I? I thought so.
I think you mentioned something about
Code swipes at Damon while his back was turned.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the one I mentioned. I think I said them before them, but it wasn't another example.
No, I was addressing the one.
Oh, it was addressing the when Code pulls him out. Yeah, I think Damon's asleep. He wakes up after. It's probably the blast noise that wakes him up.
I think it's the pull that pulls him through that wakes him up.
So. Absolutely could be, but
yeah. But even like in the part where he reflects the intent, it could be. I mean, Damon was looking directly at him, because he was like holding on to him and he was on top of him and looking at Code's face. So
either way, Damon's clearly not having his palms on Code there, and I don't think he had his palms on Bug either. So it's clearly if you touch Damon, you get the reflect. Because clearly Kawaki wasn't intending on striking Damon there. He's intending on striking Code.
Exactly. So
I actually think that might
wouldn't be
sense.
intent.
If you attack Damon or you attack Ada, then it'll just reflect back onto you if he's touching her.
Yeah.
I like that idea. It actually makes a whole lot more sense. If that
Amado actually states this in chapter 25.
Oh, does he?
Yeah. He says that his power transfers to the person.
Oh, I think I remember that. It's been so long. 25. Yeah, it's been a minute. Wait. TBV 25?
No, 75.
Oh, 75.
He definitely said 25. I was confused too.
Was Amato even around?
I definitely said 75.
No, you definitely said 25, Brian.
That's crazy.
But it's okay. It's 4 a.m.
Diminishing returns.
Yeah, man.
Well, I just wanted to pull up and see what y'all was talking about. I mean, know y'all still alive. I'm gonna let y'all have at it again. Enjoy. Later, boys.
I'm peace.
So
I'm gonna.
Well, Keto, real quick, are you gonna put some skin in the game on this whole Damon debate?
I don't really
What's
care,
the
to be
bet?
honest.
Oh, so you agree that you're gonna lose? Interesting. Well, what do you have to worry
Something I
about?
haven't started. That's crazy.
Well, what do you have to worry about? I mean, don't you want to see me have to do something embarrassing, Keto? For free!
It doesn't
Off of
really
my own
matter.
ignorance, too. Oh, the poetic justice!
Nah, I'm good.
After all these years, Keto, you can finally get your revenge!
Nah, I'm good.
Okay.
I'll get it by just coming on and saying, Oodie, you were wrong, and I was right. And that was it. For your audience.
You know what? Okay, well, can we make that the bet then? I'll say that if you're right, and then you say that to me when I'm right.
Okay, sure.
All right, sounds good.
No problem. All right, man. It looks like Kamui is gone.
Probably fell asleep.
That's crazy.
But maybe not. Who knows?
All right, man. It's been good. Have a good one.
All right, you too. And then there was one, unless Kamui is still here.
What?
Hi.
I walked away for a second when you guys said that just now, but
Well, hello.
hello. I did fall asleep for part of whatever happened, but
well. So generally,
there was a while I was listening, just not saying anything. But there was a part where I fell asleep.
Fair enough. Generally, because you never really gave your take, you just sort of, I think, agreed with me on most of it. So, what was your interpretation of the Sarada Mangekyo Sharingan Awaken Damon Jump In Ada thing?
I mean, personally, I think it's both. It's not either or. I think it's just a combination of the two. It's both.
I agree.
Ada's verbally giving the threat. Damon is, Ada's the one instigating. She's saying the words. They're thinking about the threat of Damon as well. I think it's just both. She's just everything's coming at once, activating it.
Yeah, I don't think she's reacting to Damon. That could play a part of it.
I don't think she's reacting. She's preemptively doing it.
I
That's
agree.
why I brought up the order of things, because Damon hasn't moved. I think she's reacted before he's like, we don't know for sure because it's not animated, but I at least think it should be the case that she activates it and then she jumps and just blitzes by her.
Yeah.
And I'm not just saying it because like Damon upscale. I prefer it that way. But I do think it's gonna mess up. I mean, unless they're just gonna downgrade Damon, it just messes things up. Exactly. She's just reacting to Damon.
Yeah.
Then what can't you react to?
And I didn't say this at the time. I wish because I was thinking about it, just never got the chance to say it. I wish I got the reaction to this too. I do think that Sarada and Sumire, they're putting up this facade for Ada, and the fact that that's being exposed now is being visually depicted here. They're meant to be Ada's friends, these soft-spoken girls, especially Sumire, like freaking Hinata over here, who talk about their emotions and petite femininity and stuff, when realistically they're proving that they aren't that they're only validating Ada by being cold-blooded shinobi, heartless killers, essentially, by activating the Mangekyo. You visually get to see that. What is Sarada doing here? She's holding a pillow, literally having pillow talk, like the girly talks that they typically have, but that's not who Sarada is. That's not the real Sarada in this scene. She's doing that, literally putting up a front between her and Ada, literally a wall between the two. That's taking it a little bit far, but I do think you could say her holding the pillow is intentional to some extent, to put on that like girly facade.
I would agree if not for shy Sarada, if you remember that conversation. I don't know if that just is Ikimoto Sarada, but
that's fair. I just don't think she would do that normally.
What you're saying, and narratively that works best if you just take the Sarada we've always seen in the past and just apply and say that is Sarada.
Yeah, because she's literally sitting here thinking about Damon, ready to activate her Mangekyo, ready to fight. as she's holding a pillow in front of Ada. It's like, to me, that's clearly like a difference that's being portrayed, but I might just be thinking about it too far.
The problem is that Ada knows that Sarada is a fighter. Like, she knows that Sarada isn't just some girly girl. Like, she knows, like, she's fighting Hidari and shit. She's watching all that stuff.
Well, that's not to say that, but it's to say that in front of Ada, especially because of the love charm, that she would be that. Since that's all she ever is in front of Ada.
Oh, but yeah, well... Yes. It's when you said the validating thing, I wasn't sure if you were meant in terms of validating that they are not, in fact, under the love charm, or validating that they're not her friends. Because...
well, I think it's both.
Things, because obviously her doing this is just validating. She's already got full validation. She said 110%, yeah, they're not affected. But
yeah.
I thought you meant, like, the friendship. Like, oh, these aren't my friends. She's a cold-blooded murderer. Like,
well, that is more what I was meaning, but I do mean both. Because I think what's important here is that Sarada is both. You know, when Boruto comes around, she can be casual and hug him. She's not punching him because she wants to fight. She's not... because Damon is only fight. Doesn't matter if he's in a fight or a casual scenario. He wants the smoke. Sarada, she's confident in fighting. She doesn't mind fighting, unlike Ada, who only wants to not fight. Sarada, she can fight, and she's fine with that, and she can do the girly talk genuinely, but in front of Ada, she isn't doing that. When she's pretending to.
It depends on whether... I do think Sarada was being genuine with her pillow talk in this case, but I do think it would be good to have Ada consider at least like something like so you guys have been lying to me all this time, you know, how do I know that you weren't lying about XYZ type of thing?
Yeah, was any of it true?
Like, well, realistically, Ada knows they weren't lying about Boruto because she heard him talking about it separately anyway, so like that's not gonna work. But I do think it would be a good idea at least to play with the like, you know, how do I know that this wasn't true too? Like, but the problem is what have they actually talked about? Yeah, Boruto and Omnibus. So it's like,
yeah, but it's just
had more. So what you could have said would be the pillow talk in chapter 76, but Sarada didn't even give advice. So
it's not necessarily about the advice.
Can we be real friends thing?
It is more about the female aspects of it all. Memes aside. What does holding the pillow represent? It's like a safe place. It's like it shows that she's relaxed. She's comfortable around Ada, talking about the girl things that they do. She's enjoying herself. She's not worried or focused on any kind of external threats. Whereas clearly here, she is doing that behind Ada's back. She's thinking about Damon. She's thinking about fighting. She's thinking about the fact that her secret's about to be exposed. She is worried. She is anxious. She is all these things. But she's holding the pillow as that pretending thing. I think
holding the pillow means you're comfortable. I feel like if you hold the pillow almost like awkwardly because you're talking about awkward feelings, like the pillow is not because you're comfortable, it's to almost make you comfortable.
That could work too, but I think either way, that's still getting to the same place to where she wants to be that in front of Ada, or at least she wants to present that in front of Ada.
Depends on whether the pillow holding is an act or if that's just genuinely what she's doing.
She only does it in front of Ada. Doesn't bring it when she sits down in front of Boruto.
True. She does do her inward knees curved, inward toes pointed backwards, inward standing, looking down at the ground, shy Sarada with Sumire.
You're not wrong, but that just proof that she
no
can
pillows
do that.
In just the middle of the Leaf Village, so understandably she's not holding a pillow there.
Oh no, she can take off her jacket and transform it into a pillow.
Yeah, I mean, I will give you this though. Chapter 76, yeah, I think she's fake pillow holding, but.
Yeah, but like, if that's the case, let's say that it's like the anxiety thing, that you're gonna squeeze it to relieve the pressure that you're feeling deep down to be comfortable. even then, you're trying to be truthful and honest and open and genuine. And that's why it's so uncomfortable to say these things out loud, which is where you get to the pillow. Like it's a freaking stress pillow or something. Well, she's not being that. And that's going to be hurtful to Ada's feelings because none of those feelings she talked about when holding the pillow were real. And now Ada knows it. And that's what matters because those are real emotions. It's the same reason that Naruto and Sasuke never said it.
Well, okay, real quick. Which pillow scene are you referring to? Because if you're referring to chapter 76 with Sarada's holding the pillow and being like, oh, I'm so flustered around you, Ada, and all that, then absolutely. But if you mean like Sarada a moment ago holding the pillow saying, yeah, I like Boruto, Ada's not going to think that's fake because she saw Sarada and Sumire talking in the previous chapter. So she just knows that, yes, that is indeed how you feel.
Well, I know that Ada's figured it out, but I'm saying that it would apply to both scenes that Sarada would be doing this.
The thing is, I don't think Sarada's necessarily faking it in this chapter in terms of her pillow holding. I don't think that's necessarily.
She's both not faking it and she's faking it because as she's holding the pillow, again, she's thinking about fighting Damon. And again, in chapter 76, she can be honest about some of the things she said emotionally, but again, she's thinking about the fact that she has to kill Ada, supposedly, seemingly, maybe. But she's not revealing that.
She's literally half the chapter thinks Ada's just nuts.
Well, there you go.
She's I don't think Sarada was. I think Sumire was trying to be genuine. I don't think Sarada was genuine in chapter 76, and I'd maybe not like her too much.
But if that's the case, I don't think that someone in that position would squeeze the pillow out of stress to relieve the stress. No, I think they would be more or less in that pressured fight or flight scenario. Like, I don't think Kawaki would be squeezing the pillow around Code or something. He'd be in his junkyard dog mindset or whatever. Like, they wouldn't be able to like sit in the bed with her and be comfortable.
Much of Sarada's perspective on Ada in any of Two Blue Vortex to see if she still thinks Ada's just a lunatic talking about love, or after all this love stuff with Sumire, if Sarada actually gets Ada's perspective now. They never gave us that, which so to me that makes it harder to say what Sarada's perspective is in terms of talking about it in front of Ada. Is she viewing Ada as a friend, like genuinely now? Is she just viewing her as the crazy girl she's gotta potentially kill? We never got that. Like Sumire, I think Sumire wants to be Ada's friend. Just based off what we've seen. She's the one who tried to understand her before Ada even got to the village. She's the one doing all that. So I think Sumire is pretty genuine. But for Sarada, like, we just don't actually know. We never got an update. So the last thing we have to work with is, oh, is she crazy? That's the last thing we got from Sarada.
I'm sure we'll get that more next chapter. But I do think another aspect of this that we never really talked on with them or really brushed on really at all, the fact that it's been 3 years, the fact that Ada's coming to them to reveal, I know this is happening, the jig is up, all that time. They've had plenty of opportunity, ample time to just be open and honest and truthful with them, with Ada, even once. And rather than going to her,
they've proceeded to lie
exactly
on at least one occasion.
So if nothing else, that's going to be what's harmful or hurtful to Ada's feelings or emotions or whatever.
Yeah. So this is where I just completely agree with you. Like, I know Kito's saying, oh, she's understanding. I agree. Ada is understanding. But that doesn't mean it would, like, yeah, you can understand why you did something, but that doesn't mean you can't be, like, still hurt about it. Again, our argument is she's conflicted. She's hurt that they lied, but happy that this means she can have a friendship.
Exactly.
It's just both. And obviously, the wanting the friendship is probably going to win. Of course, it could be the other way around, but probably going to choose the friendship. But that doesn't mean she won't have some conflict. We're not saying it's going to be 3 chapters worth of conflict. It can just be 3 pages, but the conflict will be there. And I think her reaction, looking at Ada's face there, that's not a face of, oh, I got to stop Damon immediately. That's a face of, yeah, I'm going to let him do this for at least 1 second.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of emotional flashbacks intersplice in this next chapter as Ada's like wavering on whether or not she wants to stop Damon or not. Like she wants to do it, but she can't bring herself to do it yet. Again, just like Ino.
Do you think we're gonna get an actual Ada backstory in this arc? Or are we gonna get a like?
By flashback, I didn't mean backstory. I meant flashback with Sarah and Sume. Well, it's a little bit unrelated, but in this arc, hard to say. I don't know what they're even gonna do this arc. Is part of the problem.
Do you think we're gonna get an Ada and Damon flashback ever?
Do I think we should? Obviously.
Well,
do I think
agree.
we will?
That's not the question I asked.
You know what? This latest chapter, I've said it before, I'll say it again. This latest chapter rebuilt that bridge. It built that good rapport. Okay, I never used that French word. That good rapport with Ikimoto. So until he inevitably burns that bridge again, for now, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say yes.
I like that. I mean, something they could theoretically do if they wanted this to be like somehow relating back to a friendship situation she's had before in one way or another, where it's like she lost friends in the past, or the same thing happened with friends in the past, not with omnipotence, but friends who lied or something. There's lots of ways they could just do that here if they wanted to. It's just a matter of whether they want to, or if they just want to stick with Sarah to Sumire flashbacks, you know.
Yeah. I know Keto thinks that she's going to call him off immediately. I think it's that they're going to dedicate this whole next chapter to Ada, Sarah to Sumire. There might be a little bit of other stuff with maybe like a couple pages of like the interview or whatever. Whatever.
I mean, honestly, though, again, Damon doesn't have to be punching them. All I ask is he squeezes their necks harder than he currently is. He can just get progressively harder to where it's like, okay, now he kind of is choking them. Kind of.
Yeah. Again, I obviously don't think it's going to be a fight. Yeah, it's not going to be a fight. Damon's already won. That's the thing. Again, it's going to be like Sakura versus the Sound Trio. But in this case, it's going to be worse. Or it's just going to be Sakura's being punched. Like,
given what Damon said, it's not going to be a fight unless either A, Sarah really did put him in a genjutsu, or B, her second ability is some get out of jail free card that resets the playing ground before the fight. Like,
unless it's like a Mangekyo genjutsu and that just is her other eye, which is completely unconnected to Orihime in every single kind of way. I don't understand why she would just use it here for the first time ever and not against Hidari or Ryu or any other opponent she's ever fought before.
I mean, technically they could, in the sense that, like, so Itachi's got Amaterasu for the sun, Tsukuyomi for the moon, Oruhime's for the sun. She could, in theory, have a genjutsu for the moon, like Tsukuyomi. It doesn't be the same thing, but
well, part of the problem,
the parallel there is just sun and moon. They could do that.
Yeah, they love the sun and moon stuff.
Design is specifically the sun.
Exactly.
So she should have another sun ability.
Exactly. And also the fact that it feels like they're doing more or less one character represents one, another character represents the other. Mitsuki is only the moon. Boruto's only the sun. Sarada's only the sun. Like, Ada and Damon.
The anime Boruto's
crescent moon.
But in this case, Ada's the moon.
Exactly.
So it shouldn't be Narada.
Yeah. So there's just that as well. So literally in their eyes. But yeah, we'll have to see next chapter, I guess. Did you hear me questioning? You might have been asleep. Did you hear me questioning Mello about like planetary devastation compared to Hirame?
I was asleep for that.
Okay. Like, why are you hyping up Hirame so much when it's basically planetary devastation?
Oh, was this in response to her? Like, when did you say this retroactively in response to when he said, "Oh, she just beats everyone with that ability," basically?
Pretty much, yeah. This was after the Araya stuff, which you did hear since you responded to that.
Yeah, because, like, I mean, whether it has a stronger gravitational pull or not, the concept is basic. There is a difference in that, you know, Ryu, like, blew up for some reason, as opposed to, like, rocks crushing and sealing them.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of the gravity, or even just universal pull, we can compare with. It's just like, I mean, technically nobody's ever beaten universal pull, like, actually, but the point being, like, if someone can just fly, they're already having the ability to negate gravity. So then it just becomes a matter of whether Sarada's gravity or their flying is stronger. Well, Jorah is stronger than Sarada. So she would have to have specifically beyond Jorah level gravity. Because again, Ryu can't fly. He just doesn't have a counter, essentially. Like, he can't negate gravity. So he's just already at a loss. But Jorah can because he can fly.
Oh,
so
but
it's a matter of
Koji,
who's stronger at that point.
but Koji said clearly Koji doesn't think that Sarada's gonna solo Jorah. She might just be useful in the fight if she's there at all.
She might not even be meant for Jorah.
Exactly.
Because Koji said that Boruto's not ready for Jorah yet. So clearly Boruto's meant to fight Jorah. Boruto wants to fight Jorah with Kawaki, not Sarada, despite knowing about the Mangekyo.
Yeah, and Boruto's the hope of the world.
Probably not. Like, you just don't know how far it extends.
Yeah. But I've never seen a better place to end it off than there.
I agree.
Okay, well, Hikimoto would probably disagree on something.
Yes. I feel like Ikimoto would disagree on a lot of things, in fact.
Well,
He'd disagree about how smelly he is. He'd disagree about Sarada's character. He'd disagree about how greedy he is. He'd disagree about his forgetfulness. And most importantly,
he'd disagree that he failed! That might be one of our favorite outros.